Hey besties, welcome back to Gracie Mae's Tarot. So today we have the love prediction for 2023. When you go into the description box, you'll see that I have broken it up whether you're single going into 2023 or if you're in a relationship. So once you pick your group, there will be different subgroups, and that'll be easy to find in the timestamps. So for pile 1, we have the heart sugar cookie. For pile 2, we have the gingerbread with the cute little bow. For pile 3 here, we have the star sugar cookie. And for pile 4, we have a classic gingerbread man. So take a moment, pause the video if you need to, and meditate on the groups. Like I said before, timestamps are in the description box. We'll be breaking this up into quarters just like I did the general prediction, but we will be getting some more oracle cards as well. All right, let's get into it. Hey pile 1 singles, welcome to your reading. So I went ahead and rolled your astro dice to get your overall energies for 2023 for the whole year. And we have Aries, we have the 4th house, and we also have Jupiter. So anytime Jupiter comes up, we already know expansion, good luck, good fortune, things moving in a positive direction, you having luck in that area of your life, new people coming in, new opportunities coming in. So definitely a lot of fun in dating. You could also be meeting someone who has significant Aries placements, or someone who's in like a divine masculine energy as well. I always associate Aries with a strong masculine energy because it's really that fiery. The cardinal aspect to Aries makes me think of masculine energy because it's very action-oriented. And so this tells me there's going to be definitely people actively pursuing you, actively expressing an interest in you. And like I said, you could be having a significant relationship in 2023 with someone who has a lot of first house placements or Aries placements. Definitely someone who's ambitious, someone who is a go-getter, someone who can be, a bit impulsive, but they're very clear and honest and blunt and direct about what they want and what they're seeking. Aries people are a lot of fun. So yeah, I feel like you could definitely be having a good time. This could also signify a lot of casual dating in 2023 if that's what you're interested in. But I don't think that that energy would carry you throughout the whole year because we have the 4th house. 4th house talks about structure, routine, stability, and if you think of the 4 of Wands, you think of marriage as well, and also having lots of celebration. So I feel like there's a lot to celebrate in your love life in 2023. You could also be meeting your future spouse in 2023 with the 4th house being here. You could be meeting someone that you end up moving in with at some point, and things get quite serious. So we'll see as we get into your tarot, but I think if we're talking about the overall energy here for 2023 in your love life, we're seeing a lot of fun, a lot of things to celebrate, and definitely your day-to-day routine is going to be changed in some way. And typically that happens when we get into a new romantic partnership, right? So either you're dating a lot or you're going to be coupling up with someone during 2023. So let's get into this more. As well as Jupiter is also Sagittarius energy. So lots of fiery, passionate energy in your love life, which is great. We love to see that. Okay. The 4th house also brings a grounding aspect. So I think that if you are casually dating and having some fun, there's going to be at least one person who makes you want to settle down a bit, or who ends up being like a stable fixture in your life. You know, maybe someone who ends up being a long-term friend, if not a long-term partner. So just take whatever resonates. All right, so we're going to start off with January, February, March. We're going to break it up into quarters, just like I did the general prediction. So January, February, March, pile 1 singles, what can they expect in their love life? And I would like to say a huge thank you to my guides and your guides for coordinating these messages, and we'll take all uprights today. So January, February, March, and I want to flip this card over. Okay, January, February, March. All right, I'm being called to this Empress card right away. I feel like this Empress is really speaking to what we were talking about before of people pursuing you. You know, the Empress isn't going out and, you know, putting herself out there so much. She's more of just sitting back and waiting, and people are chasing her. You know, so this is divine feminine energy. This is very receptive energy. So I feel like if you were quite anxious and, you know, just feeling like really troubled by your love life in 2022 and having a lot of anxiety about it, or still trying to process some past heartbreak or work through some past issues, I feel like January, February, March, you've let this energy go and you're really sitting in your power here. You know, and I feel like with the Six of Pentacles, you have a very clear idea of what a healthy, happy connection looks like, what your expectations are, what your standards are, and so you're just not willing to be in this energy where you're losing sleep over anybody. You know, like if someone doesn't want to be in your life, there's the door. You know, if someone's not going to meet these standards that you know that you deserve, there's the door. You know, I feel like you're not clinging to anyone. There's no sense of desperation here. I feel like you're just focusing on your self-care, your self-love, doing you, living your best life. And people see that, and so they have to meet you where you're at. And I'm not saying that, you know, in the first 3 months, you won't ever feel lonely, or you won't ever maybe slide back into wondering, you know, like what your ex is up to or something like that. Yeah, it may come up from time to time, but for the most part, you're in a very empowered energy and you're attracting the right sort of people, you know, in the first 3 months of the year. And with the World card being your bottom of the deck, I mean, you're closing out this difficult cycle. And so I feel like you're a lot more open. I feel like in January, February, March, you're open to new love. You're open to like new potential connections, and you're kind of just sitting back and assessing whether someone's going to make sense in your life or not. So these are actually tarot cards, even though they look like oracle cards. So we're going to get just a little bit more information here. What kind of energy is my pile one singles attracting in these first 3 months of the year, please, Spirit? Pile one, who are they attracting in the first 3 months of the year? So we have choose freedom, and we have the 8 of action here, or the 8 of wands. Okay, so whoever comes into your life in those first 3 months, they're gonna come in very quickly, very out of the blue, very unexpectedly. And that's the thing with the Empress. Like we talked about her just sitting back and waiting, you know, and just focusing on herself and living her best life. And I feel like that is what is sort of speeding up the manifestation process. You know, like she's just in the energy of like waiting to receive a blessing. And so when that blessing comes in, it comes in very quickly. And it's definitely, you know, that fiery energy that we were picking up before. That's the 8 of wands. And so it's definitely someone who is very fun-loving, someone who's very adventurous, someone who's very charming, very comedic energy I'm picking up. This person's going to make you laugh a lot. This person's super lighthearted. And so I think, you know, you may feel like this is just going to be a casual fling that's going to burn out really quickly with the 8 of action here. But I also feel like this person makes you stop and think about what it is exactly that you're wanting in a long-term partnership. I feel like I feel like this person may not be your usual type, and that's what's causing you to stop and think. And you're like, you know, maybe I need to adapt to my thinking a little bit here. As I feel like maybe in the past, you picked people that you thought were going to be safe, rather than people who are sparking this like deep, intense you know, attraction within you. I feel like maybe you played it safe and you ended up getting burned anyway. And so I think you're starting to adjust sort of your idea of like who is like husband material, or who is wife material, or who is, you know, life partner material. You're like, you know what? Maybe I was acting before and choosing partners that I thought were safe or that I thought wouldn't leave me. Maybe there's like an underlying abandonment issue here, or like a control issue. And you're kind of starting to see like, you know, maybe I can pick someone who's more of a social butterfly. Like maybe I can pick someone who is kind of the life of the party, or someone who's really fun and exciting to be around. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a flash in the pan kind of romance, or that person's going to leave me or get bored of me or tired of me. Like, I feel like you're starting to understand the value that you bring to relationships, and that you don't have to pick safe, boring, predictable people, because it hasn't even worked out for you in the past, right? So like, why continue to repeat that pattern? So I feel like this person's very unexpected. They're very different than the usual type of person that you date, and they're just causing you to reflect a lot, I feel like, on your past, and you know, that 9 of Swords energy that you were in 2022. Yeah, I feel like this person's very different than your usual type. But there's definitely at least one new person coming in the first 3 months for most of you. Yeah, the 5 of Abundance here. I feel like this person is lending you a helping hand, in the sense of they're changing your perspective, and I think it's greatly needed. And so I feel like this person could definitely be getting you out of your comfort zone. They could be encouraging you to try new things. Especially if you've been in hermit mode in 2022, I feel like you're definitely in need of someone who's really fun, and someone who is really more extroverted. That's what I'm picking up. Someone who's more extroverted, for sure. What's going to be the dynamic here for pile 1 singles and this new person? True love. Okay, that's very positive. True love. Yeah, I feel like this person is opening up your heart. Because I feel like in 2022, maybe some walls were built up. And maybe you were quite guarded for good reason. For good reason, because your bottom of the deck here is guarded. So I feel like, yeah, I feel like this person's getting you out of your shell, for certain. Anything else we need to know about this for pile 1 singles? Pile 1 singles here, Spirit. Anything more we need to know about this? Yeah, have faith. Have faith. I feel like this card is really encouraging you that it is safe for you to love. It is safe for you to open up. It is safe for you to get out of your shell. And you can trust that Spirit wouldn't have brought this person into your life if they weren't meant to help you in some way, because you are definitely on the right path in terms of your love life with that Empress energy and the World card being here as well. And your bottom of the deck is intimacy. So I feel like, you know, especially if you have felt maybe a bit uncomfortable with your sexuality, or maybe you just weren't feeling very physically attractive, or you weren't feeling very sensual or connected to that aspect of yourself, with the Empress card, you are going to be feeling your best in terms of like how physically attractive you are, and you're going to be feeling like you're going to be feeling yourself a little bit, you know, in a good way. I think this person's really going to help you with your confidence, but also connecting you with that part of yourself again. Like, I feel like they're kind of dusting the cobwebs off of a part of you that was really dormant. And it was because you felt so emotionally guarded that you were closed off to, I think, your sensuality as well, if that makes sense. Okay, so we're going to move now into April, May, and June. This is starting off very positively, I will say that. I think I'm going to stop talking because I'll probably cut this part out. All right, so for April, May, and June, we have the Queen of Pentacles, the Chariot, Temperance, the Hanged Man, and the Lovers. All right, I definitely feel like that person who comes in those first 3 months is kind of there to stay. With the Lovers card, I definitely feel like there's some longevity there. You know, it may start off as a casual flirtation, but I definitely feel like you guys end up being in a romantic partnership for most of you with that Lovers card, especially because we got the True Love Oracle card. So I feel like it's pretty safe to say for most of you that person sticks around. And actually with the Chariot card, it could be a long distance connection where, you know, you guys have to travel back and forth to see each other. There could be a lot of online communication, and with the Hanged Man, it could be something that's totally new for you, like maybe you've never dated anyone long distance, or for some of you, if things move really fast, you could end up moving to be with that person. Just take that if it resonates. That's definitely a more specific message, but maybe that's your first time moving in with somebody. And with the Queen of Pentacles, I say that also because when you move, that definitely affects your career. Unless you do remote work, you know, if you're moving to be with someone or they're moving to be with you, that can definitely typically spell out a career change as well. You know, starting to work out a new job because you've moved to a new location. But again, that's a more specific message. This Temperance card in particular always makes me think of the Ten of Cups because of the rainbow. And I feel like Spirit is saying here, because you handled past heartbreaks and past karmic connections, or because you even were single for a long time and you worked on yourself, or maybe you've never been in a romantic connection before, Spirit is saying because you handled that with such grace and you didn't avoid, you know, doing the work, you know, essentially to either heal or love yourself more deeply or work through some of those wounds, you know, because you did that, where it's kind of like, you know, healing in and of itself is its own reward. But I think also when you reach a certain place, like in your self-love journey, it is good to get into a romantic partnership because there's only so much work we can do on our own. And so I feel like this person's just going to help you just continue to grow, continue to learn how to fill up your own cup. And with the Temperance card here, you know, it's kind of like you're being rewarded with that Ten of Cups energy, you know, that fulfillment and love, because you're ready for it. You know, you're ready. You see how like she's filled up her own cup, but yet she's also is sharing this cup here. And so it's definitely reminding me, of the Two of Cups as well. And even you see here the two houses and how they're separated here and you have to go down different paths. For some of you, definitely, like this person is, you know, a long distance connection. And also with the Chariot card, this is Cancer energy. And so with the fourth house being here, I definitely feel like there's potential for you to maybe marry this person or at least move in with them, because when I think of the fourth house, I also think of shared assets and family. So you're definitely going to be quite serious about this person, and they're going to be quite serious about you as well. And with the Cancer card, or I'm sorry, the Cancer energy with the Chariot card here, this definitely spells success. And it definitely spells someone that you could build a long-term future with, especially with the Queen of Pentacles, if you chose to do so. And I really feel like, again, like this person is getting you out of your shell. If you are really focused on your career and your goals, and you are feeling really emotionally guarded in 2022, I feel like this person coming in next year is going to really open you up to this idea of living a more balanced life. Not just working hard for the sake of working hard or being successful, but working hard so that you can enjoy your life, you know? I feel like they really encourage you to have more fun and to laugh more and to not take life so seriously. Let's get some more information. So April, May, June. Pile 1 singles, their love life. April, May, June. I feel like also if you are resonating with that message about maybe having some abandonment issues that you've had to work through, maybe you had like a narcissistic parent or an unstable childhood, I feel like this person also kind of has, they have this fun side to them that's very adventurous and very fiery, but then they also have this very comforting and nurturing side to them where they really make you feel grounded, and they kind of have like, you know, like mom or dad vibes, because I always pick that up with Cancer energy. The kids outside are playing basketball. I hope you guys can't hear that. Yeah, manifest your dreams. So this person could definitely be someone that you manifested. Positive recognition. Yeah, I really feel like this person could also be helping you in your career in the sense that they really encourage you and kind of just, they kind of act as like a supporter or like a cheerleader to you. Like they really hype you up. And I feel like you're just feeling overall a lot more confident in your life. You're feeling like things are going according to plan, like you're on the right track for success. Yeah, it feels like you're sort of manifesting kind of like your ideal circumstances. And you could definitely, I don't know, this person could be tied to your work or your career in some ways as well. I'm picking that up. So maybe you could be meeting this person through work, or maybe this person works in the same field, or they could be just someone who's really successful, you know, someone who's done really well for themselves. And so they're just giving you a lot of really good advice, you know, in terms of your career. Yeah, it feels like things are moving in a great direction for you. Let's get some oracle cards here. I feel like these kids are going to be really loud. I might have to pick back up on your reading later. I can't stand that. It is what it is, like, you know, but dang. And then the flow. All right, pile one singles. What else can you tell us? The strings here. We picked that up in your last like quarter, that idea of like maybe having some control issues. And I feel like this person would just burn through that. You know, like they're so fiery. They have this just free-spirited kind of attitude to them. And so like if you're really type A and like you have to feel like you are controlling everything, this person's really gonna help you get out of that, you know, especially if you're someone who overthinks a lot and you worry a lot. This person is gonna come in and just kind of flip that on its head a bit and kind of challenge you to say like, well, what if it all works out? What if it all goes according to plan? You know, and it's not that they're invalidating your feelings, but I feel like they come in as like, kind of like a voice of reason sometimes and say like, you know, what if you just chilled out? What if you just, you know, let things fall where they may and then trust your future self to deal with it? What if that was your attitude instead? So I definitely feel like, you know, this person's helping you grow in that way. And you're definitely going to be helping them grow as well. You know, this is definitely something that with the Lovers card, this could be, you know, a soulmate connection. We got true love before, remember? So definitely you're meant to help each other grow in different ways. But I think if we're talking about how they help you grow, they help you get out of, you know, that mindset of needing to control the outcome. Because a lot of things are outside of our control, right? Control tends to be an illusion. And so I feel like, you know, they just help you kind of relax a bit more and have more fun. Pile one singles, April, May, June. We have accept love. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I feel like you're probably someone who is a big giver. And this person helps you get more into the energy of receiving. And you were definitely working on that on your own because you started off with the Empress card. So you were already doing it. I feel like this person just kind of helps you ease into that energy even more. So this person could be maybe really big into gift giving, or maybe they're very into like physical touch, you know, like offering you massages and stuff like that. And you know, maybe you tend to be uncomfortable, or maybe you don't like receiving help, receiving assistance, and this person tries to help you a lot because maybe their love language is acts of service. And so you may have also have never been in a relationship with someone else who's like very giving, because you know that Cancer energy is very nurturing. And so that may be a little bit weird for you, like you're usually in the role of the giver. And so to have that script kind of flipped and now you're the one who's receiving, that may, you know, require an adjustment for you, but I think it's going to be really, really nice for you to be able to experience someone who gives as much as you do to a connection. Yeah, these kids are loud. I'm going to have to take a break from filming. I'm sorry. Okay, pile one. I think they actually went inside as soon as I finished pulling your tarot, so that worked out really well. So we have the Five of Cups, we have the Six of Swords, we have the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Wands, we have the Tower, and then I clarified this Five of Cups with the Knight of Swords and the Six of Cups, and then your bottom of the deck is the Four of Wands. And just to remind you, this is for July, August, and September. So there is a lot happening in this 3-month period. With this Five of Cups, clarified by the Knight of Swords and the Six of Cups, I feel like during this time, there's something happening in your relationship with this person that is either triggering memories of the past, or this Knight of Swords is an ex that reaches out to you because they see that you're happy, doing well. Sometimes that happens, right? So this is air sign energy, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. This could have been someone that you were with, you know, since you were young, or someone who just had a really childish way of communicating, someone who just, you know, the type of person where they either give you the silent treatment in an argument, you feel like you're talking to a brick wall, or the opposite, they scream and they yell, you know, just someone where communication was really, really poor. So if you have an ex and that sounds like a familiar energy and you were like, yeah, they were super childish, I know exactly who you're talking about. If you don't know who I'm talking about, this could just be wounds from childhood in terms of like, maybe you had a parent who would verbally put you down a lot, or maybe you were bullied a lot in school, and this affected your ability to see yourself as a lovable person. So just take what resonates, because it is a general reading. Or maybe all of those messages apply. But the Five of Cups is a card about disappointment, of you seeing the potential in something and it not becoming what you thought it would be, you know? So it's definitely a card about, you know, disappointment, loss, you know? And you can see, though, that she has turned her back on it, you know, and she's moving forward. She's not even settling for this Three of Cups over here. And so, you know, with the Six of Swords, this talks about moving in a better direction. So I feel like, you know, if your ex does reach out, you could really care less. Like, you know, you have it so much better with this new person. And if it's some things from childhood, I feel like this is signifying that you're finally healing it and you're finally leaving the past in the past, and it feels quite positive. Also, with the Knight of Wands and the Knight of Cups, I feel like this is you becoming more emotionally open, becoming braver in expressing your feelings and being emotionally vulnerable, and getting out of your comfort zone, you know, being more adventurous with this person, because I really feel like they spark that within you. You know, they really encourage you to pull down those walls. I do feel like sometimes they may push you too hard and they have to pull back, because with this Tower card, when this came out, it made me think of Miley Cyrus's song Wrecking Ball. Like, I came in like a wrecking ball. I never meant to start a war, you know. I just wanted you to let me in. Instead of using force, I should have let you win. I think those are the lyrics, but this idea of like them coming in and trying to tear down your walls, sometimes that's positive for you, but sometimes they go about it in a way that pushes you a little bit too much. And so I think because no relationship is perfect, right? And you're still working through some stuff. Like, you're definitely in a better place, but you're still working through some stuff when you meet this person. And, you know, if your ex reaches out to you, or those wounds from childhood are provoked, you know, that could cause some tension here. And so I feel like it's definitely going to have to be a balance that you have to figure out together, because it's good for them to push you out of your comfort zone, but it has to be at your pace. And you, on your side, have to leave the past in the past. And sometimes, you know, like, we think that we've healed something and something triggers us, like an ex texting us or something like that. And, you know, it kind of just sends us down a rabbit hole. You know, this is reminding me of Alice in Wonderland. So, you know, nothing is going to be perfect all the time, but I feel like the Four of Wands as the bottom of the deck, and now here we have the Ace of Cups as well, and then the Wheel of Fortune. Like, this is making me think that this person was definitely fated to come into your life, and it's, again, to help you on that self-love journey. And this is someone that you could build a stable foundation with, someone that you could potentially marry someday. And so I really feel like it's kind of just a matter of working through this, because it does feel in some ways like it's a rough patch, but I think that it's a very necessary rough patch, because you both have some difficult conversations, but I think ultimately you come together and you decide, we want to make this work, and you're actually stronger for it. So there may be, like, you guys are just maybe being more snippy with each other, or maybe there's like one big blow up argument or something, but you come back stronger. It's reminding me of the Taylor Swift song Mine, to be honest. But yeah, definitely want to keep it real with you all. It's not going to be an easy 3 months, July, August, and September, but the connection's going to be stronger for it. Let's get some oracle cards just to clarify, get some additional information. Yeah, like, okay, I like to see the fun card. And the commitment. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I feel like they have a different idea of what fun is to you a little bit. You know, I think that they're a lot more adventurous than you, a lot more extroverted than you are. And so that may be how they're trying to push you out of your comfort zone a bit. But I also feel like this is Spirit reassuring you, like, it's not going to be all bad during July, August, September. You are still going to have a lot of fun. You are going to bond together. And this is where you see that true commitment. Like, you two are both clearly fully invested, because you don't argue with someone unless you care. You know, if you were completely apathetic and you didn't really care whether this person was in or out of your life, you wouldn't even waste your breath. So both of you care, both of you are invested, and it's just something that you have to work through. And then with the Open Up card, I definitely feel like they're trying to pry down that wall. Like, they really are trying to get past that protective shield that you have around your heart because of your past. Okay, we'll put this here. Let's get the other oracle deck. I'm so glad those kids went inside. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, they have, you know, like, they have their every right to be out there playing around. I just don't like having to stop in the middle of a reading. Okay. So pile 1 singles, July, August, September. That was just my hand. There we go. Yes. Boundaries, boundaries. I feel like that's where it is that, yes, this person is meant to come in and help you be more emotionally vulnerable. But remember how we were talking about you were meant to teach them something too? Maybe this person, because I could see maybe them being a bit of a people pleaser. Like maybe they take it upon themselves to be the life of the party, the person who is always happy, the person who is always making everybody laugh, the person who's always kind of on, like socially. And so you're not like that. Like you're not really concerned with that at all. Like you are very much, I think it's because of your spiritual side, but you are very much about taking care of yourself, especially because you've been burned so much in the past. And so I feel like you teach this person how to like set and hold boundaries, and they help you see that sometimes boundaries can turn into walls. And so that's why sometimes there's a little bit of a tension between you two, but you're definitely pushing each other to grow in a very positive way, and you're good for each other. And ultimately you bring out the best in one another. And with home and family, you definitely could be moving in with this person or relocating to be with them. You could be having a family together in the future. I mean, this just seems like marriage potential all day long, right? I mean, if you're into that, obviously. Okay, so we're going to move on now to October, November, and December. All right, so October, November, December, we've got the Queen of Cups, we have the Tower card, clarified by the Knight of Swords and the Ten of Swords. We have the Lovers, we have Strength, we have the Five of Cups, clarified by the Seven of Wands, and then your bottom of the deck is the King of Cups. I love this so much, and it's a little bit spooky, okay? So for some of you, we were definitely right in picking up that the fact that this Knight of Swords is an ex for a lot of you, or you just kept attracting the same kind of jerk that did not know how to communicate at all, someone who was really just completely childish, they said the first thing on their mind and didn't care if it hurt you, or they were a brick wall. They didn't open up to you at all. You couldn't resolve anything. They would give you the silent treatment, just childish, or they would scream or yell, just did not know how to communicate like an adult. Also someone who probably lied to you a lot, probably betrayed you in a lot of ways. Yeah, just a really bad energy. And like I said, this could have been, a parent, a family dynamic where you were the scapegoat, the black sheep. These wounds could be really deep. With the Ten of Swords here, I think that you kind of just were closed off, for a long time for good reason. Like, it's very understandable why you would have built the walls around your heart that you did because of this. And with the Tower card here, this lady here is the Queen of Swords in this deck. And I feel like your energy has very much been the Queen of Swords. Someone who, leads with her mind, not someone who leads with her heart. Someone who is very protective of herself. Someone that you do not want to lie to, or someone that you absolutely have to respect their boundaries. Like you don't want to cross the Queen of Swords. That's the Queen of Swords is a tough cookie, right? And I feel like that was your response to this, is that you became kind of like, a bad bee, essentially. I'm trying not to curse, but it reminds me of the Banks song, Weaker Girl. Go listen to that song because that's your vibe, I don't care what your gender is, it's still a vibe. You are that Queen of Swords. Go listen to that song. But with the Tower card here, it's like your inner child was trying to come out, like that softer side to you, that wounded child was trying to come out. And the Queen of Swords was like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Like, we got to be tougher. I don't want to deal with that. And so you could have been repressing some of that past hurt. And so I feel like by the time October, November, December roll around, you've transformed into the Queen of Cups. And it's because you have this loving partner now who allows you to be softer. Like you can feel comfortable to be in a feminine energy because you have someone who is emotionally mature and emotionally intelligent. And maybe they don't always say the right thing, or they don't know always like what you need, but they're willing to adapt, and they're willing to listen, and they're willing to put in the effort, and they're willing to communicate with you, and they are a true divine counterpart with the Lovers card. Not only is there a soulmate energy here, but there's an energy of choosing each other again and again and again. The Lovers card can talk about a choice, and it's not the first time you've gotten the Lovers in this reading. And then to have the Strength card here, like again, like you can be soft. You can be soft. And it's okay. It is safe for you to be that way. Like you can be vulnerable with this person. You can share your deepest, darkest secrets. You can share all of your insecurities, all of your mistakes, all of maybe the regrets that you have, your past, and this person isn't going to judge you for it. And in fact, they will point out to you just how incredibly resilient you are, because with the Ten of Swords, yeah, you're very resilient. You know, like you've been through hell and back. And with the Five of Cups clarified by the Seven of Wands, it's like you're finally dealing with it. You're finally opening up Pandora's box, looking at all those repressed emotions and saying, give me your best. Because I'm ready to feel it, and I'm ready to release it and to let it go. And so I feel like this entire relationship is so incredibly cathartic for you. It's so great for your self-development. Like, besides the fact that there is potential here for this person to be like your true love, end game, marriage material person, like this person could very well be your future spouse. We've gotten several messages about that. But even beyond that, like even more importantly, this person is so integral to you making amends with your past self, acknowledging your inner child, and just having a complete inner glow up, making peace with your past. You're gonna feel so free by the end of 2023. You're gonna feel like you have come back home to yourself, and it's gonna feel so peaceful. So peaceful. Okay, let's get some of these tarot cards just for some additional messages for October, November, December. This is a beautiful reading, pile one. Like, I'm so happy for you. Pile one singles, October, November, December. Out with the old, in with the new. Yes? Like we were just talking about that, making peace with your past, finally, letting it go. Fully making space for this person in your heart, not holding them at arm's length, not just giving them half of you. Because this person wants to love all of you. A happy change. Yeah, I feel like you're fully committing to this person. You're fully opening up to it in a way that you haven't earlier in the year. And with this completion card, this could definitely talk about what we were picking up on before, where maybe you move to be with this person, or you two get like a higher level of commitment by the end of the year. This could be like you getting a pet together or something like that, where you just really decide, yeah, like we don't want to date other people, like we're fully committed to this. The Seven of Abundance. There's definitely something there about you two planting seeds together for your future. Like you two are actively planning your future together. It's a serious connection. It is. By October, November, December, there's no doubt about that. It's a serious committed partnership. Okay. Let's look at your oracle cards now. And it feels like you come full circle, you know? Like, we've talked about you coming back home to yourself. It's like integrating all the past versions of yourself and just giving them a hug and saying, thank you for getting me this far. It's that completion of that self-love journey. Yeah, the codependency. You don't feel the need to control somebody, to, you know, that abandonment issue, I think, has fully been resolved. I feel like you feel safe to trust somebody. You don't always have to sleep with one eye open, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I feel like if there was any tension about this, like maybe it sparked some anxiety in you that this person loves their freedom so much and you're trying to hold on tightly to them, and they're saying, I'm not going anywhere, but you need to give me my space when I need it. I think you guys are reaching a resolution. And I think also this is you forgiving the people who hurt you in the past so that you can move on for your freedom, so that you're not chained to the past. And I feel like when you guys do have conflict, because every relationship has an argument from time to time, you're able to resolve it because communication is your strong suit. Both of you are really great at communicating with one another and emotionally holding space for the other person. Let's get our final cards here. Pile 1 singles, October, November, December. We've got patience here. We've got storm. Oh man. Deck's being like a little bit chaotic. Okay. I see what's going on here. For some of you, at the end of the year, there may be something that you're wanting from this person that maybe they're a little bit hesitant about. So for some of you, like, you are really, really wanting to start a family, or you're really wanting to get engaged, something like that. And it could be because you really want to start a family. You're like, I'm getting older, clock's ticking, you know, that kind of thing. And I feel like this person definitely, it's kind of funny. It's that push and pull between you two. Like, emotionally, they want you to open up, but but you over here want to take that part of the connection slow, but you want them to commit in certain ways so you feel safe to open up emotionally. But they wouldn't do those things like get engaged or move in together until they feel like they know you on a deep emotional level. And so it's like this impasse there, where it's like ultimately you both want the same thing, but you're going about it in a different method. And so I feel like patience is required to understand each other, because that you guys share the same ultimate vision. You just have a different way of going about it. And so sometimes that can create conflict if you're not willing to slow down and see it from their perspective. And they have to do the same for you as well. But it does kind of feel like Spirit is saying, just take it slow and build that solid foundation, because this is progressing so beautifully. At the end of the year, don't feel pressured to make big decisions about the relationship. Like, if you want to plan for the future, plan all day long, but don't rush into any decision. Really take your time with it, because you've been through a lot, and this relationship is such a departure from what you're used to. It is going to require an adjustment period. Okay? All right, so pile 1 singles. I hope that resonated. I hope you enjoyed it. Please consider liking, commenting, sharing, and subscribing. Hit the notification bell so you always know when I upload. The easiest way to support the channel is to watch the ads. You can also tip now with the virtual tip jar. It's called SuperThanks. And I would like to say a huge thank you to everyone who's been supporting the channel thus far. It means the world to me. And yeah, I'm very excited for you all. Your 2023 love life looks beautiful. Fingers crossed for you that everything works out best case scenario. And I will see you all in my next one. Take care, pile 1. Hi Pile 1, if you are in a relationship currently, this is going to be your love prediction for 2023. I actually want to start here with your Astro Dice. I went ahead and rolled it because of the noise. So we have Virgo, we have Jupiter, and we have the 10th house. It's funny because Pile 1 singles also got Jupiter. So happy to see that in a love reading. So Jupiter talks about expansion, it talks about good fortune, lucky things happening, the right people at the right place at the right time, the right opportunities aligning for you. Now, with this Virgo and the 10th house here, and especially since I'm seeing the Queen of Pentacles here, but we'll get into your tarot in a second. Wow. So I do feel like you could definitely, for some of you, you could be starting a work project with your partner and that's blowing up. Or Spirit is saying that, you know, in terms of your love life in 2023, it may end up being positively affected by your work life in some manner, because the 10th house is Capricorn, and this talks about career and status and our reputation. Virgo can also talk about meeting someone at work, you know, with that 6th house energy. And I know this is for those of you who are currently in a relationship, but I mean, maybe you work with your partner, or you'll be starting a project with your partner that could make you a lot of money, or you're just really focused on your career in 2023, and that's really building up your self-confidence, and your life is improving in that area, you know, because Virgo is also very detail-oriented, like very perfectionist kind of energy. And so Virgo can also talk about our daily routine. So I feel like you're putting a lot of your focus, a lot of your emphasis next year into your work, you know, into your work life. And that's just a major focus for you, you know, in 2023. So it doesn't feel like a lot of your attention is on love next year. And this is the overall energy for your life next year. This could also, like I said, talk about your love life is very heavily influenced by your career. So we'll get more into that. Now, these tarot cards here are talking about January, February, March, because we're going to split this up into quarters. So you got the Devil card, the Three of Swords, the Page of Swords, the Queen of Pentacles, and your bottom of the deck is the Ten of Cups. So we're definitely going to have to get some oracle cards and stuff to flesh this out. But I'll be honest, you know, when the Devil card came out and then the Three of Swords, I was like, this is not starting off great. Now that I've seen the 10th house energy here, this could just be talking about you being kind of in like a workaholic mode during January, February, March. You're not putting a lot of attention or effort towards your romantic partnership, and maybe that's causing some miscommunication, some arguments between you and your partner because you're just so focused on your career and you're just not putting a lot of time into your partnership. For others of you, this could signify potentially a breakup, but definitely just take that if it resonates. You know, and then maybe because you've gone through this breakup, you're putting all of your effort into your career, and that's where you're getting your emotional satisfaction from. But for others of you, the Ten of Cups could signify that things can get better in your relationship if you readjust your priorities again. And you know, the Devil card does talk about physical attraction and our sexuality. So this is a very specific message, but if you're going into 2023 and you're really unhappy in your current partnership, especially if you're going to be starting a new job, or someone new gets hired, or you're talking to different people at work, you could be potentially like breaking up with your current partner and starting something new with someone you work with or someone that you meet through your job, because I'm kind of picking up the energy of a workplace romance as well. But again, very specific, and just take it if it resonates. Let's get some more information, because I feel like the messages here are kind of all over the place. So let's see if we can get more specific with this. Pile 1, January, February, March, their love life, please, Spirit. Pile 1. We've got inner strength here, and we've got the 4 of thoughts, which is the 4 of swords. You're definitely doing some soul searching during those first 3 months. You're kind of trying to figure out, I feel like, what it is that you're wanting and what it is that's going to make you happy. This 10 of Cups, like, I feel like you're really seeking this, and I feel like you're just not fully getting it, or you're struggling to find that balance between work and home, being very busy with your career and meeting your goals, or your school is taking up a lot of time, and then balancing out the romantic partnership as well. Yeah, I feel like that you're doing some soul searching there, like you're trying to figure it out. Yeah, the 4 of abundance, like you're definitely very focused on building up your finances, and it could be that you're trying to tell your partner, like, listen, I'm doing this for us, you know, like I want us to have this stable, abundant future. Like I don't want us to worry about money. So, you know, like work is just really stressful right now, where I have to put more effort into my side hustle because I want it to be my full-time gig one day. Like, you know, you may be wanting more support from your partner than you're getting, and they may be wanting more quality time from you than they're getting. So that may be where this miscommunication is. With the 4 of abundance as well, you could be, you know, if you are breaking up with someone that you have like shared assets with, you could be starting over, like taking your stuff from this pile and building, you know, building from scratch, you know, so like moving into your own apartment. You know what I mean? Like separating your finances from their finances. But again, just take that if it resonates. Okay. That would really only be for those of you who are really unhappy in your current partnership. You know, like I don't feel like this would be a breakup. Like if it is a breakup, I don't feel like it would come out of nowhere. I feel like it would be an energy that's been building for a while. So for some of you watching, like if you really love your partner, don't claim that message, you know, like that message is for somebody else, and that's okay. There's a lot of you watching. I feel like it's easy to forget that these are general readings sometimes. Pile 1, January, February, March. So we've got maturity here. Yeah, these are grown folk problems. Like, yeah. Because some of you, like, you are kind of dealing with a partner who's a little bit needy. You know, someone who, and it could be that you've been financially dependent upon this person in some way. Like, you know, it's expensive to live on your own. So maybe you split rent with this person and you don't know if you can afford to leave, like if you have been wanting to leave the connection. And so, yeah, I think it's a split group here. Like some of you guys just need to communicate better with your partner, and there needs to be a compromise between, you know, you need to work a little bit less, they need to be a little bit more understanding and supportive and independent. And for others of you, you're just really focusing on gaining your financial independence because you do want to leave this connection. I think that if money is a problem for you, with this gift card being at the bottom of the deck, if you are wanting to leave this connection, but money's been holding you back, with the Queen of Pentacles and the gift card here, you could be seeing an increase in your finances that gives you that freedom to leave if that's what you've been wanting. Again, only if that's what you've been wanting. All right, pile 1, January, February, March. Whoa, okay. Yeah, some of you guys are in a karmic connection. Yeah. Okay. All right. A couple different things here. And your bottom of the deck is different paths. You and this person are no longer on the same page. What you want in life may differ from what they want. It's time to face if the road ahead is still with this person or if it's better to move on to something new. Should I stay or should I go? Okay. I want to address like all possibilities here. With this karmic connection card, some of you are in a karmic connection and you are potentially meeting a soulmate connection with the Ten of Cups and the past life relationship, and that prompts you to see this karmic connection for what it is, and that kind of pushes you to maybe break up with this person and consider pursuing this new romantic connection. Again, maybe you meet them through your work, through your job somehow, but Spirit is encouraging you, yes, you are right to leave this if you're resonating with this karmic card, but that doesn't mean just because this is a healthy soulmate connection, doesn't mean you should rush it. Still take it slow because this is a big thing to walk away from. For others of you, this could be signifying that you and your person really need to get on the same page and really get on this same idea of like, what is your end vision? Because you and your partner have different ideas about what you want for the future, or a different idea of how you're meant to get there. And there's a need for you to get on the same page if this connection is going to be sustainable. Because otherwise, if you're not growing together, you're growing apart. Okay? So I know this was kind of a rough start. So now we're going to move into April, May, June. Okay, so we have the Nine of Wands, we have the Seven of Wands, we have the Six of Wands, we have the Temperance card, the Eight of Cups, and your bottom of the deck is the Three of Wands for April, May, and June. Y'all, I used this deck all day yesterday when I was filming the general prediction, so it's been shuffled a ton, okay? The fact that you got three, technically four, Wands cards tells me that if you are resonating with that breakup message, it's going to be a bit rough. I feel like the fallout from it is going to be a lot. Because for many of you, you share finances with this person in some capacity, or your lives are just very intertwined, and maybe a lot of people have something to say about this, because I'm picking up this energy of gossip or people judging you, or maybe this person's family member or friends are kind of like texting you and harassing you or making you feel bad for leaving them. Maybe there's just a lot of arguments there, or a lot of moving pieces, a lot of stuff to figure out, especially if you live with this person. But quite honestly, with the Eight of Cups and the Three of Wands, this feels like a breakup. Like, it feels like you walked away from this person and you moved with the Three of Wands. Like, you moved away from them. And the Nine of Wands, like, it's a lot to figure out. With the Seven of Wands, you've tried your best to prepare for both the, physical aspect of moving and practical things, trying to figure out how to separate assets and stuff. But also, like, you've prepared for the emotional onslaught, the aftermath, because I don't feel like this person is letting you go very easily. For what, it feels, especially if you're leaving because of a new love interest, like, it's a little messy, right? It could be sparking some jealousy and some possessiveness in them. Like, they don't want you, but they don't want you with anybody else. But with this Temperance card, I feel like you're handling it with so much grace and poise, and you're really not stepping out of your character. You're not stooping to their level, because you know, like, what you're fighting for is that Ten of Cups, the rainbow in the background. Like, you know that you deserve the Ten of Cups. Like, you know that you deserve happiness and emotional fulfillment, and you weren't getting it from that person. And so I feel like you're being really brave in stepping away from this person and moving on with your life. And with the Six of Wands, you're having so much success. And I feel like that also may be that may be why, because it does, it feels like a breakup. That may be why your ex is holding on to you so tightly, because you're having all of this financial success. It's like they want to ride your coattails, like they want to hold on to you for the wrong reasons. It's not because they really love you. It's because they want a piece of that pie, like they want a piece of your success. They feel entitled to it. Yeah. And so it's like, you know, you have one finger here, like still having to deal with them a little bit, but you're going out the door, you're moving on. Yeah, intuitively, you know that this is what is right for you. And again, 8 of Pentacles here, like so much success in your career at the same time. And that's what's giving you the freedom to walk away. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call it. Like, this is a breakup. If this isn't resonating with you at all, then this isn't your group, okay? Because with the 8 of Cups, I mean, it just... and the 3 of Wands, like there's a movement here, like you're walking away. I didn't want to like jump the gun in the first section, but I feel like I can confidently say, yes, this is good. This is a breakup, but it's definitely for your highest good, because you don't want to stay in something that's karmic. You don't. The 6 of Abundance, the 6 of Pentacles. I feel like you're absolutely letting go. Like you're leaving them behind in the past. And with the 6 of Abundance, the 6 of Pentacles, you deserve to be with someone who is on your level. Like, you don't want to be in a position where you're financially supporting someone else who is just with you for that reason, or because they see you as like a meal ticket. You know, and you don't want to be with someone who doesn't put in the same effort into the connection that you do. You want something that's balanced, something that's healthy, and you don't want to settle for the 8 of Cups. Yeah, we have here the 10 of Thought, the 10 of Swords. So this is an ending. This is 100% an ending. And the 10 of Swords is an energy that has built up over time. So again, it's not like this breakup is happening out of the blue. So if you're watching this and you're like, everything is fantastic in my relationship, this isn't your group. And with the Helper of Emotion here, it says romance blooms and you find yourself falling in love. You're definitely like, for many of you, and I know it sounds messy, but the reason why you're finally leaving this person is because A, like you've done some soul searching, you've gone within, and you have realized that this is a karmic connection and you're not on the same page. You have the financial resources to leave, or for some of you, it's that new love has come in and maybe they help you with the financial aspect of getting out. Or you just see the opportunities that are out there and that you have been settling. You've been settling for less than what you deserve. Let's see, April, May, June. Can we get any more details about this, please, Spirit, for pile 1? Any more details about this? It says spark. Yeah, I mean, for some of you, it's a new love interest. Yep, and it's someone who actually gives to you. Someone who actually gives to you. And someone who is quite successful. Someone who is a mature adult. Yeah, I feel like you really regret the time that you wasted. Because this person is making you see how much you've been missing out. Like, I feel like you've, with the flirt, yeah. Like, some of you are meeting someone new through your work, through your job in some way. And you realize, like, how much you've been missing out on true love. How much you've been missing out on someone who is really on your level. How this other person has been dragging you down, draining you of your energy. Yeah, reunion. So it says significant people from your childhood and or past lives could be coming back into your life for a particular reason. So this could be reconnecting with someone that you grew up with. But honestly, for most of you, it feels like a soulmate connection comes in and you just can't deny your attraction for them. And it just kind of forces you to finally let go. Like you've been having like one foot out the door of your current partnership, and this kind of pushes it over the edge where you can no longer deny, yeah, this is a karmic connection. We're on different paths. It's not working out. It's time to let it go. It's time to make peace with it and make peace with that wasted time, because that's what it's going to feel like. But I think it's going to help you to think of it as a lesson learned and something that made you stronger and wiser. And that way you're not plagued with this regret and you're not tied to it energetically. Okay, so now we're going to move on to July, August, and September. Okay, for July, August, and September, we have the Wheel of Fortune. We have the Six of Pentacles, the Eight of Cups, the Three of Cups, and the Ten of Swords. Okay, several messages here. You're definitely still healing from the breakup. You know, in July, August, and September, with the Eight of Cups, you know, like you're processing what you've left behind. With the Ten of Swords, you're healing from it. And with the Three of Cups, there could have been cheating involved. You know, there could have been some lies, some betrayal that maybe comes to the surface, you know, like maybe when you decide to leave that person, they tell you like, oh, by the way, I've been cheating on you. You know what I mean? Like they throw it in your face because you've decided to leave them. And so maybe a secret comes to light with the key here. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but there's a key above these cups and it looks like it's bleeding down into the cups. So it definitely could be, you know, a secret comes to light and it's just like another dagger in your heart to the point to where you're kind of apathetic about it. You're like, well, what else is new? And so I definitely feel like they think that they're hurting you, but really it's just confirming to you that you made the right decision. And I know that sounds weird, but I'll give you a personal example. When I decided to leave my job, I had planned on leaving in November, and I ended up leaving like 3 weeks earlier than I planned. And when I told my new boss, because I had like 4 different program directors in a span of a year, it was horrible turnover. And when I told my program director, you know, like I'm going to be leaving my position, she just went off on me. I mean, I've never been spoken to so poorly in my life in a professional environment whatsoever. And I had just met with her the previous week and she had told me how great my work was, how she loved auditing like my patient charts because they were perfect. So I knew that she was satisfied with my work and she just kept insisting. I'm sorry, the kids are outside playing basketball, so I'm gonna have to like pause your reading, but I want to get through this section so I don't lose the flow of it. So if you guys can ignore the background noise if you hear it, it won't be in the last part of your reading, I promise. But she tried to say that I never say good morning to her and that I have horrible communication skills because of that. And I was like, literally, I have always greeted her, complimented her on her outfits. Like I know so much about her life because I've talked to her. I was just floored, you know, because it was just an out and out lie and she wouldn't let it go. And then the minute I left her office, she was calling someone on the phone to replace me. And it kind of made me laugh because they didn't have it in their budget to replace me. And so my regional director, who was my old, you know, immediate supervisor, like was trying to convince me to stay. And I was like, you know what? That conversation I had this morning with my new boss, like just confirmed to me that I made the right decision because I deserve better than that kind of working environment. You know, like I don't deserve to be spoken to like a dog, you know? And so I feel like when it's kind of the same deal with you, like they think that they're hurting you, but really they're just confirming to you that you made the right decision. And so you can feel more at peace with it. And with the Six of Pentacles, it's like now you're going to attract people who add value to your life, you know, like happy, healthy, reciprocal relationships. And I also feel like, again, this is confirming that your new love interest could be coming from someone that you work with. And with the Wheel of Fortune, it really feels like you were fated, you were meant to go through that karmic connection, but you are also always meant to leave it. And you're meant to leave it so much stronger. And so I feel like the wheel is turning in your favor, like because you were brave enough to walk away from that, you know, that Eight of Cups, now Spirit is going to reward you with happy, healthy connections, not just romantically, but in terms of your friendships and your coworkers and things like that, you know, better dynamics with family even. So yeah, it feels very positive. It's just that you are still healing from it, and there is still some, I think, residual drama that you're having to work through. Let's get some more information on this. Okay. I really hope you can't hear the basketball in the background. I live in like the quietest neighborhood except for one house. Like that's always how it goes, like just one house. Okay. We have the Nine of Wands. Like you really are, I think, putting all of your effort and your intention into your career, because I feel like you're just keeping busy. And it's not that you're avoiding the healing, but kind of I feel like a lot of you were so fed up with this relationship anyway that you're like, you know what, I'm not going to let this debilitate me. I'm still going to keep working hard on my goals. Yeah, healer of thought. I feel like you're cleaning up your life. You're getting your ducks in a row. Like you're on top of your game. It's like even though I have all these swords stabbing my heart, I'm still standing upright. Like I might be going through my day feeling sad or feeling like maybe even resentful towards my ex, but I'm not letting it stop me from getting what I need to get done. And I'm working through it. Like I'm working through this process of rebuilding and making sense of my life again. That's what it feels like. And then we have the Spiritual Teacher. So this is the Hermit card energy. Like I do feel like you are spending some time alone and doing some soul searching, but I feel like it's all in preparation. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like you go into hibernation during these 3 months, but you've got a lot cooking. And so I feel like when you finally do emerge from this like cocoon essentially, you are going to be just, again, on top of your game, on top of the world. This all feels like preparation for something big. We'll get some love oracle cards, but I kind of feel like they're not really needed for this section, to be honest. Yeah. You were dealing with a controlling partner. Someone who was trying to hold you back, and maybe someone who was quite sneaky and manipulative about it. You know, someone who was maybe a bit underhanded in the way that they tried to erode your confidence, or, you know, they were just doing some things on the sly that were really draining your energy. And, you know, again, there may have been cheating involved as well. I feel like you're focusing on self-love and self-worth. So that's a pretty direct, pretty clear message. And you are a bit emotionally guarded during this time, but I don't feel like it's in an unhealthy way. It feels very necessary. It feels like, again, you're pulling back your energy, you're pouring all your love into yourself, and you're just working on your goals. It's kind of like that I always think of that montage in Legally Blonde where she's like running on the treadmill, reading her law book, and they've got that motivational music playing, and she's watching, you know, like some court show in the background or the news or something. Like, it's like that. It's like a full glow up. Like Like, you thought that you had gotten the best of me. You thought that I was going to be sitting and crying over you. Well, guess what? Yeah, I might be crying, but I'm coming back so much stronger. Self-love again. And I feel like this is what is going to attract you, your soulmate. This is what is going to prepare you for a soulmate level connection. And you have healing here. So I feel like, honestly, you may have been doing a lot of this even when you were still with this person. But I feel like it's really about self-love, because to me it feels like, yeah, it is a loss, but because they were treating you so poorly, and especially as their betrayals like come to the light more, and the way that they behaved during the breakup really shows you like how rotten they were for you, and how little they really cared for you, I think. I feel like it's less about grieving a loss, because it doesn't feel like a loss, you know? It feels like, oh my gosh, I'm so much better off without them. Let me pour all that love that I was giving to them into myself and into my projects and into my passions. And so, yeah, I mean, this is like main character energy all day long. Like, it's very inspirational. You know, like, you are that main character in a rom-com who just went through an awful breakup with a total jerk, and they're getting their life together, and you know they're about to meet the love of their life. You know things are about to get so awesome for them. And that's kind of your energy in April, May, and June. Okay. So now we are, oh, I said April, May, and June. I meant July, August, and September. I'm so sorry, pile one. July, August, and September. So now we're going to go into October, November, December. All right, so pile one for October, November, and December, we have the 10 of Cups as your bottom of the deck. We have the 2 of Cups, we have Judgment, we have the 9 of Pentacles. We have the 3 of Swords clarified by the Sun and the 6 of Swords. How incredibly beautiful and positive is this? Like, this is as good as it gets, okay? Like, I really couldn't see it getting any better than this. So, like I said, it doesn't take you long. Like, your bounce back is quick. I mean, with the 3 of Swords clarified by the Sun and the 6 of Swords, like, you've moved away from a really difficult time. You've moved literally to calmer waters, from these choppy waters to the calmer waters. So emotionally, you are feeling really stable. You may have physically moved away from this person, you know, not just maybe moving to a new apartment or a new house, but maybe you moved to a different city or a different state or a different country, you know. And with the Sun, you've moved towards your happiness. And I love this card in particular here. This is such a cool deck, because the Queen of Cups and the Queen of Swords are like comforting little Alice here. So it's like your mind and your heart are comforting your inner child, and you've really had this complete glow up. Like, you love yourself unconditionally. Like, it's so incredibly positive. Like, you've not only mended your heart, but it's like a whole reset button. It's, you know, it's coming home to yourself and feeling so happy and content. And I feel like this is what ties pile one singles to pile, you know, this pile one where they were going into the new year already in a relationship. This idea of coming home to yourself, I think, is what made you guys pile one together, even though your circumstances are different. With the 9 of Pentacles too, like, this is wish fulfillment. So I feel like both in terms of like your love life, your career, your relationship to yourself, it feels like your wishes are coming true in every kind of way, because you've built up all of this good karma with Judgment. So, you know, it's like your ship is coming in with the 6 of Swords, you know, like positive things are happening all over the place because of the progress you made on your self-love journey and raising your standards, but also all the hard work that you've been putting in. Because remember, like, we picked up that you were working really hard in your career or on a certain project. And so with the Two of Cups too, like, you're getting your wish coming true. And it could be that, like, that workplace romance we were picking up on in the very beginning, you know, maybe that person is a support system for you through the breakup, through the healing, and, you know, they give you your space when you need it. And so then by the end of the year, you are ready for this committed partnership with them. And the Two of Cups, it's healthy, it's balanced, you know, it's beautiful. And it's a karmically good connection. It's a soulmate connection. It's a result of your good karma. Yeah. And with the Ten of Cups here, this is emotional fulfillment. You know, this is happiness. And we're even seeing the Queen of Cups here too. So it's all of this career and financial success, but it's also having someone to walk through your garden with you, you know, to enjoy the fruits of your labor with you, someone who is on your level, someone who supports your success, someone who cheers you on, someone who doesn't hold you back from your goals, someone who's not threatened by your success, or someone who's trying to ride your coattails, you know, like they have their own thing going. This is an equal level partnership here. And it also stands for home and family too. So this person could end up being the one that you marry as well. Let's get some more information. I feel like Spirit has focused a lot on you throughout this reading and like what you're going through, and less about the person that you end up with. And I feel like that's kind of the point, is that it's not about the perfect person. It's about finding the perfect person for you and what that is going to look like. You know, it's not about changing yourself for somebody else, but about finding the right person for you. We have happy change here. It says, your angels have heard your prayers and have banded together to create real and joyful changes in your life. Events begin to move forward and great progress will now be possible. Yeah, I feel like messenger of abundance, wonderful news regarding your career. Yeah, I mean, you really are just having so much success, so many happy, positive changes at the end of the year. Embrace those around you. Yeah, like you're coming out of your shell, you're coming out of hermit mode, you're opening yourself up to connections again. You're opening up to these changes. Can we get some more information on this love connection? Intuition and insight here. So I do feel like this is going to be someone that you, like, right off the bat, intuitively, you feel like they have good intentions towards you, but maybe you don't trust your intuition because of the heartbreak that you went through. And so that could be why it takes a while for this to develop. Maybe it's more of like a friends to lovers type of situation. Let's get some more information. Can get just a little bit more, Spirit. Okay, messenger of action here. So this is the messenger of wands. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely like a workplace romance for sure, or someone that you meet because of your work or because of your job. And if you have like a social media presence that's somehow like, you know, something you make money off of, it could be related to that as well. Yeah, this is definitely someone who's a lot more fun and adventurous and exciting, and someone who brings the laughter back into your life, brings the light back in, because you've been in quite a dark time. And you see how she's like hiding the candle here? Like, you're very protective of this connection. I feel like you guys may keep it secret at first, or you don't tell a lot of people. And I feel like, yeah, okay, pile one singles attracted a similar person as you are by the end of the year. They also attracted like a fire sign type of person, someone with a lot of fire energy in their chart. they attracted someone who is like fun, adventurous, lighthearted, someone who really loved their freedom, someone who was, you know, very blunt and bold and honest, and someone who was very like comedic and funny and kind of the life of the party kind of energy. And we said that was really different than the past partners they had dated. Yeah, like they got this card too. So I feel like you two, both groups in pile 1, like attracted a similar person. Yeah, and I definitely feel like you're going to be protective over it. You're not going to share the details of this connection with a lot of people, because some people may feel like you moved on too quickly from your ex, and some people may be jealous that you're so happy and that things are going so well. And some people, you may even have to hide it if you meet them at your job and they end up being, you know, maybe there's like a company policy against like dating coworkers, and maybe that's why you keep it on the down low. That could also be a possibility now that I'm thinking about it. With the 6 of Cups being the bottom of the deck, this is a very sweet, supportive, loving connection. And it could also be, again, someone that you knew from childhood as well. It definitely could be a soulmate connection, someone that you share past lives with as well. And definitely someone who emotionally is very intelligent and mature. And even if they don't always know, I said this for pile 1 singles too, even if they don't always know the right thing to say, they're willing to make the effort and to try to be there for you in the best way possible. Okay, let's get some love oracle cards, and then that will close out your reading. So October, November, December, pile 1. I think I'm going to stop after your group today. Usually I try to push through and do a reading like all in one go, and I'm trying to be better about just breaking it up sometimes when I'm feeling, because I did not sleep well at all last night. So I'm like, you know, I don't need to push myself so hard all the time. We've all got our lessons to learn. That's something I'm working on, is like balance between, you know, working, and like it's okay to rest. Family, yeah, this person could be a soul family connection. This could also be someone that you potentially have children with someday. Yes, someone who doesn't compromise your feelings of self-worth. You know, this is not someone, because, you know, I've noticed in certain connections where when people are really insecure, sometimes they'll try to like tear down their partner's self-confidence in a sneaky, like underhanded way, so that their partner doesn't think that they can do any better, and so that their partner doesn't leave them. And it's like, you know, if you would just love them, you know, they would probably stay with you. Like, it's your own insecurity that is not only sabotaging the relationship, but you're also sabotaging this person's confidence. And for like what? Like, it's just awful. But yeah, this person helps you see your self-worth. They don't try to they don't try to erode the progress you've made in terms of your self-love journey. And then also here with patience, I feel like this person waits for you. Like, they wait for you. They are so patient throughout everything, because I do feel like you meet them at the beginning of the year, but I feel like your personal life is kind of messy and you've got a lot going on, and then you go through this breakup, and I feel like they're just there for you. It's giving me like Jim and Pam from The Office vibes, to be honest. Like all her drama with Roy, except, you know, they're not getting, I don't feel like they're getting with anybody else while you're working through your breakup and stuff. And thankfully, it doesn't seem like you're taking, like, I don't know how long Pam finally took to leave Roy, but you're not taking that long. But I feel like they're patient, like they wait for you to be ready. So I feel like they're like friends with you, you know, and a support system for you, but they give you your space. They let you process the breakup. They don't push you to break up with that person. They just let you figure it out on your own. and they're just there for you. They're a support system for you. They're your rock. Yeah, and they feel like very protective over you, and like they would do anything for you. And it feels like this person isn't just a romantic partner. It's like they're family to you. You know, they're a good friend to you as well. Pile 1. I feel like you're really enjoying the present moment. You're really just so grateful that you got to this positive place in your life. Yep, they're a soulmate connection. They are your soulmate. Like and that's why I feel like they were so comfortable waiting for you to get out of this situation, because they knew. Like in the same way you intuitively knew it, but maybe you were nervous to admit it to yourself, I feel like they fell in love with you the first time they saw you. Like they just felt that psychic connection from the jump. Like they just knew on a soul level you were the one. Yeah, and some of you, like, this is going to be your life partner. This is going to be the person you start a family with, or, you know, you have a home with. Whatever that looks like to you. But yeah, like, they just knew right away, and that's why they were willing to wait for you to sort everything out. It's not like, you know, a fairy tale romance. Like, it is messy, like, in the beginning. But where you end up is so beautiful, Pile 1. It's so beautiful. It was a rough ride to get here, but it's so beautiful. And I hope that you're open to these messages, because I know this reading was a little bit chaotic, but it's so beautiful where you end up. And to not be in that codependent energy where you feel tied to someone and you feel controlled by someone and you feel like you're being lied to, it's just so much better where you end up. Yeah. And I feel like, again, it's an entire glow up, not just in your love life, but across all areas. You end up in such a great place. Now there's a car alarm. I'm so sorry. So Pile 1, this was your reading. I hope it resonated. Thank you so much for letting me tune into your energy and do this reading for you all today. Please consider liking, commenting, sharing, and subscribing. Hit the notification bell so you always know when I upload. The easiest way to support the channel is to watch the ads. You can also tip using the virtual tip jar. It's called SuperThanks. And a huge thank you also to everyone who's been supporting the channel thus far. I'm wishing you all the best December. I'm very happy for you and very excited for you. It seems like 2023 is going to put you on a track to success, and you deserve the very best, Pile 1. Take care. Hey Pile 2 singles, if you chose the gingerbread girl, you are in the right place. So I already rolled your astro dice. I didn't want you to have to deal with the noise. So this is going to represent the overall energies for the entire year. So we have the 9th house, we have Cancer, and we also have Venus. So for those of you who don't know, Venus is literally the planet of love and beauty and feminine energy. So I definitely feel like you're going to feel quite attractive. And with this 9th house, I'm actually picking up the energy that you're going to be attracting people that are very different than you usually date, associate with. I feel like across the board, you're going to find yourself attracting people that, you know, just aren't people that you would typically talk to or people that you would typically be attracted to. And I actually think that it's going to be quite nurturing for you, because I'm sensing for a lot of you, Pile 2, you tend to be the givers in relationships, whether they're platonic or romantic. You just tend to give a lot. And the universe is kind of flipping that script for you, and you're going to be attracting people who are quite giving, and that's going to be the difference. And with, of course, the Sagittarius energy here as well with the 9th house, you could definitely be meeting more people through school, so higher learning, so a college campus, that kind of thing, if you're going back to school. You could also be meeting people, I wouldn't even be surprised, like if you start taking a yoga class or something like that. You could also be meeting someone that way. While traveling, while on vacation, you could meet someone. You could also strike up a relationship with someone via, you know, the internet and have like a long distance connection. You can meet someone that way as well. With the Cancer energy, I definitely think about online dating, because this idea of like not having to leave your house to meet somebody. And if you're already on online dating apps, you could just be sort of getting more messages, getting more likes than you typically do, getting more matches than you typically do. There's an energy here of having options, which is really nice. And I feel like you're in your divine feminine energy. It's like you're not feeling desperate for love, you're not, you know, actively pursuing anyone, you're kind of just sitting back, you know, and letting the universe bring the right people in. And I feel like you letting go of those expectations or any sort of like control issue around like who you're gonna end up with is kind of giving spirit the space to be creative and really bring in someone that you may not initially think is your person or the type of person that you're typically attracted to, but they end up being the exact person that you need. And yeah, I feel like it's going to surprise you, the person or the type of people that you end up dating in 2023. And I definitely feel this energy of having more emotionally open connections, but in a way where it goes at your pace. You know, you're not meeting people who pressure you, or, you know, people who kind of ask like really intrusive questions as soon as you meet them and it's kind of uncomfortable. I feel like you're meeting people who energetically pick up on your comfort zone, or they are the same as you and they like to open up slowly over time. There's just an energy of getting to know people at your own pace, and yeah, having them just kind of respect your comfort zone in a way that I think is very nurturing. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to put this down. Definitely feel like you're also going to have a lot of fun. You're going to go on dates where you have kind of like little adventures, like a lot of like little day trips, weekend getaways, that kind of thing. Okay, so I went ahead and pre-pulled your tarot here. So these are talking about January, February, March. So I'm breaking this up into quarters. So we have the Ace of Cups, we have the Four of Pentacles, we have the Page of Swords, and we also have the High Priestess here. This High Priestess energy is very significant because I feel like that is what is setting the tone for all of 2023 for you, is that you can feel safe to trust your intuition. You can feel safe to trust your gut and go with your heart. You know, you don't need to overthink. You don't need to ask the advice of all your friends and family, like, is this person right for me? You're just really able to quickly assess, this person's compatible with me versus this person has bad intentions, you know, that kind of vibe, which I think is really positive. I'm going to shut the blinds here because the sun is like really in my face. Okay. And so I feel like because you're in this energy again of just like sitting back, you know, calm, collected, you know, just waiting for the right person to come in, like you're being very selective with this Four of Pentacles. You know, like you are holding on to your energy and you are not giving it away to anybody who is not coming with their own full cup. Because this is your cup. Your cup runneth over. Like you are fully in your self-love, you know, vibe. You have done your healing. You've done your shadow work. You've, you know, taken your time to figure out who you are and what you're about and what you're wanting. And so you're waiting for someone else to come in who is also in that energy. And with the Page of Swords here too, I definitely feel like there's a fun flirtatious aspect to this too, where you're feeling like you can be more playful in terms of your interactions because you're not so desperately thinking like, is this person the one? Is this person the one? You're kind of just in the flow, which I think is really, again, opening up the door for Spirit to bring you the exact person that you need. They keep telling me the person that you need, the person that you need. So let's get some more, these are actually tarot cards. Let's get some more tarot on this. January, February, March 2023. And we're doing all uprights. I already like set the intention and did all of that before I started filming just to save us a little bit of time. Okay. We have the 10 of Wands here, and then we have manifest your dreams. Yeah, like you're definitely just chilling. Like you're just kind of sitting back and just waiting for the universe to bring you your person, you know, or whatever it is that you're wanting in love. You're just sitting back and waiting. And I think it's really working out for you with the manifest your dreams. So like you're manifesting your dream partner, but I feel like for many of you, if you're not in this energy yet, you will be in January, where instead of manifesting a specific list, like I want someone who's 6 foot, whatever, blonde hair, blue eyes, or the opposite, you know, you want someone shorter with darker hair, whatever, you're not doing that anymore. You know, you're just saying, I want my future spouse, or I want my soulmate, or I want, you know, like whatever, I want my true love. Like you're just leaving it open-ended, and that is what is allowing, you know, again, the right person to come in. And with that 10 of Wands, I feel like that is a huge shift because maybe in the past you were carrying that burden on your own and kind of just not giving Spirit the space to work its magic. You know, you were too much in your head about this is the only way I'm going to be able to meet somebody, or, you know, I can't be with someone unless they're this, and this, you know? And so that was really restrictive, I think. And again, it could just be in terms of like how you were thinking you could possibly meet somebody. And so I feel like you kind of just dropping those wands, you know, not again, like having such a tight grip on it is letting Spirit work its magic. And I also feel like you could be just very focused on work, and that's also how you're, you know, kind of able to step back and let Spirit do what it needs to do because you're just focusing your attention elsewhere. This could also be signifying that you're going to attract someone who's a really hard worker as well. And I feel like with this energy of manifestation here, it's quite similar to you just, like, I don't see you doing any complicated rituals or anything like that, or, I don't know, scripting or something. I feel like you're just saying a prayer. You're just setting your intention. You're just asking for it, and you just trust that it's on its way. You know, like, I don't feel like you're doing any sort of complicated manifestation ritual. I feel like Spirit knows what's in your heart, and Spirit has just been waiting for you to step back so they can get to work, essentially. I want to get, I think, one more card, and then we'll, whoop, nope, that's too many. Too many. Just one more card, please, Spirit. And then we'll move into your oracle here. Okay, 2, that's fine. Oh, come on, don't start that. There's a truck that's just been kind of a thorn in my side today. Okay, so we have review and contemplation. It says, you've accomplished a great deal in your life and you have much to be proud of. Now it's time to decide what's next. I definitely feel like you're kind of taking stock of your life at the beginning of the year, which is pretty common, right? Like with New Year's resolutions and stuff like that. And I feel like you're just kind of thinking to yourself, you know, being so obsessive about this, or, you know, fixating on it so much, you know, anxiously watching like a ton of pick-a-card readings and thinking like, when are they coming in, or who are they, or, you know, whatever, maybe hasn't like exactly worked out in my favor. And I'm not saying like it's bad to watch tarot readings or anything like that, but if you have, because I'm picking up on this energy of someone clicking on a reading, or maybe paying for a private reading or something like that, and just being so anxious until the cards come out. And you don't want to have tarot be that in your life. You don't want tarot to be that function in your life. You want to click on a tarot reading and have fun with it, you know? And I feel like you're having a more lighthearted approach to love, as well as like your relationship with spirit, you know? Like spirit's not like withholding love from you, you know? And spirit is just kind of working with your energy, you know? You're just co-creating together. And sometimes, you know, we may ask for something and we may not get it at the exact time and the exact way that we're expecting it or hoping for it, but we know there's a higher plan. We know that there are things that we're not seeing, you know? And it could be that the person that you're needing wasn't just, you know, they weren't ready for you in 2022 for whatever reason, but in 2023, looks like they are going to be ready for you, you know? So it could be something that has really like very little to do with you. So yeah, I feel like that's just kind of like an aside message of like, you know, don't be so anxious, you know, like these readings, any reading that you're watching, shouldn't have that kind of power over you, because spirit doesn't want to have that kind of power over you, and it doesn't want to be like an authority. It wants to be, again, like a co-creator with you. Okay, and then we have the Ace of Cups again. So 100%. And like the Ace of Cups, like yes, it talks about a lot about self-love, and we were talking about you waiting for someone to come in who also has a full cup, so I feel like this would be confirming that you are going to get someone who loves themselves and they are, you know, in a healthy, good place, and they're not going to be someone who is just draining and toxic in your life. But also Ace of Cups talks about new love. So I definitely feel like this is a new person, a new energy coming in. I'm not seeing, you know, an ex return or something like that. Okay, let's get into your oracle cards now. So January, February, March. Let's see. This is extremely positive though to start off. I mean, to get the Ace of Cups twice, I mean, that's beautiful. Okay, we have forgiveness. I definitely feel like for some of you, you really had to do a lot of work in 2022, a lot of inner work to kind of just release the past, but also forgive your past self for not knowing any better, you know, and even maybe forgiving your past self for being closed off to love. For some of you, because for some of you who've been single for quite some time, others of you, you know, maybe you've just had a string of bad relationships or bad luck in love, something like that. But there is an energy of here of like having to forgive. And for some of you, it could even be, you know, like childhood wounds, you know, and having to work through that because it's affecting your love life and your ability to connect with people in general. But yeah, definitely an energy here of forgiveness, which I feel like, again, is giving you your freedom. Oh my gosh, I said giving you your freedom, and then your bottom of the deck is freedom. Thank you, Spirit. Love that. Okay, we'll get one more oracle card for you all, and then we'll move on to April, May, and June. January, February, March. Ah, psychic connection. Not surprising, right? Because we said the High Priestess was a big energy for you. So that could definitely okay, we'll talk about this in a second. With this psychic connection card here, you probably already, even before 2023 is beginning, you know, this energy may be current or it may start in December. I'm filming this in November, so just take it as it resonates. But for some of you, you could already be having dreams about this person, or a voice may come into your head. It may sound like you, but the words, sometimes this happens to me where it's like the words are in third person, or it's a reassuring message, but it just doesn't feel like my own thoughts. You may be experiencing that, where the higher self of this future partner is coming through and trying to, you know, just make you feel good, reassure you, give you some comfort, even before they come in. And you may find also with this person that you end up completing each other's sentences. You know, they may just be able to kind of read your mind like a book, and then you're able to do the same thing where you don't have to necessarily say what you're thinking, but you two just pick up, you know, on each other's thoughts and like your moods and things like that. Yeah, there's an energy here of like not having to explain yourself so much, like this person just getting you. And I feel like this is also creating a sense of comfort too when you're dating, in the sense that you don't second guess yourself. You just know intuitively this is a no or this is a yes. And then your bottom of the deck says flexible. You may have someone in mind, but your spirit guides want you to know that there are better options for you. This card also pertains for you to release any unrealistic expectations on a relationship or a person. Love this, because I feel like this is the energy that you are sort of leaving behind. We were talking about before, where now you're a lot more open to whatever spirit has planned, and you don't have such a tight grip, you know, on like how you're supposed to meet the one, or when you're going to meet your next partner, or what they're going to look like, or what they're going to, you know, talk or act like, you know, that kind of thing. You may have it in your head that you're meant to be with an Aries, and spirit is like, nah, Virgo. You know what I mean? So something like that. Okay, so I'm going to stop talking, clear away these cards, and then we'll move on to April, May, and June. All right, pile 2, April, May, June, your love life. I'm kind of laughing because you got so many Pentacles cards, and I've been using this deck for several days now. It's been shuffled a million times, and I just said, jokingly, you may have it in your head that you're meant to be with an Aries, but maybe you're meant to be a Virgo. And we just got all of these Pentacles cards, and Virgo is an earth sign, and Pentacles is associated with earth energy. You may end up with an earth sign, okay? Because with the King of Pentacles, this is a divine masculine energy. Could also be Taurus or Capricorn as well. You definitely could be meeting this person through your work in some way. And that could also be, because remember in the beginning I said maybe you're more focused on your work and your career as a way to distract yourself so you're not so hyper-focused in love. And then for spirit to bring someone into your life, and you love interest, the exact person that you need through your work, like that's just so funny to me. Like the minute you stop hyper-fixating on love and you just focus on your goals and your work and your career, spirit's like, oh, I see they're focused on that area of their life. Let's bring them in someone through that channel. You know, it's like opening up a door to let spirit bring this person in. And so for some of you, maybe next year you're starting a new job, or maybe it's just the fact that you're making more money so you have, you know, more financial resources to get out and do more fun things, you know, with your friends and stuff. Maybe you're just getting out of the house more because you have the financial resources to do so. It could also talk about maybe you're getting a promotion, something like that. That could also increase your confidence, you know, which just makes you more romantically attractive. And I do feel like this person is definitely very wealthy, but this person is self-made. I don't feel like this person came from money, or if they did come from a wealthier background, they have made their money in a way that's different than the rest of their family. So for example, maybe they came from a family of doctors, right? Doctors make great money, right? But they decided they were going to go their own way and start their own business, and everyone was like, what? Are you crazy? But they've actually become quite successful. And they may even have done it like against their family's wishes. And it may have been something they struggled with for some time. And that could be why you haven't met them yet, because Spirit wanted to get them to a place of like success where they were feeling good, because I feel like financial stability is so important to this person that they really would not have put any energy or time into the romantic connection unless their money was right. Because that is coming through like very strongly, is that their money has to be right. And I feel like they base a lot of their self-worth in that kind of idea of being a provider. And that's not to say that they won't let you have your own career or they won't respect, you know, your work, but it's just, that's how they express their love, is like taking care of someone through being a financial provider. And so I think this person is really in their masculine energy in that regard. With the moon card, you're definitely meeting this person out of the blue, quite unexpected. So this could be like someone new getting hired at your work, or again, like you starting a new job, or like maybe you travel and go to like a work convention or something like that, and you end up meeting this person through that way. It could be something like that. Also with the moon card, I always think also of online dating, and kind of especially with the Seven of Pentacles here as well, just this idea of not being quite sure, right? Like there's a lot of unknowns when you do online dating. Like you kind of just have to trust that this person's profile picture is actually them and you're not being catfished, stuff like that. As I just associate the moon card with online dating, so you could be meeting them through that way as well. And you may find that, like you guys work in the same field, and maybe they reach out and they say, hey, like I'm a veterinarian too, something like that. That could be a possibility. With the Two of Pentacles, I definitely feel like you could be seeing other people at the time that you meet them, or maybe they're seeing someone else, and there's this energy of dropping everything for this person and them dropping everything for you. Just this idea of like taking a leap of faith, because this Seven of Pentacles looks kind of like the Fool card, like they're jumping off of this cliff here. And so yeah, like it's just this idea of like when you meet this person, you just know. And when they meet you and they first talk to you, they just know. And so, it's kind of like pointless to keep anybody else on the back burner, because you just know that this is your person. And I think that's going to be quite comforting, and maybe a complete departure for some of you. Some of you may have been like big second guessers in the past and like really indecisive in love, or I could be picking up on their energy here. Sometimes the energies get muddled, especially when there's a strong psychic connection between two people. But I also feel like we were picking up before that this person may be at a distance from you. And with the Three of Wands here, I feel like this is confirming that they may be a little bit of a distance from you. And that could be why you're meeting this person online, for sure, with this Three of Wands. Or it could be that one of you just travels a lot, and so maybe you don't always get to see each other as much as you would like, because this person seems very, very busy. I will say that. I'm not saying that they're going to be too busy for you. I'm just saying that they're just busy, just in general. They've got their own stuff going on, for sure. This person is very motivated by success and status and stability and security. It doesn't come from a place of ego, but more so, again, this idea of giving to the people that they love and being able to be that support system for the people that they love. So you may find that this person has long-term plans, like I want to be able to help my parents when they retire, or I want my parents to be able to retire early. I want to be able to pay for my kids to go to college, something like they may just have like long-term plans for what they want to do with their money that isn't self-serving, but is actually very giving to the people that they love, which is nice. It's very beautiful. Okay, let's get some more tarot cards. Let's find out some more about this person. Can we do that, Spirit? Can we get some more information here about this person? I do feel like this person also may have in the past dealt with people who were only after their money. And so you may have to there may be this energy of them holding back from you exactly how much money they make. Like, you may be a bit surprised when you find out just how wealthy this person is. They may kind of downplay it to you, or maybe they won't take you back to their place for some time because they don't want you to see how big their house is or how nice their apartment is. They don't want you to, sense exactly how much money they have because maybe they've been burned in the past. Oh my gosh, the 10 of Cups. Okay, yeah, this person is 100% going to prioritize your happiness. Yes, and I feel like this person really does want to start a family. If you're not wanting kids, I don't know what to tell you, because it's coming through kind of strongly that this person has kind of this desire to create sort of like a legacy. Like there's an energy of like wanting to be a parent so that you can teach your kids, or you can provide your kids with an experience that you didn't have growing up. Or yeah, like there's just this, I feel like this person is really just a big nurturer. You know, like home and family would be something that they really value, because again, they're not just making all this money for the sake of making all this money. It's because they want to share it with the people that they love. And it really makes them feel good to use, you know, all of this money that they've made to make others happy. That's just, you know, gift giving would be definitely like their love language. And I'm not saying like, you know, no one's perfect. So yeah, this person may sometimes verge on like materialism. You know, they may get a little bit caught up in having the nicest of the nicest things and going to the nicest of the nicest places. But I feel like it's because they didn't come from that. I feel like for most of them, for most of you watching, this partner didn't come from money. It's kind of like the energy, you know, when, I feel like you see this especially in like rap music. Like I'm thinking of like Drake or Nicki Minaj. If I think back to their early albums, they really talked a lot about how much money they had and what they were able to do for their family. So Drake would talk a lot about how he was essentially able to save his mom's life, because I think she needed some kind of surgery. And then, you know, Nicki Minaj was, you know, rapping about taking care of her mom and, you know, paying for her cousins to go to college and stuff like that. And so it's like, yes, you could say they're being materialistic or bragging about how much money they have, but they're using it, at least in some regards, for the people that they love. And they see the value in money because they know what it was like to not have enough. They know what it's like to come from a place of scarcity. So yeah, I feel like, you know, when you come from a more humble background, yeah, you do think about money in a different way. Okay. It's a privilege to say money doesn't matter is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Celebration. Okay, you could be meeting this person like right when you are leveling up in your career and finances. Like again, maybe you just got a new job offer or promotion, or you literally meet this person when you get like a bonus check at work or something like that. You have something to be happy about when you meet this person. And I also feel like this person is, again, like a beautifully wrapped gift from the universe, because you trusted, because you had faith, because you stepped back and you let the universe, again, like work its magic. And I also feel like this person is a wish come true. It's just this energy of you didn't know exactly what you were wishing for. You know, you left it open-ended, and Spirit gave you someone that is very different than what you were expecting, but is exactly what you need to grow. And yeah, I think that they're going to bring out the best in you, and you're going to bring out the best in them. I also feel this energy that this connection could progress pretty quickly. The bottom of the deck is showing the Seven of Thought, the Seven of Swords. I feel like in the past, you've been lied to a lot. You've had people disappoint you, betray you. It doesn't have to just be romantic. And so you're not used to moving things quickly, but I feel like your certainty about this person and their certainty about you, I do feel like in some regards, this connection may move faster than what you were anticipating. So maybe you guys take it slow and you build a solid foundation in terms of like opening up emotionally, but maybe because of the distance, you move to be with this person, or they move to be with you sooner than you were expecting. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying everything about the relationship is going to move fast, but I do think certain aspects of the relationship may move more quickly than what you were expecting. Like, you may get engaged to this person faster than you were expecting. You may, end up meeting this person's parents faster than you were expecting. You know what I mean? Something like that. Okay, let's get some oracle cards. got caution here, 22. And we have fun. These two cards together are making me think of the phrase, throwing caution to the wind. Like all of this caution tape, like you're just throwing it. You're just like, whatever, you know, like I'm just gonna pour myself into this and trust that it's gonna be reciprocated, because I feel that this person is right for me in my bones. I just feel it and I can't explain it. And you may also, like, you may be the type of person who typically, you know, tells your mom or tells your best friend about the new person that you're dating. And there's kind of this energy here of you keeping it on the down low, like you keeping it a bit quiet or more to yourself, just because you're just feeling so good about this and you can't explain why, and you don't want to feel the need to justify it. You just kind of want to be in the moment with this person, which I think is very positive, because I think typically you're in your head a lot and this person really keys you into the present moment. Yeah, you're going to have so much fun with this person, and I think they're definitely going to get you out of your comfort zone in terms of, like, you know, what you do on dates together. So maybe you're not used to going to super fancy restaurants, or, you know, maybe you don't typically like to do a lot of outdoorsy type of things, because the King of Pentacles can also be super into nature and like getting outdoors and doing, you know, kind of adventurous things like hiking or zip lining, kayaking, stuff like that. So they could, you know, convince you to go camping, even though you hate camping or you've never been before, and you end up having a great time. So I feel like they push you to do things that you surprisingly enjoy. You could also have very different interests and hobbies than this person. We have past life relationship. Your souls know each other from previous lifetimes, and you have been with this person together before. There is an instant attraction and recognition on a soul level. That's why you feel so certain about it. You can't explain it, but it's like this feeling of deja vu when they come into your life. Like you feel like you've known them before. And I think it's such a relief, because this is what you have known in the past. A lot of karmic connections where it felt like the real thing, and then you just end up feeling duped. And then maybe for some of you, you're a bit resentful towards the universe. Like, why did you bring this person into my life? Like, why do you keep punishing me? And that may have caused you to feel quite disconnected from spirit for a while. I'm sorry if you're hearing sirens. I live right by a fire station. So yes, I feel like this is such a departure from what you have known before. And it's such a welcome change. I'm very excited for you, Pile 2. Like, this is beautiful. Okay, we're going to clear this away, and then we'll get to July, August, and September. All right, so for July, August, and September, we have the Seven of Pentacles, we have the Hierophant, we have Temperance, the Hanged Man, the Eight of Cups, and the King of Pentacles. There's a lot going on during this 3-month period, because you have 3 major arcana cards. That's a lot. And it's funny too, the King of Pentacles, I told you he's here to stay. He's not going anywhere. I'm saying he just because of the divine masculine, but this partner can be of any gender. But yes, so they're here to stay. They're not going anywhere. I do feel like there is some difficulty during these 3 months though. I'm not gonna lie, because there are some things that you have to work out, some things that you have to navigate here. With the Hierophant and the Seven of Pentacles and this Temperance card, I feel like there may be some people around you or some people around them who are saying, don't you guys feel like you're moving a bit fast? Don't you think you should slow down? You know, or just putting in their input, you know, even though you haven't asked for it or they haven't asked for it. And so you may have to set up some boundaries, or they may have to, and say, you know, I didn't really ask for your opinion of my relationship, or, you know, I just want to talk about this with my partner. I don't really want to have this discussion with you. It's a private matter. You know, you may just have to draw a line there and kind of put people in their place a little bit, because it seems like there's an energy of everybody's talking. And they mean well. I'm not getting a bad energy from it, but they're coming from a very like traditional standpoint, whereas you're just going with your intuition and what feels right in your heart. And you're saying, you know, I know this may not make sense to you, but this also isn't your relationship. And so I feel like you're just kind of standing up, you know, for the connection. And I get the feeling that they're doing the same, to be honest with you. If this is a mutual energy and you guys are mirroring each other and both of you are dealing with it from friends or family or even coworkers can be nosy, right? Yeah, I feel like you guys, especially if you work in the same place or you work in the same field, that could be a thing. I just also got a message. Some of you, maybe if you do remote work from home, you may be meeting somebody who also does remote work from home. That's a very specific message, but it just popped into my head, so it may just be for one of you watching, but it did come through. I also feel like it's just a whole new perspective. Like, I feel like you've just never been in a relationship like this where you felt so grounded. Like, I feel like you feel so held by this person. Like, you're not afraid of falling. You're not afraid of them dropping your heart or them dropping the ball. There's a sense of like really being able to rely upon this person, trust their word. This person's so honest, so loyal, so faithful. And also I feel like you trust that when they say that this is their vision for the future, they mean it. When they say they want to spend the rest of their life with you, they may not be saying that right away. But if they say like, yes, I want to get married someday, or yes, I want to start a family someday, you know, yes, I see this being a long-term thing, they genuinely mean it, you know, and I feel like you trust in that. And I think it's a real departure maybe from your past where you were like hyper vigilant, you know, always looking for red flags, always trying to suss out whether someone was just trying to tell you what you wanted to hear. Again, it's just such a departure. With this Eight of Cups, you really, again, may be moving to be with this person, maybe having to leave some things behind. You also may have to leave behind, I'm getting this message about limiting beliefs as well, and I feel like that comes more from the people talking in your ear. You know, and it may just be one person, you know, it may just be one person kind of nagging you and being like, are you sure you're even ready to be dating again? Are you sure? Remember what happened the last time though? And, you know, and they're just kind of being a real downer to the point to where you're like, I don't even want to share what's going on. Or, you know, how sometimes like certain friends can be a bit possessive and they get a little bit jealous that you're spending time with your new person, even though they drop you as soon as they get a boyfriend or a girlfriend. We all have or have had a friend like that, I think at least once. So yeah, you may just be having to draw a line with certain people. And I also feel like there's a lot that you're juggling as well. Because I think both of you are pretty career goal oriented. So I feel like there's just a lot of stuff to figure out, you know, like how does this person fit into your life? How do you fit into their life? How do you navigate balancing out all of your responsibilities and this new connection? And I feel like they're kind of doing the same thing. There's a lot of energy here of you two mirroring each other, and I think that's a good thing because you're able to be a support system and very understanding and compassionate towards what the other person is going through in terms of navigating the newness of this relationship. Okay. Let's continue onward and just let's ask, what sort of signs will you see before you meet this person? I feel like I should have asked this earlier on, but now I'm kind of curious. What signs will you see before you meet this person? Pile 2 singles. Oh yeah, successful completion. You will have successfully walked away from something and accomplished something that you were really wanting to do. So this could be, again, like I really feel like some of you are like leaving one job and then immediately getting a new job offer somewhere else, you know? Or you could be like moving out of one place and getting a nice new apartment, and maybe you've been really wanting to do that. or maybe you, and it could be talking again about that emotional work, that healing work we were picking up on, where you like successfully kind of completed one part of your healing journey, and Spirit's like, okay, you're doing amazing, sweetie, on to the next, you know, that kind of thing. Because it really feels like you're in such an energy of self-love when it comes to January. And then with this 5 of Wands here, I feel like, yeah, it's when you're coming out of a difficult period, and then this person, and then you see some sort of success. You accomplish something that you weren't sure whether you were going to do it or not, but you come out on top, and then that's when you meet this person. You also definitely, there's an energy of like winter to spring, which makes sense because that's in alignment with what we've been talking about already. You also could be with a friend when you meet this person. With a friend, even if they're not physically next to you, like if you're sitting at home and someone messages you on social media or on a dating app like we were picking up before, it could be like as you're texting your friend or when you're on the phone with a friend. There's something there about a friend's energy being present. Or, you know, if you meet this person through your work, your coworker that you're friends with is there with you. Something about you being with a friend. I'm trying to think if there are any other messages coming through with this. Someone here also really loves plants. That's random, but someone here really loves plants. Like they would call themselves a plant mom or a plant dad or something. I don't know. Maybe that's both of you. Maybe you'll bond over that. I say that because the movie Single All the Way just popped into my head, and that's a Netflix Christmas movie, and the protagonist in that one calls himself like a plant dad or something. Okay. There's one card that's flipped over. There we go. Fix that. All right. So July, August, September. Anything else we need to know about this connection during that time? Pile 2 singles, their love life during this time. Plants. We were just talking about plants. So yes, watering the garden. Someone literally has plants or a garden. But also here, mutual efforts. I feel like that's also why you're so certain, is like, yes, intuitively you feel it, but this person shows you. And I definitely feel like this person is someone who is very big into showing you that they love you and showing you that they care for you rather than just saying it. Not to say this person won't tell you how they feel, but I feel like this person has this energy of like, well, words are just empty. Like words are kind of meaningless. Like anyone can say I love you and not mean it. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show up for you. I'm going to put in effort that is tangible. You know, I'm going to, you know, spend the money on you because they really are into gift giving. You know, they're going to plan nice dates for you. They are going to be on time. They're going to be punctual. They're going to call you back. They're going to text you back. They're not going to ghost you for 3 days and then pop back up like nothing happened. You know, that's not their energy. And they do communicate though. Because I feel like that's kind of important to them because they're so busy. They're going to say, hey, you know, I may not be able to call you tomorrow because I'm going to be slammed with work. I just wanted to give you a heads up, you know, so you're not worried. Like they're really good about, you know, but I'll still text you, you know, like they're really good about communicating their schedule to you so that you know how to adjust your expectations. But I also feel like they expect that in return. So there's an energy here of both of you having quite high expectations because both of you have been on a healing journey here in different ways. I will say in different ways, but for certain you both have standards. You both have a set of standards and an idea of this is how I want to be treated versus this is what I will not tolerate. And I think you both are really good about communicating that to each other. You're also going to feel like, I'm so glad I waited for this person. It's a real sweet energy here, pile 2. I'm so grateful that I waited for you. I'm so grateful that I didn't settle for less. This is divine counterpart energy here. I also feel like you're okay with how hectic their schedule is, because either you're so busy yourself during this time that it's actually a relief to you, or because when you do spend time with them, it's quality time and it's not just filler. And so you're okay with that. Yeah. Like when you do spend time together, it's pure bliss. It's like you're on your honeymoon together. Like this person, as busy as they are, when they spend time with you, they're not on their phone. They're not checking their email. They're not distracted. They're fully engaged in the conversation. They're fully present with you. And they really treat you. Like this person's definitely like an old school romantic, you know, like they roll out the red carpet and the red roses, you know, like they like to do the full shebang. I'm hearing that's an odd phrase, but the full shebang is what they're telling me. Like they go all out and they think of everything. This person's very detail oriented. So yeah, maybe a Virgo, very detail oriented. Yeah, they plan out everything. And there's also an energy here of, you know, I like to surprise my person. Yeah, they're going to want to surprise you a lot. So they may not always tell you like where you're going. They may just say, hey, pack a bag and make sure you include a swimsuit. You know, like they may not tell you exactly where you're going. But I do feel like there's an energy too. Like this person shows up in the day-to-day and they do like the sweet little small things that like make your heart warm. But then they also do the big romantic gestures. So you kind of get the best of both worlds with this person, which is really nice as well. Okay. Oh, and travel. Travel again. You could also be seeing rainbows and birds. Could be significant. You know, hearing a lot of birds tweeting before you meet this person. Okay. We will continue onward now to October, November, and December. All right, October, November, December. I know this looks crazy and I have a lot of cards laid out and you probably can't see them all. Don't worry, we're going to get into it. So we have the Hermit card clarified by the Four of Wands. We have the King of Swords. We have the Eight of Cups clarified by the Eight of Pentacles and the Six of Cups. We have the Four of Cups clarified by the Ten of Wands and the King of Cups. We have the Six of Pentacles, and then we have the Ten of Swords clarified by the Queen of Cups. Okay, there is this big energy of things sort of finally being cleared away at the end of the year. There are some really big decisions that you're going to have to make. And when I first saw this laid out, I was very confused. I was like, man, this feels like a lot going on, and that's why I got so many clarifiers. I don't know if I said that the star card was your bottom of the deck. If I did already, I'm sorry. But anyway, there's something happening in October, November, or December, probably in October, to be honest with you, that triggers you a little bit. There's some kind of miscommunication, disagreement between you and this person that makes you question. And honestly, it could be that someone, because we were picking up that energy of someone being kind of like whispering in your ear, trying to, you know, make you doubt or second guess, you know, your person. That could be a thing. But there's an energy of like, you kind of projecting past experiences onto this person. Something they do triggers you in some way. I can't tell exactly what it is, but it's something that makes you feel like you're being abandoned, and something that makes you feel like you're on your own. So I don't know if like maybe they make a promise to you that they're going to do something, but then maybe something with work comes up and this is the first time this person hasn't come through for you. And, you know, nobody's perfect, but that triggers something in you. It reminds you of a past experience, maybe with an ex, or maybe even like, you know, you had a parent that was always unreliable, and so it triggers something really deep within you. But you just feel like, well, see, I can't rely upon anybody, can't trust anybody. You know what I mean? Like, your reaction, not to say that your emotions aren't valid, but your reaction is a bit disproportionate to what has happened, and it's because of your past. And I think for some of you it's going to be hard because you're going to feel like, I healed that, I worked through that. Why are these feelings coming up? And so you may pull back from the relationship just to work on that, because I think in the back of your mind, you know that you're overreacting and you don't know why you're so angry or so hurt or so upset. And this person kind of doesn't know what to do. Like, you see how the dolphin in the background is like trying to make a peace offering here. And this person here, this little turtle, they're not angry, but they're just trying, they're like kind of both shocked and kind of just disappointed and not sure like what to do. Like, I'm not even sure how to accept this apology because I'm still trying to process why I reacted the way that I did. And I think that the way this person approaches you when you guys have this disagreement is like very much, this is what I was thinking, this was my perspective, this is where I was coming from, I hear and understand what you're saying. Like, they're very calm about it, they're very direct about it, they are very honest. They're not crying or yelling or screaming or cursing, or, they're very, very calm and very like trying to clearly communicate their perspective on this disagreement. And I feel like what comes about all of this is that even though it's rocky, I'm not going to lie to you, it is rocky, what you end up with is such a stronger relationship for it. With the Four of Wands, like, this is stability, this is home, this is celebration. This is also a card about marriage. And then the Six of Cups and the Eight of Pentacles, like, we're going to work on this relationship together. We are going to sometimes fight. We are sometimes going to misunderstand each other or trigger each other. But we're both in it to win it. Like, we're both in this for the long haul. And sometimes, yeah, we are going to be met with these challenges. And, for some of you, you may have to distance yourself if there is someone in your life that continues to try to dissuade you from this relationship because of their own motives, like maybe they're single and they want you to be single. They're not happy in their own love life, so they're trying to make sure you're miserable too, or they're just insecure, whatever. You may have to say, listen, like, you gotta stop, trying to influence me here. I think also, emotionally, you understand yourself so much better as a result of this. Like, you really, because I talk about this a lot on this channel, but this idea that we can only grow so much, we can only heal so much on our own, and that's the whole point of us having connections with other people, is that we're meant to learn from each other. It's not the whole point, but it is a point of connections, right? And this idea that we have to be perfect, or we have to completely and totally 100% unconditionally love ourselves 100% of the time, or we're not ready for love, that's just not true. And you're never going to get there. Like, we're never going to get there. Self-love, healing, it's a lifelong process, right? And so I feel like this is a big moment in your connection because you're growing from this. And I feel like this disagreement was really ultimately meant to happen, because it feels like a miscommunication, honestly. And it could be too, for some of you, this person may have been acting in a way that was suspicious to you because maybe they were secretly planning something for you. And so you thought maybe they were cheating or something, but really they were planning like a party for you, or they were, planning on asking you to move in with them, and they were trying to get their apartment together, something like that. I don't know. Yeah. It feels like maybe they had a surprise planned for you, for some of you, and you weren't. Because with this Four of Cups, like maybe they had something nice they were trying to offer you, but you thought they were acting suspicious, like why are they sneaking around? And it's like, well, they were trying to plan something nice for you, but you thought they were cheating or something. And maybe that's because in the past people were unfaithful to you. Yeah, and I feel like this person just really shows you how they can handle all of your emotions. You know, like they can handle you when you're at your worst, because I'll be honest, like you're not in your best energy during this time. And you know that, like you know that you are acting in a way that really isn't you during this time. And it's because you feel triggered. And that's okay, because we all have that at some point, right? We all have emotions, so we all have our past. And there's something from the past that's triggering you. Yes. And so I feel like them showing up for you in that way and not judging you for it and just letting you be human and letting you mess up a little bit and letting you, just the fact that they can handle you when you're angry, they can handle you when you're sad. They don't need you to be happy, perfect partner all the time. And the fact that they can handle you when maybe you're a little bit spiteful or you're a little bit mean or you're a little bit argumentative, I think is going to actually be really comforting to you. And it's going to reaffirm to you that this is the person that you wished upon a star for, and this is the person with the Ten of Pentacles that you can build a lifelong, partnership with. Someone that you can have a home and family with. I do, again, pick up that energy of having like a legacy here. Okay, so let's get some more tarot. Any like final messages, Spirit? Because we're at the end of the year here. Any final messages for pile 2 singles? This really feels like your future spouse to me, pile 2. I'll be honest. It may not be for everybody, not all of you want to get married, but it seems like this person's really willing to put in the work. And be the person that you need them to be. Like we've gotten the King of Pentacles twice, right? But now we're getting the King of Swords and the King of Cups. Like, they know that sometimes you need them to be in a different energy. Sometimes you need them to be really rational and really logical and like the calm one. And sometimes you need them to be the person who can emotionally support you and hold space for you. And they can do that, right? Like they have different sides to them. They're really dynamic. And that shows you that they're an evolved person. Whoa. I'm not taking any of those. They just didn't feel right to me. This one, we'll take this one. So we have Healer of Abundance here. It says, this situation involves a person who's down to earth with a gift for design or decorating. He or she is open-minded and nurturing. There's definitely this energy here of you two creating a home together. Creating a home in every sense of the word. Not just a beautiful house, but a place where you can make memories together. A place where you both feel like you're at peace, you're in a safe haven. We have the Seven of Cups here. I feel like this is also an energy here too, where it feels like this person is your destiny, and yet I would choose you and choose you again and again and again. And even when you're at your worst, I would still choose you. I would rather have you at your worst than someone else at their best, because I just love you like that. And that doesn't give you a free pass to treat them like crap or give them a free pass to treat you badly, but it's just a sense of like, I'll let you be human and you let me be human. We're not always going to be getting along. This isn't a fairy tale, this is real life, but I'll show up for you and you'll show up for me, and we'll just choose each other. And because we come in it with that energy of like we're both willing to put in the work, the effort, we will always eventually come back to a place of center where we're on the same page, because we're trying to grow together. You're not growing apart, you're growing together. And so, yeah, I feel like at the end of the year, like you both are working some stuff out. You know, it could be, again, that energy of like somebody's got to move to be with the other person. Maybe working out how to combine finances if you end up planning on moving in together at some point. Because I do feel like, again, there's some sort of major step that you two are taking together in 2023, because you are moving quickly in some aspect that's faster than how you would typically move in a romantic partnership. Yeah, because it seems like you guys are both very practical people, and yet together it just brings out a more romantic side to both of you. And other people don't get it. Other people are like, you're not being like yourself. You're not being yourself. And it's because you both bring out a softer, again, more romantic side to each other. And I mean, here it is right here, the Ace of Cups again. So the love doesn't go away. I mean, it's consistent throughout the entire year. And you two just continue to build upon, you know, the connection that you started with in the beginning of the year. Let's get some oracle cards. October, November, December. And if you think about it, if you celebrate a lot of holidays during those final months of the year, it could be a stressful time, especially if certain family members or friends aren't on board, or if you live at a distance from this person. That could be what is causing the argument. You know, maybe family gets involved and stuff gets messy. I like to see the flirt card, okay? Like, it's not all bad news. It's not all bad news at the end of the year. Like, you really do love each other. Yeah, you're growing together. Maturity here. You're growing together. Yeah, and I feel like this is what triggered you, is that there's some aspect here of like codependency and you having a fear of abandonment. And that was what was being triggered. I'm glad Spirit clarified that for us. So, I mean, like, you can work on this now that I'm telling you, you can work on this. And maybe because Spirit has given you the heads up, you know, maybe this doesn't have to be as bad. And maybe you can catch yourself when it's happening and say, oh, I remember that reading. Yeah, okay, I am just being triggered right now. Yeah, I do need to work through this. I am projecting a bit. You know what I mean? Because sometimes I feel like these readings, like, they give you a heads up, you know, and you can change this energy. It's not set in stone. But you are growing together. And even if the argument does happen, you know, like, we can't avoid everything, right? You will still be even stronger at the end of it. But I do think you are gonna feel bad about how you initially handled this. And that's okay, pal, too, okay? Like, again, you're a human. You're a human being. We all mess up sometimes. Okay. Yes, okay, like you really do. I feel like you escalate it like it's something small and you escalate it beyond what it is. You know, like you just jump to worst case scenario. And I think this person, because at this point they know enough about your history, they're not going to hold it against you, but I do think that you're going to feel bad because you thought the worst of them when they've only ever shown you good intentions. Yeah, I feel like that's what you're regretting. Yeah, Spirit's reassuring you again, like this is a positive soulmate connection. You know, like you do have past lives together. This is, you know, a fated connection. You were meant to be with this person. They are the person that you need. They are the best person for you. Okay. And again, so glad I waited for you. So glad I waited for you. There's an energy that, you know, you were worth waiting for. All right, so pile 2 singles, this was your reading, your 2023 prediction. I hope it resonated. Thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you. Please consider liking the video, commenting, sharing, and subscribing. Go ahead and hit the notification bell if you haven't already, and you will know when I upload readings, because sometimes I'll surprise you and upload on a Saturday at 10 o'clock. You never know. And a huge thank you to everyone who's been supporting the channel thus far. The easiest way to support the channel is to watch the ads. You can also tip now. It's like a virtual tip jar. It's called SuperThanks, so you can do that as well. Only if you want to, and it's appreciated but not expected. And yeah, I hope you all have a great December, and I will see you all in my next one. Hey Pile 2, if you are in a partnership going into 2023 and you chose the gingerbread girl, you are in the right place. So we're actually going to start with your astro dice. I went ahead and rolled this so you wouldn't have to hear the noise. So these are the overall energies for your whole year. So we have Aquarius, the second house, and we also have Jupiter. So I definitely feel like in terms of your career, in terms of your financial stability, your abundance, your entire financial situation is really improving. This could be like you getting a new car, a new house, a promotion at work, you're meeting certain financial goals, you're investing your money, you're becoming more financially literate, you're just doing really well in terms of your stability, and your root chakra is feeling awesome. Like all your basic needs are being met, and there's a lot of expansion in that area. I also feel like you're meeting a lot of, you're meeting new people and you're around new people because of this success that's coming in. So this could be like getting a promotion at work and now you are supervising more people, or you're sitting in the corporate meetings, whereas before, you weren't a part of those meetings. There's an energy of you being a part of different conversations. Now, we're supposed to be talking about your love life, right? I feel like your love life is being influenced by this. And I say that especially looking at your tarot here. There may be kind of this energy where you feel like maybe you're not as focused on love, and your partner may be taking a little bit of a back seat. And it could get to a point where your partner feels more of like your roommate or your friend rather than your romantic partner. I'm going to be honest, because it feels like you're kind of just putting all of your energy into this area of your life because there's so much success that's coming in that you are trying to keep up with it. And there is kind of a difficulty in trying to juggle everything. So I feel like there may just be a time management issue and just a shift in your priorities to respond to this, because it's a very big energy. Now we have the Hanged Unicorn, we have the Two of Swords, we have the Hermit, the Eight of Pentacles, and the Two of Wands. So this is your January, February, March. Some of you could be getting a job offer that will, result in a relocation. And so maybe you're trying to figure out, are you going to stay in your current partnership? Are you going to do long distance? Are they going to move with you? Because there's something that you're indecisive about. And with the Hanged Unicorn, you're trying to look at it from every perspective. And you're trying to use your intuition. You're trying to listen to your own inner guidance. You're really trying hard to not let the opinions of other people influence this decision, because you may not even really be talking to your partner about it, because it really feels like with the Hermit card here too, you may be considering leaving this connection, or you know that you have to make the right decision for yourself, and if you don't, you're going to end up resenting your partner anyway. And so, you know, for some of you, it does kind of have an energy of like pulling back, you know, because the Hermit card talks about being alone. The Hanged Unicorn, they are alone. The Two of Swords, they are alone. The Two of Wands, like contemplating a big change. The Eight of Pentacles, I'm busy with work, you know, I'm busy and hard at work at, you know, what I'm good at, and I'm focused on my success and my abundance. And so, yeah, I mean, for some of you here, you are really thinking about doing something on your own. And some of you, like maybe you've always wanted to travel, you want to move somewhere different, and maybe your partner is just really stuck and not wanting to grow with you, not wanting to change with you, not wanting to move on with you. For some of you, there's an energy too of, sometimes it definitely happens in relationships where one partner starts to make a lot more money than the other person, and it changes the dynamic a little bit. So maybe you're kind of feeling like your partner's a little bit resentful of your success or not as supportive as you were expecting them to be. Yeah. Let's see if we can get some more information on this. Some of you, like, maybe you've been unhappy for some time, and what I'm saying isn't a shock to you. I need more tarot. I need more tarot. Spirit, can you clarify some of this for me? I know it's a general reading, but I want to get a bit more specific if I can. January, February, March. What's happening in their love life? Okay. We've got the Five of Pentacles paired with the Four of Cups. You have known what it's like to struggle and not have enough money. You've known that. You've known what it's like to be out in the cold and to not have any help, and like you've known what that feels like, and you just refuse to go back to it. And so I feel like for some of you, like maybe your finances are tied up in like what your partner's doing, and that has caused some resentment on your part. So for example, like maybe you wanted to leave this connection, but financially there's a level of dependence upon your partner because maybe they pay the rent, or maybe you guys share a car, or, you know, it's just too expensive to live on your own. And so maybe that's kept you tied and you've been wanting out of this. For others of you, it could also just be talking about you're so focused on work because you don't want to be in this Five of Pentacles, and your partner's coming over here like trying to present you with this red rose, and you're like over it. You know, you're not paying attention. Your mind is elsewhere. You're focused on work. You're not thinking about them. Your partner's just not on your mind in these first 3 months. Yeah, like you're just not. And with the two of abundance here, yeah, the Two of Pentacles, you're just trying to balance everything. You're juggling a lot. Some of you don't want to leave your person. You're just struggling to make time for them, and you're just not making them a priority. And it may not be because you don't care. It's just because you're so busy and you don't want to lose this momentum. It kind of has this energy of like, this is my shot. This is my opportunity. I've got to go for it. Like, can you just back off and let me go for this? Yeah, it's not because you don't care. It's just because this feels like, you know, an opportunity of a lifetime kind of energy. And even the bottom of the deck here is the Six of Swords. So for some of you, like, yeah, you have been wanting to move. You've been wanting to get away. You've been wanting to leave the partnership. So there may be two groups within this connection. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Within this reading. Because I can't suss it out. For some of you, like, yes, you want to leave them. For others of you, you're just super busy and you're just not making them a priority. Maybe as we get further into your reading, it will become clear. Or again, it could just be you guys are a mixed group. But I feel like, yeah, even the Two of Swords is here again. Like, he's trying to offer her roses and she has her back turned. Like, you're just, I don't know, like, either because you don't love them anymore or because you're just busy. But you're just ignoring your partner during this time. You're not focused on them. Your energy is not being put into your partnership. And I mean, this is a more specific message. So if it's not resonating, try a different group or try a different reading, you know. That's how it goes sometimes. Yeah. With the security card here, some of you, like, you don't see a long-term future with this person. Like, you don't see them as someone that you can build a home with. You don't, maybe because they're not really serious about you and like what they're offering you is like breadcrumbs. And or maybe you tried and tried and tried with this person and they put in very minimal effort, and now that they are seeing you kind of like pull back from the connection and they're seeing you be so successful, now they're trying, you know, now they're trying to be more involved in your life and you're just kind of over it. You know, it's too little too late kind of energy. For others of you, you're focused on your money and you're focused on your work because you know a wedding takes money, you know a house takes money, you know starting a family takes money, and you again have this like fear of that Five of Pentacles. That's like the scariest energy to you. You don't want to be in a position of scarcity, and you want to be independent, and you don't want to be financially tied to anybody, even your partner. You want to have financial freedom, and that's why you're just not prioritizing the connection, not because you don't love the person, but because you need to feel secure and stable. So you should know probably which group you're in here, and you're confused about something. Like, there's some kind of big decision that you have to make that involves travel for a lot of you, some sort of opportunity, and you're confused about it. So January, February, March, pile 2, those in a relationship, pile 2. Okay, we have time to say goodbye. The situation or relationship you are in is facing a dead end. It's time to move on and let go. All endings bring new beginnings. Yeah, for some of you, this is a breakup. And the deck's kind of being crazy right now, which I feel like is indicative of your energy in January, February, March, because you're confused. Like, we've seen it over and over again. You're confused, you're indecisive, you're unsure. But you are trying to do the right thing and connecting to your own inner guidance and listening to your intuition. Like, you're really trying hard not to overthink it. It says there are invisible walls around you preventing love to come in. In order to experience love, you need to open yourself up and let your guard down. Yeah, because there was that energy again and again of like the man offering the woman flowers and the woman not paying attention, having her back turned. Like, you're just closed off. Like, for some of you, this person really hurt you and you're kind of just over it. And for others of you, you're afraid of being dependent upon anybody, even someone that you do love. Because Five of Pentacles doesn't just talk about not having enough money or resources. It also talks about being out in the cold, and the people who were supposed to help you, the people who were supposed to pick you up when you're knocked down, shunned you, locked the door, didn't offer you any help or assistance. The people you thought you could count on were not there for you. And that's what makes the Five of Pentacles such a hard energy. It's not just not having enough money. It's not having the social support that you need. You know, the people who are supposed to have your back, dropping the ball, shutting you out, kicking you when you're down. So, yeah. So just take what resonates here. But for a lot of you, this is a breakup. It is. But you're confused about what to do, and there's some kind of opportunity, and you're trying to decide whether you should take it. And career and finances are doing awesome for you during this time. Awesome. I want to stress that because it's not all bad news here. Okay, so we're going to move on to April, May, and June now. All right, so pile 2, April, May, and June. It's interesting because pile 2 singles also got the King of Pentacles in this section of the reading. So I think that's kind of funny because pile 1 also had like a connecting factor between the two groups, and I feel like this King of Pentacles energy is the connecting piece between, you know, like what makes pile 2 pile 2. But anyway, we have the King of Pentacles, we have the 3 of Pentacles, we have the Hierophant, the Ace of Pentacles, the 9 of Wands, and the Queen of Swords. And then your bottom of the deck is that 5 of Pentacles. So again, like, this energy is haunting you. Like, you are so afraid of not having that stability, that security, and that support system. Like, you just don't want to go through this again. And I feel like you will do anything you can to avoid this energy. And I get you. Like, this is, to me, this is worse than the Tower card. I don't blame you for being afraid of this energy. And so there's several messages coming through here, and I'm probably, yeah, we're definitely going to get more tarot, to be honest. With this King of Pentacles, this could be your energy because you were so focused in those first 3 months on, you know, your career and your abundance. This King of Pentacles could be your energy. Even if you're not typically a divine masculine, you know, someone who would associate with that energy, when you're hard at work and you're doing a lot of like action-oriented things, then you are in a masculine energy. Doesn't matter what your gender is. And this is also Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. But this could be signifying with this 3 of Pentacles next to it that you are being recognized as a cut above the rest. Like, you are being recognized as someone who is an expert in your field, someone who is the best at what they do. And with the Ace of Pentacles, more money is just continuously coming to you. And with the 9 of Wands, you've never experienced success like this before, and you're just struggling to keep it up. You know, as we move into the rest of the year here, the success, the abundance just keeps coming in. And with this Hierophant card, like, you're seen as a leader. You're seen as someone who, again, is like an expert level person. The Hierophant is someone that people look up to and admire, and someone who is in a position of authority, and someone who is seen as a teacher. So you're so good at what you do, you're seen as a teacher or an advisor to other people. And again, like, your work is just seen as quality. You know, you're just seen as really good at what you do. And emotionally, I feel like you're still that Queen of Swords. You know, you're still quite rigid. You have a lot of walls up. And for some of you, it's because, you know, your romantic partner really hurt you and did a number on you. And for others of you, it could be because of this 5 of Pentacles energy from your past and, you know, just feeling a bit closed off. But I feel like there's a lot of attention on you. You're being thrusted into the spotlight. I feel like a lot of you don't necessarily want that aspect of this success. Like, you want the money, but you don't really want the attention. I feel like the attention is really overwhelming to you. And then in your personal life, it just feels kind of like in your love life, it just feels like something that you're putting on the back burner. Like, you don't know what to do about it, so you're kind of doing nothing about it. And you know the situation is getting worse. You know this fire is getting out of control, and you are going to have to address it. But it's like you just don't feel like you have the time for it. Like, you're just putting all of your effort into your work. And it may be to distract yourself from the fact that your romantic partnership is kind of disintegrating here, is what it feels like to me. Yeah, there's definitely disappointment here with your partner in some regard. Now, for others of you, I could also interpret this as you being this Queen of Swords and maybe a new romantic interest. This King of Pentacles is coming in, or even the Hierophant, to be honest with you. And you're forming a friendship with them. And you're maybe even looking to them for advice on, like, how do I handle all of this abundance is coming in. Like, how do I handle this level of success? How do I manage all of this? And, you know, through that connection with them and them being a support system to you, it could develop into a romantic partnership. And so there may be, you know, a decision here, like maybe Spirit kind of sends you this person to show you what else there is in love, and to show you that it's not benefiting you to cling to a partnership that you're not really invested in anymore. And like, look, you could be with this other person. Like, look at what you're missing out on in love by staying somewhere where you know you've outgrown the connection. You're no longer invested in the connection. You don't love the person anymore. You're staying for the wrong reasons. And it could be that all these financial opportunities are coming to you to give you the freedom to walk away if financial resources were keeping you stuck before, like a lack of them. Let's clarify though. Let's get some more information. Spirit, can you tell us a little bit more about this King of Pentacles, please, and what is going on during April, May, and June? The love life for pile 2s, those who were in a partnership at the start of the year. Wow, the Ten of Swords. A situation that's been troubling you has come to an end. You can breathe a sigh of relief. With the challenging times behind you, you can now move on. It's important to fully let go at this juncture. Someone in your life may now finally be free of his or her addictions or codependency issues. I mean, yeah. It definitely feels like a breakup. Pile 1 was like this as well. I want to tell people they're getting engaged or something. And instead, I'm like, yeah, this is ending. It does feel like that, though. You may have the confidence. So you may be indecisive in those first 3 months. But then you have the confidence to walk out that door. And during April, May, and June, you find the confidence to leave. You get over this fear of the Five of Pentacles, because this really feels like what's holding you back. It's that fear. I just want to make sure we're still filming. I'm really paranoid about that now. Okay, we have the Two of Cups. Yeah, like you have to... Spirit is like potentially bringing you this love interest with the King of Pentacles. For some of you, this is a love interest. And you may attract this person by becoming like this person, because we see that sometimes with the law of attraction, right? Yeah, with the Two of Cups here, Spirit's like kind of tempting you. Like, do you see like what you could have if you weren't settling for breadcrumbs? Do you see what you could have if you were brave enough to walk out that door and leave? It says, a relationship grows closer as two people fall in love. Friendships may deepen into a spiritual connection. Yeah, if this person, if you're resonating with the idea of this person being a love interest, they were a love interest in pile 2 singles. If this person is a love interest, it's friends to lovers. That's what it feels like. Yeah, mutual respect and understanding exist or will develop. Don't give up on relationships that feel challenging to you. There's still hope. Yeah, like, I feel like Spirit is also bringing you in another person so quickly, or even where there's some overlap and it's a little messy, because they don't want you to lose your faith in love, and because they want you to feel supported. And for some of you, Spirit knows that this is the only way that you are ever going to leave. Choose freedom. Yeah, like they really want you to walk away here. They want you to walk away so that you can achieve your highest potential. There's something about your current partner that's really holding you back. The Four of Wands, like you're meant to build a home for yourself. You're meant to build a castle of security where you never have to feel this again. You see the house is upside down and on fire. Like, Spirit doesn't want you to ever feel so threatened again in your root chakra. They want you to feel grounded. They want you to feel stable and secure. And the King of Pentacles is about as stable and secure as it gets. So whether this is your energy, the energy of your partner, your future partner, or both, Spirit wants you to get to this place where you do feel like you have a stable home, where you do feel like you have that support that you're needing. Can we get some more information on pile 2's love life in April, May, and June, please, Spirit? Freedom again. Freedom twice. For some of you, it's like this person's holding you back from achieving your full potential, like your current partner. Yeah, you need to have an honest conversation with them, and you need to speak from your heart and say how you've been feeling here. Yeah, respect yourself enough, value yourself enough to see that you deserve better. And ultimately, this is your decision. Like, if you want to stay and work it out, stay and work it out, but this is the guidance at this time. Always remember that it's guidance, right? Not prescriptive. Acceptance and optimism. Staying optimistic and accepting your current situation helps you to attract more joy and happiness into your life in general. The right person will come to you when you are ready. That's what it's like Spirit is saying, like, as bad as things seem right now, stop resisting it. Accept it for what it is. It's not going to transform. If they were going to change, they would have done it already. Just continue to focus on you. Follow the sun. Follow your joy, your happiness. Be free. Be in that Leo, confident, Sagittarius, Aries, fire sign energy. Be free. And release yourself here. Release yourself. Addiction and codependency are affecting your current situation or relationship. You may feel trapped in a connection situation and environment. Someone may be acting possessive or controlling. Yeah. Spirit is kind of just saying, you know, consider how much better you could do, because it seems to me like they're saying you deserve better. And if you've been questioning yourself or feeling like, am I being too harsh on them? Should I give them another chance? Are my standards too high? I think Spirit is saying your standards aren't high enough. Consider all that you can be. Yeah, Spirit wants you, and that's why the money's coming in. If that's been holding you back, because it's not as simple and easy as saying I'm going to walk away, right? You have to have the resources to do that. I think that's why all the money's coming in, to give you that freedom. And some of you really do want to travel. You want to go somewhere. You want to move. Okay, let's move on now to July, August, and September. Okay, so we have the Knave of Wands or the Page of Wands. We have the 9 of Wands, the 7 of Wands, the 10 of Wands. We have the 9 of Cups and the Queen of Swords. Amazing how you have so many Wands cards, because I've been using this deck for several days now and it's been shuffled a ton. So, wow. You're definitely moving. That energy we were picking up of you moving. So either you're physically moving your house, you know, you're leaving, or you are maybe starting a new job where you travel a lot for work, but there's an energy here of movement, of your location, your physical location changing, and you having to figure out a lot of stuff. With the 9 of Wands, you're so busy. With the 7 of Wands, you feel like a lot of stuff is coming at you at one time. With the 10 of Wands, you feel like you're handling it all on your own. The Page of Wands, you're starting something new. And with the Queen of Swords, still, there's an energy here of you just being guarded, but it's for good reason. And it feels like you've said goodbye to your partner, you've broken up with them, and yet you're still carrying them with you. You're still chained to them. And so there's still some healing that needs to be done, but I feel like you're being very wise, to be honest. You're being very wise during this time, because you know you're not in the right space to process these emotions. You're not in the right space. You have too many practical things to work out. You know, like moving can be expensive. There's a lot of stuff to figure out. If you're starting a new job, There's a lot to learn. You're going through training. You have a lot of moving pieces. You're trying to put together your life here in a way where it makes sense without this person. And so you know you don't have the time to be in your feelings. You got to get stuff done. And so I feel like you're being very wise in that sense. But I do feel like you have an awareness, you have an understanding that eventually you are going to have to process these feelings. You are going to have to work through it eventually. But for right now, you're putting it off. But the good news that I can tell you here with the Nine of Cups, you're getting your affairs in order and you're clearing space. You're making the perfect space here for the right kind of love to come in and for you to get your wish fulfillment in love. But I also feel like, again, in terms of your money, your finances, they're looking super. They're looking amazing. Okay, so let's get some more tarot for you. July, August, September. You have so much divine support as well. I just want to make that very clear to you. You have so much divine support. We have letting go. Yeah, like you're releasing the past, you're moving on. You have really liberated yourself here. You understand that endings represent new beginnings. And you're moving towards your happiness here with the Nine of Cups. You're moving towards your joy. And with positive recognition, like, again, your career, your finances are amazing. Like, they're doing so well. You are so successful during this time. And you have, like, an audience, customers, you have fans, or you have supervisors or managers who are co-workers, colleagues, other respected people in your field, noticing the good work that you're doing. So just apply it how it resonates to your career field, but you're doing amazing in that area of your life. And I feel like that's softening the blow a little bit of this ending in your romantic connection, because you know that there's so much better out there for you. And for some of you, it's a relief to finally be able to leave. Like, as much as it is to figure out, it's a relief. Because you know there's something better, there's someone better. What else about their love life? July, August, September. July, August, September. And if there was a love interest, if that King of Pentacles is a love interest, I feel like they're giving you the space that you need during this time because they know that you're figuring out a lot of practical things. Yeah, like you still have so much hope for the future. Like that's what's driving this, is that you have hope for the future and that things will get better. And you have chosen your freedom. You've chosen your freedom here. I feel like you regret not choosing it sooner, and even though you don't know exactly what the future holds, you have faith, you have trust. There is the spark of something here. I feel like that King of Pentacles for some of you is that spark of hope. You know, like you're picking up the energy that they have a crush on you. Yeah, you regret not doing it sooner. You're picking up the energy that they have a crush on you, or that they have feelings for you, or they're a really good friend to you, so they kind of restore your idea that good people do exist. People with good, honest intentions do exist. You still believe in love. You still believe in true love. You still believe in soulmates and stuff. You believe you can be happy, pile too. And that's beautiful. Yeah, you still got your walls up though. Like, you still got your walls up, and that's okay, because I kind of feel like you need it during this time. I feel like you need to be strong during this time, and yeah, it's a karmic connection. Like, it takes time to heal from that. It's not overnight, but you're definitely connected to the present moments. And I feel like you're forgiving them for your own sake, so you can move on, because they did do something to you. With a karmic connection, I would put money on it, that they did something to you. They lied to you, they were unfaithful to you, they misled you. There was something there where they hurt you. And you're better off. You're better off, and you've been granted your freedom here, and you're moving on to bigger, better things. Like Drake says in his song, my ex asked me, where you moving to? I said, on to better things. That's your vibe. Okay, let's go into October, November, and December. All right, so we have the Eight of Pentacles, we have the Three of Wands, we have the Empress here, we have the King of Wands, we have the Seven of Cups, and we have the Ace of Wands. So this theme throughout your year that you are going to be busy in your career and that you are going to be viewed as quite successful and the best at what you do is continuing onward. That area of your life is just on fire in 2023. I do think it's very sweet and very lovely that your reading started off in January, February, March, that first quarter. You got the Two of Wands, right? Now, ending out the year, you have the Three of Wands. So you're no longer just thinking about it. You are actively making moves. You are actively doing these things that you were thinking about in the very beginning of the year. And I feel like it's just like a whole world of opportunity has opened up to you. And I feel like you're starting to understand how much you were holding yourself back because of that relationship. It's like it's like your idea for like what you were capable of has opened up. Like you just understand that there's a whole world of opportunity with the Ace of Wands out there for you, and you are capable of so much, and you don't have to be afraid of that Five of Pentacles energy. You don't have to be afraid of being on your own. Some of you guys were afraid of being fully independent, and maybe some of you haven't been single in a really long time, or you are afraid of the financial aspect of being on your own. And with the Empress here, like, you understand that your success is limitless. There's so much that you can achieve and do. And with the King of Wands here, this really feels like your energy to me, that you are the master of your own fate here. Like, you're really balancing out the divine feminine and the divine masculine really well. And you're co-creating with the universe in the sense of, like, with the Empress, you're receiving gifts and blessings from the universe, and, also learning from your lessons, those karmic connections, you're learning your lesson. But with the King of Wands, you're rolling with it, with whatever the universe brings to you, you're rolling with it, and you're understanding that you get to choose how you respond to these external forces in your life, and you're having fun with it. You're not taking life so seriously anymore, and you're kind of just rolling with the punches. And even though you may be scared sometimes, she looks a little fearful, right? It's like your inner child that used to be like really afraid is now sort of reassuring your ego and saying, like, it's okay, or reassuring your shadow self and saying, it's okay, we got this. Like, remember our dreams, remember we wouldn't have these dreams if we weren't meant to go after them. And so I feel like you're just so brave. You're just so brave with your life at the end of 2023. And I feel like this bravery, this lust for life, this passion that you have, and this success that you have, you are just really calling in someone who is at your level, and you're not settling for less. Like, you've had a complete inner and outer glow up here, pile two. So let's see, what kind of partner are you attracting? Because you're in your boss energy now. So, like, who are you attracting? Pile two. I also feel like with the Empress, this would be the time when you are doing that emotional healing that you were putting off before. Now you're doing it. Because she does, like, she looks a bit distressed, and yet Alice is here reassuring her. And this to me looks like the inner child, like you're doing that healing work, you're doing that shadow work. We have the Two of Thoughts here again. So, okay. Messenger of Abundance. Give me a second with this. I want one more card. I think I know what this is saying, but I just want to be sure before I start talking. Yes, okay. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Spirit is bringing someone into your life during this time as a romantic love offer. The problem is, the issue here is that you're still guarded and you're still working through your healing, and you're finally like just now like having the time and the space and the ability to work through those emotions, that you don't see it for what it is. You don't see the love offer for what it is. You think this person is a player or just like your ex. There's something about them that you're misunderstanding, and you're not seeing the potential there. Like you're closed off to it. And it has very little to do with this person and more to do again with like your history and where you're at and everything you've been through, because 2023 is a bit of a roller coaster for you. Yeah, the Seven of Swords. You think it's your past repeating itself. Yeah, you feel like for whatever reason this love offer isn't trustworthy, or you're just really struggling with that. You're having some fears around that. What will happen with this, Spirit? What will happen with this? Oh my gosh, the stray cat that I feed has like spotted me, and it's like creeping up on the window. It's so cute. Oh no, the Four of Pentacles. Okay, Pile 2. I'm going to level with you here. It's like there's this whole offer of abundance, like someone that you could literally marry and have a family with is coming in. And it's like you won't drop one of these bags to get the cart. Like you are so closed off and so focused on your career that you're not seeing what is right there. So it could be that you're friend zoning that King of Pentacles we saw in the very, I think in the second quarter of the year. Or it could be that it's a new person, entirely new person that's come in, but you're just not interested. And it's not that you're not interested in that person, but you're not interested in love at this time. Like you're not ready for it. Yeah, like you're just closed off. You're trying to protect yourself. I mean, it's understandable, right? Yeah, you are thinking about it. You are thinking about it. You're doing a lot of self-reflection during this time. You're doing a lot of soul searching during this time. Beautiful. Healer of emotion. Okay, you will get there. You will get there. You will get there. You're going to be hesitant, and it's going to be a very slow burn, like romantically, but you will get there. You will eventually open up to this person, but it's a very slow burn. Can we get some more information about this person? Y'all are special. Don't tell any other group that I'm using zodiac cards for you, because I'm not using it for anybody else. Keep a secret, y'all. Taurus. Okay, yeah. That King of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck is Capricorn. Yes, they could be that King of Pentacles. That King of Pentacles from the second quarter. They could be a friend or a coworker. And maybe they've just been patiently waiting for you to work your stuff out. And maybe even at the end of the year, it's probably, maybe, I would guess not until maybe December, that you finally emotionally open up to them and let them in. So with Taurus and Capricorn energy, this person is so reliable. They would be a rock for you. I mean, just a really dedicated person, and someone who would be predictable, which I actually think would be very comforting for you. Like you've had enough. You're not looking for someone who's exciting, or the type of love that gets glorified in rom-coms where it's like, oh, they're such a bad boy, or they're such a mystery, or like you're not trauma bonding with somebody. Like they're just someone who will be a rock for you, someone who will be very reliable. This person's kind of like the energy of a safe space for you. And I feel like the fact that they patiently wait for you to be ready for a romantic connection, and they don't try to force anything on you, and they understand that you got out of something really bad and you need space and time to process it, and they don't push it, just shows you that this person is trustworthy and how much they care, and yeah, how much they really will love you, because they're okay with waiting. You know, they're not looking for instant gratification. They're looking for the one, and they see you as the one. Yeah, beautiful. And I feel like, again, financially, this person's going to be on your level with Taurus and Capricorn. Yeah. Okay. Wow. What are we doing now? Oh, Love Oracle. Sorry, I got a little bit lost. All right, October, November, December. I feel bad because I haven't fed the stray cats outside yet today, and I really got to do it. Like, I feel so guilty. I normally do it like first thing in the morning, and I forgot. Okay, October, November, December. Yep. Open up. I mean, you're just a closed door until the end of the year for good reason. Like, don't be mad at your future self for that. Like, you were in the energy of self-preservation. And I think your ex did a number on you. I'm calling them your ex because in the future they will be. And I mean, again, you have free will, but I think the way this is playing out at this point in time, it looks like you do leave them unless something drastic changes between now and then. But yeah, I feel like this connection's going to be a lot more solid because they do wait for you to open up and they don't force it. I feel like they do bring an energy of fun to your life because when you're going through that healing process, I mean, you could be having a great day and then spontaneously you're crying. You know, like you just have to process all of it and get it out and release it. And it is like an emotional roller coaster, up and down, up and down. And so I feel like they bring a lighthearted energy. Like, yeah, they're a source of support for you, but they also help you have fun and help you connect to that lighter side of yourself that you were probably disconnected from for quite some time because you were so worried. Even way back in January, you were like really indecisive and, you know, agonizing over that decision. Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go? So I feel like this is really needed. Like, you deserve a break. You deserve to have some fun. You deserve to dream about what the future could be. And I feel like with the fear card here, like it's still there, but you are working through it and they're helping you work through it. I feel like this person is meant to help you come out of your shell again and know that it is safe for you to love. It is safe for you to open up and you deserve love. But, you know, you need space and time to process everything that's happened and come to that conclusion on your own. And it may surprise you how much pain and hurt you were repressing just to get through the day in the beginning of the year. And then it all comes back up. Yeah, again and again and again. Like, Spirit just wants to hit this point home. Right now, you are in a karmic connection. And it's not meant to last. It's not meant to be a lifelong punishment. It's just meant to be a lesson. And I think the lesson is for you to understand how much more you deserve and to encourage you to understand just how very capable you are of standing on your own 2 feet. You don't need to rely upon anybody else for that financial security and stability. You can give it to yourself. And learning how to have healthy boundaries instead of having walls up, because there is a difference. Yeah, you're taking it slow. And new love. You're taking it slow. They're being patient while you work through those walls. And it is a new love connection, that King of Pentacles. And they are quite different than the usual type of person that you date. which is, I think, a very good thing. And you're leaving the energy of unrequited love in the past. You are not defined by the people who could not love you. And honestly, I don't feel like your ex really loved themselves, and that was the problem. And so they made you feel unlovable. They made you the issue, but they were they had an issue with themselves, and they projected it onto you. Okay. Pile 2. This was a rough one, pile 2. This was a rough one. But I think that there is a lot of good stuff happening for you in 2023. You're getting your freedom back. You're coming home to yourself. You are meeting someone who is going to be an awesome friend to you. And if you choose to pursue a romantic connection with them, it would be safe for you to love and to open up to them. And they will be patient with you. And they will be a source of fun and support in your life, regardless of whether you choose to pursue a romantic connection with them. If you choose to stay in your current partnership, again, that's your choice. You have free will. But this is the current guidance, okay? Thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you, and I hope that you see the positives in this, because there's a lot of positives, okay? My heart goes out to you because it is rough, and it is a lot to go through, but you do deserve the very best, pile 2. So please consider liking, commenting, sharing, and subscribing. You can tell I'm losing my voice now. Hit the notification bell if you haven't already, and then you will always know when I upload a video. There's so many videos coming in December. I'm not sure when this will upload, but sometime in December. And the easiest way to support the channel, here we go, I'm getting back on my spiel now. The easiest way to support the channel is to watch the ads. You can also tip now using SuperThanks, which is like a virtual tip jar. And then a huge thank you to everyone who's been supporting the channel thus far. I love reading your comments. It's my favorite thing. And yeah, I will see you all in my next one. Take care of yourself, pile 2. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Best of luck to you in 2023 and in December. All right, bye-bye. Hey Pile 3 singles, so if you chose the Star Sugar Cookie, you are in the right place. So we're actually going to start with the Astro Dice to get a good idea about the overall energies for the entire year for your love life in 2023. I went ahead and rolled the dice just so you wouldn't have to hear the noise, but we have the 6th house, we have Virgo, and then we also have the North Node here, and it's really interesting because technically you got Virgo twice because Virgo rules the 6th house. So the 6th house talks a lot about our health, our daily routines, and it can also talk about having a workplace romance. It can talk about prioritizing like your physical health as well, and being quite detail oriented in terms of your time management and just sort of the structure of your day-to-day life. And when this comes up in a love reading, like I said, I do think of workplace romances, but I also think of, you know, meeting someone at the gym, meeting someone while you're doing your daily errands, you know, meeting someone in a parking lot after you have just, you know, went and did your grocery shopping. You know, it's sort of the day-to-day errands that we run, and sort of this idea of meeting someone not when you're necessarily looking, you know, like for example, when you make a dating profile online, like you're actively looking, right? You're actively searching. This feels more of like you're just going about your day-to-day life and you stumble upon your next romantic partner, or you know, you just find yourself talking to strangers or having them come up to you and start flirting with you or asking you for your number, that kind of thing. Because I do feel like, you know, in this January, February, March, especially at the beginning of the year. This is talking about throughout the entire year, but I'm getting this sense that at the beginning of the year in particular, you're just going to be quite romantically attractive to others. And I think it's because when you're just focused on yourself and, you know, sort of just trying to figure out your life, you know, be sort of the best version of yourself, and you're just focused on your goals, focused on like streamlining your routine and stuff like that, you're just taking good care of yourself, right? And that makes sense because at the beginning of the year, a lot of us make like New Year's resolutions and we're really trying our best. And you could also be doing things that are out of the ordinary. So like you switching up your day-to-day routine may lead you towards meeting your next partner because, you know, like maybe you meet someone at the gym and you got your gym membership at the beginning of the year because maybe that was your New Year's resolution. You wanted to get more fit. You want to be more active, you know, or you want to get outdoors more, so you start going to the park, you know, instead of walking your dog around your neighborhood, you know, little changes like that. And somehow the universe orchestrates it so that you meet your next partner through this change in your day-to-day routine. And like I said, you could also be meeting someone through work, especially for those of you who are planning on starting a new job or you're going to be around new people. With the North Node here, it definitely feels like this could signify you meeting a destined connection, a fated connection in 2023. It kind of feels like, again, things are lining up for you. It feels like there's a greater plan here. And so it definitely feels like if you were waiting for like, when is my love going to come in? When is my ship going to come in with the Six of Swords here? I'm getting ahead of myself, but if you've been like trying to figure out like, when is this going to happen for me? When is this going to happen for me? I feel like 2023 could be your year. It feels like there's an element of fate here, an element of divine timing, and like this is your destiny. So you may end up finding that this romantic partner, whoever they are who's coming in, they may end up helping you in some way in your career, or they end up being a collaborator, or there's someone who's very supportive and they help you, you know, confidently go after your dreams, but they're involved in some manner. It kind of feels like there's maybe some kind of joint soul mission, or again, they just help with your confidence level to where you feel like you have just, again, like the drive to go after it. You know, like if you've been like hesitating on something, it could also signify though that if they end up being very financially stable themselves, we'll get more into it as we get into your tarot, but maybe their financial support gives you the freedom to do something more creative, you know, like maybe it gives you the space to leave your 9 to 5 and pursue something you've always wanted to do, but that was maybe too financially risky for you in the past. That's getting probably ahead of this reading, to be honest. That would be like more into the future and as you've established a connection with that person, but the message did come through, so I wanted to mention it. With the Virgo energy here, this definitely feels like you're in an attractive state, and it's more of like, I'm getting this imagery of like harvest. And so it's kind of like you're a farmer. And so several seasons ago, you planted your seed, you set your intentions, and you asked Spirit, this is the person that I want. And I feel like it was more of an energy. You're like, I want true love, or, you know, I want my divine counterpart. I want my soulmate. I feel like you were quite smart about it. I don't think that you were nitpicky, like, oh, they have to have a certain hair color, be a certain height, or something like that. I feel like you had trust in Spirit. And so I feel like because of that, Spirit has been able to work its magic for you. And like I said, your ship is coming in 2023. I'm not sure when yet, but we'll definitely get into it. Okay, so we're starting off just focused on January, February, March. We have the Two of Pentacles, we have the Queen of Swords, we have the Star, we have the Ten of Wands, and we have the Six of Swords. I have been breaking up these readings. I don't normally do that, but these cards look familiar. Like, I feel like some other group had similar cards. I couldn't possibly tell you who. Because like I said, I've broken up my filming for this reading because it's quite long. But I don't know. If you were drawn to another group, maybe check it out. But with the Two of Pentacles here, it does sort of feel like you are kind of in this position of waiting. Like, we were talking about you setting intentions and you being in sort of this receptive energy. It's not like you haven't done anything, but when a farmer plants his crop, he tends to it, but that's all he does. Like, he cannot control when the actual crop is going to be ready to fruit and be ready to harvest, right? That's kind of just on Mother Nature's side, Mother Gaia. So there's something there about you being in this waiting period, and it's not that you're not doing stuff, but you're just kind of focused on yourself, focused on your goals, working on your self-care, nurturing yourself, and, you know, just waiting on your throne for this ship to come in with the Six of Swords. I do want to get some more tarot for you. I do feel like this Queen of Swords is you, because I do feel like you're in a divine feminine energy regardless of your gender. And I do feel like you're quite smart, you're very ambitious, you're very driven, and I feel like I'm kind of getting this story about you being so hard at work on something that you can't see the woods for the trees. Like, it feels like in January, February, March, you are so invested in a particular project. Like, this unicorn can't really see where they're going, right? And so I don't actually feel like that's a bad thing for you, though. I feel like Spirit is quite pleased with this, that you're just really invested in something that you're putting your heart into. It can be anything. This can be, you know, a self-development goal. It can be a spiritual goal. It can be a creative project. You know, it can be anything, but you're just very, very focused on it. And it's kind of like Spirit's like, good, you're keeping busy on something positive and you're not sitting there just looking at the clock waiting for love to come in. You know, you're doing a great job in that regard. And I feel like Spirit really wants to acknowledge that. And also with the Star card here, acknowledge how long this has taken. Because could you imagine, like, if this lake here was empty and you were trying to fill it up with water, you know, just from like the rain that's come down, how long that would actually take you, how long it would actually take you to have like barren grass become green and flowers blooming, like how long that would actually take. And I feel like some of these like law of attraction videos on YouTube, or I guess on the internet in general, you know, they try to catch your attention with like these titles that are like, manifest anything you want in 30 seconds, you know, or, you know, something like that, just to get you to click on the video. I mean, in reality, like, yeah, you can manifest things quickly, but there's also divine timing and a greater plan, and it's not all on us, right? I recently watched a tarot video on Rosology's channel, and she was saying how it's important to remember that we're just co-creators with Spirit. We're just collaborators. And this idea of like the law of attraction appeals to people because we want to have control. And the Queen of Swords is definitely someone who wants to have control. And so I feel like Spirit is really acknowledging how patient you've been, how awesome you've been handling yourself, and how you are very much deserving of the highest vibrational love, and it is coming towards you. With the Six of Swords, it is actively on its way to you, and you're doing really well in the beginning of the year. Just focused, because the Ten of Wands tends to get a bad rep, but I feel like in this context, it's actually quite positive for you. And so if you feel like you're not doing enough, or you second guess yourself, or, you know, you start to get in your head and you're like, how am I ever going to find love if I'm not on a dating app, or if I'm not, letting my friends set me up on dates or something like that. No, you don't actually have to do anything except continue to stay focused on being the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. And Virgo energy also, to me, reminds me of gratitude. I don't know, it's something about just like the harvest season and being grateful that you had a good crop that year, right? Because it really is dependent upon the elements. And I feel like this metaphor of a garden, or this metaphor of farming and harvest, is really important to you during this time, because there are things that you can't control. You can't control how hard it rains or how much sun your crops get. That's up to Mother Gaia, right? And it's kind of the same thing when you're trying to manifest love into your life. There's only so much of that you control, and the rest is up to spirit. And I feel like you have really mastered that lesson. And I feel like that's why 2023 is your year for love. It feels just amazing. What kind of partner? Who is coming in for you? Can we get some clues? Temperance. Yeah, like I feel like that's spirit saying yes. Like you've handled all of this here with such grace. I also feel like you're attracting someone who's quite balanced in their masculine and feminine energies. You could also be attracting someone who has learned through some really difficult life lessons. Sometimes the Temperance card can signify that someone has resolved some addiction issues. This doesn't have to be a substance. It can be, you know, like codependency, or, you know, having a bad relationship with money, or even being like someone who is dependent upon external validation, you know, someone who's a people pleaser, or someone who needs praise or applause to feel good about themselves. And the Temperance card can really talk about someone who has resolved that, and someone who has stepped into their power, and they're out of that devil energy of addiction. So this is beautiful. This means that you're attracting someone who has done the hard work, they've done the healing, they've done the work on themselves. With the Sun card here, you're attracting someone who's optimistic about the future, someone who has a greater vision for their life, and they're actively moving towards it. The Sun energy can definitely talk about a masculine energy. It can also signify someone who is quite creative, and someone who's still connected to their inner child, someone who is still essentially like a kid at heart. So someone who's quite adventurous and playful and likes to joke around, you know, not someone who's quite so serious, even though they may have had a challenging past in some regard. With the Eight of Pentacles here, you're definitely attracting someone who is very successful in their career and really well known for what they do. This could also hint at, again, you will be meeting someone through your work in some regard. So maybe you work in the same career field, or they are at, you know, a higher level position in your work, or more advanced in the field, because I'm really picking up that they are very, very successful. Yeah, this is someone who has also put in their time. So whatever they do for their work, they're not new to it. So this isn't someone who just graduated from school and is in an entry-level position or something like that. This is someone who is quite well established in their career. So they're known amongst their peers and their colleagues as someone who is the best of the best at what they do. And they've got a nice rhythm going, and it could be that this person is at a great place in their career, and because that aspect of their life is quite settled, that is, you know, creating kind of this space for you to come in. You know, they have space in their lives for love because they're not so focused on like hustling and getting their career together. Their career is already settled and in a great place. And then with the Knight of Cups, this is someone who I feel like has had to work at asserting their feelings to others. You know, this is someone who may struggle to tell someone else, hey, that really hurt me when you said that. You know, like this person, I think, again, they've worked through this, but I think that they're still progressing in this area, because I think sometimes they can be quite stoic, and they're not always able to say like, hey, that was super hurtful. This person doesn't cry very easily, and this person may just approach like explaining why they're hurt in a very like logical way, and more focused on why they felt something was unfair rather than why they felt something was hurtful. So they don't express their feelings in emotional terms. They express their feelings through logic and through, like rationally, objectively, you see how this was unjust, right? That's how they approach disagreements and things. With the Three of Swords, yes, this person comes from a place of hurt and disappointment. And I feel like it's probably because this person is so hardworking and so good-natured, and they kind of expect other people to approach life in the same manner. So they expect other people to put as much work and effort into connections as they do. And I feel like they have a history of disappointment in that regard, and that people just don't put in that same effort. And so they kind of feel like they carry the burden of connections, and other people have been quite draining to them. And that's probably why this person is partially why this person is so successful in their career, because I think there was a point in time in their life where they said, you know what, I'm not going to continue to put all of my hopes and joys and happiness in some other person. Whether it was like family, friendship, romantic partner, they were like, you know what, I'm just gonna focus on building my money and building my stability and my security. And so for them, that was a way for them to feel like they had control over their happiness, because they are very fearful of even just their day-to-day mood being dependent upon somebody else. Upon the whims of somebody else is what I'm hearing. And so they could have had, an ex who did a number on them, or, a really critical parent or something like that, or, just friends who kind of made a lot of snide remarks and were kind of rude to them, or just weren't invested in the friendship as they were. Because that's really it, is that they were like, I'm not going to keep investing my time in people who really give me very little in return. And because they're not great at expressing their feelings and saying, hey, this is hurtful, hey, this is hurtful, they just pulled back their energy and invested that energy into their career. So it's made them quite successful in their career. But now I think they're at a point in their life where they're looking around and like, yeah, they have all this money and security, but they feel quite lonely. And so now you're coming in. That's the vibe I'm picking up. Oh my gosh, Two of Cups. This was flipped over. I hadn't flipped it over yet. And now Two of Cups. Beautiful. And with Judgment as your bottom of the deck here, again, this feels very fated because we picked that up with the North Node. So like this is a result of your good karma. This can also signify, with all the unicorns being here, that you meet this person in a public space. So your workplace would be public, right? Unless you work from home. But even then you tend to have like virtual meetings and stuff, right? And this could also signify meeting them in a social setting of some sort. It could also talk about meeting them online, but again, I'm not picking up the vibe of a dating app here. Sometimes I do pick up that with the Judgment, but for you, it doesn't feel like it's through a dating app. This may be that they see your work online and they reach out to you via social media, but I'm not picking up the energy of you being on a dating app and actively looking for somebody. Or if you are on a dating app, I don't feel like that's how you meet this person. They are telling me that pretty clearly. And with the Two of Cups, I'm definitely like, both of you deserve each other in a good way. Like both of you deserve to be with someone who is as sweet and as giving as you are, and someone who, I just keep hearing the word effort, like over and over again, someone who puts the effort in, someone who puts the time in. So I do feel like you two have very compatible love languages. Like I feel like I'm hearing like speaking the same language, and I feel like they're talking about the language of love here. So I feel like the way this person expresses love to you is going to be in a way that you understand it and you get it, and the way that you give love to them is going to be something that they really appreciate. Okay, so we're gonna stop now and move on to, oh no we're not, we're gonna do your oracle. I can't believe I got so much tarot for you that I didn't even get I didn't even get your oracle yet. And we're actually going to use this tarot deck first, and then we'll get into your oracle, because I don't want you to feel like you got cheated compared to the other groups. Okay, so January, February, March. Can we get any more details about how this person will come into your life, or when exactly? Any additional details, please, Spirit? It says your life is about to start moving very fast. Events that seem to be on hold suddenly require all your attention. There's no time to sit and ponder. You've got to get moving. You could be meeting someone who is a very quick mind or instantly grasps what to do. This person is both confident and courageous. Yes, it does seem, okay, it does seem like they're saying that in the beginning of the year, that's when you could be meeting this person. That doesn't mean that's when you start dating them, but that could be when you start meeting them. Or the energy is gaining momentum very fast in the beginning of the year to set it up for you to meet this person. And you could find that at the time or right before you meet this person, other things in your life start changing very rapidly. So like maybe you finally get a call back from an interview that you did for a job, or you know, if you work on social media, maybe you find that you get a lot more followers or subscribers or, you know, likes and attention than you ever had before. You see a lot of growth in your online business, or even like people from your past start reaching out to you. And yeah, there's just this energy of change. Even in your home environment, there could be things that are changing quite rapidly. Like maybe you get a new roommate, or you move to a new apartment, or even that they start doing construction on your street. It just feels like there's an energy of change. There's a lot of change happening. And it could be, you know, change that's just happening to you, or changes that you have intentionally started, because we did pick up, you know, you really reorganizing your day-to-day life, your day-to-day routine in the beginning of the year. And then we have the Four of Abundance, which is the Four of Pentacles in this deck. It says it's time to reflect upon your relationship with money. Are you spending it too freely, or are you holding on to it too tightly? This also can relate to how you give yourself to others. Is your heart open, or are you holding back? Okay, I feel like that part is what is relevant here. And you got the Queen of Swords in the beginning, and I was picking up that that's your energy, but I don't feel like this is actually in a negative way. I feel like you are putting all of your focus and your love into yourself and whatever goals that you have in the beginning of the year in terms of switching up your day-to-day routine. And I feel like you are almost reserving your cup. It's like you're holding your cup back. So if you find yourself spending more time alone, or if you find yourself doing just more things on your own, even if you are getting out of the house, you're doing things on your own. You're not feeling like, I can't go out to dinner by myself unless I have a friend with me or something like that. And that could be when you meet this person, or around the time that you meet this person, because there's an idea of like, I'm saving my cup for them, I'm saving my cup for them, I'm saving my energy up for them. And the energy that I am expending is just going to my self-love and like, again, whatever project or goals that you have. But romantically, that part of like, you know, your energy field, I guess, you are reserving for this person, because it's like your soul is kind of picking up on their energy and this idea that they are coming in. Okay. I kind of get this energy that like as you take command of your life and you start to like get your act together, because Virgo can be kind of a critical energy in the sense that it's very detail oriented and quite perfectionistic. And so it kind of just takes a cold, hard look at like what's going on, like what are my choices, what am I doing here, and how can I better myself. And so you're just applying that energy to your own life, like where here can I be spending my time more wisely? Where here can I start investing in myself more? Where here can I start prioritizing my health more? And I feel like you are starting to understand that you are a priority. And there's also this energy of you getting out of your head and into your body and connecting with your physical body. And so I feel like that is also making you more romantically attractive because you're getting more comfortable with your physicality. You know, you're starting to see yourself as a physically attractive person, you know, and getting comfortable, yeah, just more in tune, I feel like, with your body. Yeah, okay. So pile 3 singles, their love life in January, February, March. What do we need to know, please, Spirit? We've got caution here, 22. And we also have commitment here. Okay. Some of you could be maybe a little afraid of commitment, or this has been something that you've been afraid of in the past, not because you fear like a long-term partnership or marriage or anything like that, but because you have gotten your hopes up before in the past that someone could be the one, and you're afraid of the disappointment that can be associated with this falling through. So I feel like Spirit's just encouraging you, if that is the case, to be mindful of that and to understand that with the 6 of Swords, this talks about positive change. So to understand that this person is not going to be another disappointment to you in that way. Not at all. With the 2 of Cups, this is a happy, balanced connection. And you also got Judgment and Temperance. So it's definitely a very beautiful energy and a very like soul-soothing energy that this person brings into your life. This does feel like you may start off as friends with this person, given that this is your bottom of the deck. And that may be a pace that is the most comfortable for both of you. Let's see if we can get any more information on this. And if you work with this person, that makes a lot of sense because you may be a little bit hesitant to jump into a romantic partnership because you're like, well, if it doesn't work out, I still have to see this person on the regular. So that would make a lot of sense. Or same thing if you meet this person at the gym, you know, you're like, I don't want to have to get a new gym. With this Storm card here, I feel like that's what we were picking up before when we said a lot of changes will be happening in your life, or you will be creating a lot of change in your life at the time of you meeting this person. And that will be a sign for you. Oh, this is true love, though. This is true love, though. It is genuine. That's a beautiful energy for you. Beautiful energy, pile 3. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to April, May, and June now. All right, so for April, May, and June, we have the Fool card as your bottom of the deck. We have the 4 of Swords. We have the Knight of Cups. We have the King of Wands, we have the 5 of Swords, and we also have the Ace of Cups. I forgot to say this in the beginning, but I think it's so cute that you got the Star card for your first quarter, and then you chose the Star cookie ornament. I meant to say, I almost said cookie card. Cookie ornament. I just think that's very sweet and very cute, and a nice little synchronicity for you. But anyway, for April, May, and June here, this King of Wands, this feels like your next romantic partner, for sure, because we were picking up the energy that this person is a kid at heart and has a playful side to them and is quite optimistic. And yeah, I definitely feel like this is your next romantic partner. And I think it's quite interesting too, because his arm here looks like a sword. And so I feel like in the past, this partner, this future partner for you, was someone who may have shown up as the King of Swords in the past, because I do think they're quite intelligent, and they definitely have sort of an air sign quality to them where they're great at communication, and they're quite self-disciplined in the way that I think of the King of Swords, and very, very direct. You know, we're picking up that rational side to them, and that was, you know, how they preferred to express their feelings was through, you know, rational thought and saying that something was unfair rather than something was hurtful to them. And so I feel like the fact that this partner, this future partner for you, has made this transition to the King of Wands energy is really positive in showing that they are more connected to their heart and their passion, and they are shifting their focus. They're like, well, my career's in a great place. Maybe it is time to open back up to love again, because, you know, like I have all of this abundance and no one to share it with. And there's this energy of wanting someone to make memories with. So your partner may, your future partner may open up to you and say like, yeah, like before we met, like I was going out to places and just thinking of like how much more enjoyable this would be if I had someone by my side. And so like even when they were having fun, it was kind of bittersweet because they wish they had someone that they could share that experience with, you know? Definitely, there's a feeling of like longing for you before you two even meet, a feeling of longing. This does feel like someone you've never met before with the Ace of Cups. This feels like new love. And so I feel like you probably meet this person in the first quarter for most of you. You know, timing is always a little bit iffy in tarot, but it feels like you meet them in the first quarter, but romantic feelings are not expressed until this second quarter. Because given that we have the Ace of Cups and the Fool, which can talk about new love and taking that leap of faith and being open about your feelings, yeah, it definitely feels like it doesn't become a romantic connection until the second quarter. Also here with the Knight of Cups, it's this energy of like, you see how the horse has both feet here in the little cup? Like we're finally diving into our feelings here. We're finally taking that plunge into expressing how we're feeling. And so I don't think it's an easy process with the Four of Swords. You know, I feel like it should be something that's quite easy because the mutual feelings are there. So it should be easy, but I feel like it's either you or them or both of you have such a fear around this. And so the romantic feelings have been quite repressed. And a lot of it feels like strong physical, sexual attraction, quite honestly. But it feels like it's been repressed with all of these thoughts that are saying, no, they don't feel the same way about you. No, it's too risky, you know, to share how you feel. You don't want to risk the friendship. You don't want to risk the professional relationship, or, you know, like whatever the case may be. No, this person's out of my league. Like it just feels like there's a lot of self-limiting beliefs around this. And yeah, just this fear of opening up, this fear of rejection. But I do think that during this quarter, you take the plunge or they take the plunge. Let's get some more tarot to figure out who cops to feelings first and like how this plays out. Because it does feel like this is when, you know, romantic intentions are being expressed. Oh, and I forgot to say with the King of Wands, this could signify Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries energy as well. Okay. I wouldn't get too caught up on that as being like their sun sign necessarily. Because I mean, when I like read my own energy and like tarot, sometimes I show up as the Queen of Swords, you know, and I'm a Leo sun, but my moon's in Gemini. And sometimes if I'm like really focused on my work, I may show up as a Pentacles court card, you know, which is earth sign energy, but that's my rising sign. You see what I'm saying? So don't get caught up on like, oh, she said King of Wands, so they have to be a Leo, Aries, Sagittarius sun. Not necessarily, okay? But it could be somewhere in their chart for sure. Okay, so let's find out who cops to feelings first, or how does this happen, Spirit? Can you give us some clues or hints about this for my pile 3 singles? We have Go Within. We have Messenger of Abundance, which is the Messenger of Pentacles here. Give me a second with this. We also have Guardian of Abundance. Okay. I feel like they admit to feelings for you first. And I feel like you're not quite sure how you feel about it because of those fears that we were picking up on in the first quarter. And you really have to contemplate it. And for some of you, this is tied up in your career in some ways. And so you're trying to be logical about it, like how is this going to affect my career? For some of you, I mean, it could be maybe not as straightforward as you work with this person, but maybe if maybe it's more of like, I'm trying to explain this clearly. Maybe you're afraid that if you take the time out to pursue a romantic connection, that may affect the progress that you're making in your job. Or for others of you, maybe you are a little bit iffy because you do see this person on a regular basis. Or even for some of you, maybe you have mutual friends with this person. Yeah, there's just something about, I'm gonna, like it feels like you're gonna run into this person again. Like, you are gonna see them frequently, even if it's as simple as you shop at the same grocery store and you're like really trying to think about this, like, how is this gonna affect me? Like you definitely take a minute to contemplate it. What is your hesitation around this? What is your hesitation here? We have the Ace of Cups. It's definitely a fear. Here's what it is. Here's what it is. They're telling me now. Remember how we were picking up in the beginning of the year? You were really focused on yourself and you were doing a great job, like focusing on your self-development, your self-love, and just really coming at it with that Virgo energy and like prioritizing your health and just like working so hard on like being the best version of yourself. You are afraid that a romantic connection could derail that progress. So maybe in the past you had an ex who put you down a lot, or made you feel unworthy or undeserving of true love, or made you feel insecure about yourself in some way, and you're worried that opening your heart up will make you vulnerable again. And you don't want all of this work that you've done on your self-love journey to just be eradicated. You don't want someone to come in and just ruin all the positive progress you've made towards loving and accepting yourself and being confident. And I think it's surprising to you that this fear comes up because you've wanted love for so long. But now that it's at your doorstep, there's a hesitancy there. And I think Spirit is just wanting to really reassure you that no one can take your cup from you and pour it out. You are in such a good place. I think you're in the best place of your life. Like, you feel so emotionally invested in yourself, and Spirit is saying that's not going to change. And unless you give someone else permission to pour out your cup, they can't do that. Like, you are fully in your power here. No one has power over you unless you give it to them. And this person is trustworthy, and I feel like you two would actually bond in that way. You know, if you opened up to each other, I feel like they would say, yeah, like I used to really seek validation from other people too. Yeah, I used to be, you know, kind of a people pleaser too. Yeah, I used to, you know, put so much effort into my connections and get nothing back. So, you know, I feel like they've actually had to work on their, you know, self-worth as well. Maybe in a different way, maybe not the exact same story as yours, but I do feel like there's middle ground there, you know, there's common ground there. And it's okay to think it over. I don't think this person will take offense to that. Yeah, it's okay to give it some consideration. And it's okay to honor your feelings. You know, you may be a little bit upset with yourself, like, why am I feeling this way? Why am I feeling this way? Like, I've wanted this for so long. Why am I feeling this way? It's okay. It's okay. Like, I think it would be a lot better for you just to feel that and let it go and be like, yeah, okay, like, I'm afraid. But I can be afraid and still pursue this connection anyway. I can be afraid of heartbreak and still be the Fool card and risk it all anyway. You know, you can do something and be scared. And it is scary. It is scary opening your heart up, especially after you have put so much time and effort into getting yourself to a good place. Because you've been through a lot. Yeah, there's like a desire for control here. And I will say to you, like during this time, if you can remember this reading, during the second quarter of 2023, look inward towards yourself and how you're feeling, and don't, if you can, don't obsessively ask other people what they think. Or I wouldn't, like if you pull cards for yourself, I wouldn't even pull cards over and over again. Like if you want to do it once, that's fine. But you know how sometimes when you pull cards or you watch a tarot reading and you don't like what is said, and so then you pull more cards? Don't do that. Like, avoid doing that. Because it does feel like you're wanting some kind of guarantee, and that's just not how love works. And so Spirit's kind of saying, like, you wanted this opportunity, the Ace of Cups. We're giving it to you. It's up to you whether you want to take it. Yeah, it's the past. It's fears from the past that are resurfacing. A fear that your past will repeat itself. You can trust yourself. That's the thing. Like, even if you're iffy about whether you can trust this person, which is totally fine because it's a new connection and trust has to be built over time anyway. But remember that even if you're not sure whether you can trust this person, you can trust yourself. And so if this person starts acting in a way that is suspect, in a way that is shady, in a way that sets off your intuitive, like, you know, bell and says like, hey, this doesn't feel right, this person doesn't feel trustworthy, you can trust yourself to walk away and still have a full cup. Because at this point in time, you know, in this second quarter, you are good with you and you are happy and content with yourself. And that is the greatest power that you can have. But your bottom of the deck is soul connection. And remember, in your first quarter, you got the card of true love. So, I mean, it does feel like a solid connection. And remember, you got the Judgment too. So, like, this person is coming in as a result of your good karma. So there is a potential here for, you know, like a healthy, happy, long-lasting connection for sure. Yep, psychic connection. This is definitely a soulmate connection, 100%. And that may be what freaks you out, is that this connection is so intense. It's so intense, and you may have never experienced that before. And so, of course, you're going to be scared. You know, and it may scare you how deeply you feel for this person, and you feel so deeply for them so quickly. You're like, wow, this person has a great capacity to break my heart. That's what it is that you feel so deeply for them so quickly that you're like, man, they're trouble. They can break my heart so easily. And so you've known unrequited love in the past, and so it's just this fear resurfacing that this is going to repeat itself. But this isn't that, and your bottom of the deck again is true love. It's not that. So yeah, I think it's just a question here more about trusting yourself and knowing that if you put up with certain behaviors from past partners that you wish that you hadn't, and you wish that you had stood up for yourself more and had advocated for yourself more and not cried over people who weren't worth the tears, just know that you're in a better place and that you're not defined by your past self. And your past self did the best that they could. We won't villainize them, right? Like, they did the best that they could. But you're older and you're wiser now. And you've done the work. You've done the healing. So you don't feel afraid that you're going to fall into past patterns here, because I don't see any evidence of that. And I don't feel like Spirit would bring this connection into your life if you weren't ready for it. Because we did pick up an element of divine timing, right? Okay, so now we're going to move into July, August, and September. All right, so for July, August, and September, we have the Seven of Wands. We also have the High Priestess, the Four of Swords, the Five of Wands. We also have the Emperor and the Star card again. So this person is definitely wish fulfillment. This is your wish come true. And always be mindful too. And I feel like you already know this. Just because of your energy in the beginning of the year and Spirit being so proud of you. But just remember, when you ask for true love or a soulmate connection, they may come in a different form or a different way or a different package than what you were initially expecting. Sometimes the people that we end up with are not the people that we had in our heads, and it's kind of for good reason. I feel like it's kind of an energy of like your higher self knows best, your spirit guides know best. And yeah, it's not to say that you don't know what you need in love, but I think in terms of maybe some of the superficial aspects of this connection, they may just look a little bit different than you are. Yeah, maybe again, like the person you have in your head kind of thing. But I think sometimes that's so nice, right? Because the person in your head isn't real. So, okay, give me 1 second. Okay, so with this Seven of Wands card, I definitely feel like during this period, you're adjusting to being in a relationship with them. So I do feel like, you have free will. This is just our best guess of like how it's going to play out, right? But it seems like to me, like you do accept their love offer, when they say they have feelings for you, I do think you take some time to think about whether you want to act upon your feelings, because you definitely have feelings for them too. It's just you trying to decide whether you want to date them or not. And so I feel like by July, August, September, you guys are in a relationship. Like, you're at the very least dating each other, but honestly, it feels pretty committed. But I think that you're, on one hand, like you're trying to figure out how you fit into their life and how they will fit into yours. But on the other hand, you're kind of just going with the flow. I feel like the way that you handle that anxiety from the previous quarter is you kind of step back and you say, you know what? Why don't we just see where it goes and not put so much pressure on it? And so with the Four of Swords and the High Priestess especially being next to it, you're just like, you know what? Let's just see where it goes. Let's just see what happens and not put so much pressure on it and just take it easy. And so you're just having fun with it, and it feels like quite peaceful. Like I think you're expecting it to be, with this Five of Wands here, you're expecting it to be like chaotic and difficult, and like, especially if this person doesn't live like really close to you or something, you may be wondering like, how are we going to spend time together? Or if this person has a different cultural background or different beliefs, you may be worried about how you two are going to fit in together and things like that. But I feel like it surprises you how easy everything is. And I think it's because you two communicate really well what your expectations are, what your standards are, and even down to like, this is what I view as cheating, and this is what, you know what I mean? And finding an understanding there, because people have different definitions about like what an exclusive relationship looks like, you know? And I feel like you two are very open to about what you're wanting in the future and what your long-term goals are. Yeah, I feel like you're just building that solid foundation, like layer by layer with the Four of Swords, like these mattresses being stacked on top, like layer by layer, like we're just working our way through it. And yeah, it feels quite peaceful. And even though the anxiety is still there, you see the Three of Swords at the top, right? The anxiety that comes from past heartbreak and past disappointment is still there, but you're just not letting it affect you. You're afraid, but you're just not letting it affect you. You've made peace with your fears. You're like, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. You know, I can be afraid of getting my heart broken and still know in the back of my mind, I'll live through it because I've lived through it before. And no one has the power to break me, right? With the Emperor card here too, I feel like this was picking up on an energy that I was hinting at previously. This idea that I wanted to say future spouse, this idea that this future romantic partner for you changes their energy a bit. I don't think that, especially if you're someone who watches a lot of tarot card readings and you feel like you've heard about this person before, I don't think that they always show up as like the King of Wands, or they always show up as the King of Swords, or the King of Pentacles, or the King of Cups. I feel like they change on you. And it may not be every single reading. It may be every couple months they change. And you're like, I thought I was going to be with the King of Pentacles, but now the King of Wands is showing up all the time. It's because this person the Emperor is the King of all kings. In the same way, the Empress is the Queen of all queens, which means this person is very mature. It doesn't mean necessarily that they're, really old, but like spiritually, emotionally, mentally, they are very mature. They have mastered several different aspects of life, right? And so this person is in a very empowered energy, and that might be a little bit intimidating. If you don't see yourself as the Empress, that could be intimidating. You may not feel like you're on this person's level. And so that may be part of what provokes some of this fear within you, is that you feel inadequate. And I think that it's important to remember that this person does see you as their match. But I think even more important than that, you have to understand that the universe would not have brought you this person if you weren't an energetic match to them, which means that you are the Empress. Your gender doesn't matter. You are the Empress. You are the Queen of all queens. And so it's very important for you to see yourself in that energy and to see yourself deserving of this gift from Spirit, because the Empress is all about receiving divine gifts. She is the energy of receptivity. And so if we're talking about your prayer being answered, that's the Emperor. And so to attract an Emperor, you have to be the Empress. So I think it's important for you to see yourself in that way as well. What is dating this person like? What is dating this person like? You can tell we're taking like a free-flowing kind of approach here. Like every group, I'm asking like whatever questions come up. I'm not following a very structured approach with this. We're giving your guides space to breathe and your higher self space to breathe to tell us the story. So what is dating this person like, this Emperor? What is dating them like? We have the Healer of Emotion. Is that not the most perfect card you could possibly get? It says, it's a time to follow your heart and feel the fullness of your emotions. You may feel so compelled to nurture others that you forget to care for yourself. Flashes of intuition provide you with incredible insights. You or another person, I think it's this Emperor, is kind, tender-hearted, loving, and trustworthy. So this person helps you heal and mend from the past, because like I always say, we can only do so much growth on our own, right? We are meant to learn through our connections with other people. And so this person is not only soul soothing to you, but they also come through with like a heart mending energy. And I think it's because they've been there themselves. And so when they say, I understand you, it's not just to, appeal to your ego or something like that. They genuinely mean it. Like, they genuinely feel you. So not only do they have compassion for you, but they have empathy for you as well, because they have been in your shoes in some capacity. So you may find that your past experiences and love may mirror each other in some regards. So if you've been cheated on in the past, they would identify with that energy as well and say, yeah, I've dated people who lied to me or misled me in some way. And yeah, I feel like there's going to be a lot of heart healing energy through like having those heart-to-heart conversations. Like you're really opening up emotionally to this person during July, August, and September. So I definitely see in terms of your dates that you would do things where you have a lot of one-on-one alone time. So, you could be taking hikes out in nature where you get to have deep conversations with this person without having an audience around. I don't see a lot of group dates here. I don't see a lot of going out in a big crowd of people. I don't even see you spending a lot of time with their family, to be honest. It feels more of like you just spending one-on-one time with this person, having like really deep conversations. And not to say that you won't have fun together or you won't joke and laugh around and play. Yeah, you'll do all that kind of stuff because they do have that King of Wands side to them where they are adventurous and playful. But I feel like during this time period in particular, you're really getting to know each other on a deeper level, and you're kind of just in your own little bubble together. And so it's like the rest of the world kind of falls away and you're just really focused on each other. And so I definitely feel like you'll be having dates where you have privacy, and you may end up going over to their home a lot, or they'll come over to your home a lot. And yeah, they'll cook for you or something like that, and you may not necessarily go to a lot of public places or where there's a lot of people around or a lot of distractions around. I'm not seeing that. With the 8 of Action, this is the 8 of Wands. Definitely a lot of dates though. A lot of dates. Like you're going to be spending a lot of time together, and you could be traveling a lot too, like doing a lot of like weekend getaways or day trips, that kind of thing. Or even going on vacation with this person, like really getting away and just being together. With the Ace of Pentacles at the bottom, I do feel like this person could buy you a lot of gifts. That could be like one of their love languages, like they just like to, or even that they always end up paying for the date or something like that. It does kind of have this energy that they don't like to come to your door empty-handed, I'm hearing. They always like to have some kind of offering for you as well. And you could be doing something that's you could be doing things that are adventurous, that are different and outside of your normal scope. I'm picking up a lot of outdoor activities actually with this person. Because again, it doesn't feel like it's in a really public place where there's a lot of people around. It doesn't feel like you're going to the mall together or something, it feels like you're away from the crowds, you're away from people. Okay, let's get some oracle cards here. So July, August, and September. July, August, and September 2023. Anything more about the dynamic here? What is the dynamic between Pile 3 and this person? Okay, yeah, y'all are like straight out the gate, like, because remember I did say like almost wanted to say future spouse. I feel like you may like hesitate whether you want to date this person or not because you just see them again as like someone who could break your heart in the beginning. Could be that because they're so successful and like attractive to you. But I feel like once you're in it, you're in it. And they have that same attitude, like both feet in that cup. Remember with the horse card, the Knight of Cups that we got? Like both feet in it. Like we are both committed to making this work and figuring stuff out together. So definitely seeing like, you know, wifey, husband material, that kind of thing. And again, that soul connection. Yeah, you guys just gel so well together, and you do have a lot of fun together. You do have a lot of fun. And I feel like that could be part of the heart mending process, is that you start to feel joy again. And the physical attraction is pretty intense between you two. And again, that could be why you're a little bit fearful or you feel inadequate, is that maybe you're afraid that this person is too attractive or this person has a lot of options, but they're choosing you, and they're choosing you over and over again. I feel like you guys could probably like finish each other's sentences, or there's kind of an energy here of like you two having a lot of inside jokes, being able to read like nonverbal body cues really well. And this message came up in another group. I know this idea of like you were worth waiting for. You were worth waiting for. Because with the Star card coming up repeatedly in your reading, which again, I love that synchronicity, there is an energy of like, I waited so long for you. I waited so long for you. And that may be, again, hinting at that like they had a chaotic history, like a chaotic romantic history. You know, they had a lot of difficulties in love before they meet you. Okay, with message here, I feel like this is saying that you guys are going to be in like constant communication with one another. So texting a lot, calling each other a lot, you know, liking each other's posts on social media. Like, I don't feel like you're going to go days or weeks without hearing from this person. It feels like communication is really consistent. And we were picking up on this energy of you two going out on a lot of dates together. Like, there's just a lot of togetherness during this third quarter. Okay, let's move on to October, November, and December. All right, pile 3 singles, October, November, and December. We have the 2 of Wands, we have the Tower, we have the 3 of Wands, we have the 4 of Swords again, we have the 4 of Pentacles, and then your bottom of the deck was the 10 of Pentacles. Okay, it's making a lot of sense to me now why your Astro Dice looked the way that it did, or at least it's giving us further clarification, because I do feel like in the last 3 months of the year, some sort of big decision has to be made. And I do feel like this is talking about moving in together, or at least taking some sort of higher level commitment here. And so, and again, I do feel like for most of you it's moving in together, because the 2 to the 3 of Wands can really talk about travel. And so, yeah, I don't know if like you or this person gets like a new work opportunity and you have to move, or they have to move, but there's some sort of deadline here. Like you have to make a faster decision than what you were planning on. Like you see the rabbit with the pocket watch, like there's something that, you know, we can't sit around and think about this a lot. We kind of have to act, and we have to act quickly. We have to make a decision, and it does create a little bit of chaos with the Tower here. You know, like the Queen of Swords in this deck, this right here, this is the Queen of Swords on the Tower, and this is Alice. Your mind is saying, whoa, 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 wait a minute. And your inner child is saying, like, I'm scared. And you have to make a decision anyway. You don't have time to think about it. You don't have time to soothe your fears. You have to say yes or no. And you know that it's going to impact the romantic connection in some form. And so I think ultimately, though, you are at peace with your decision. You are at peace with your decision because you have the Four of Swords here, which talks about rest. And then you also have the Four of Pentacles moving to the Ten of Pentacles. So, you know, I think people sometimes misunderstand the Ten of Pentacles and they really focus it as just money. And like, yes, it does talk about financial abundance, but it also talks about family. And it also talks about togetherness and having wealth in the true sense of the word, not just financial wealth, but having connections and social support and a sense of family and home and togetherness and making memories together. And here, again, like Alice is sleeping with the cats. And so you are at peace with your decision. You do feel like you made the right choice. And Spirit is confirming to you that this is going to not only increase your financial abundance, but it will also lead to you having a family, having a sense of home, a sense of belonging somewhere, and belonging to someone, and them belonging to you. And so we're going to get some more tarot on this, but I'm not going to lie to you, like it is scary, it is chaotic, it is sudden, it is unexpected, it is a big decision to make, but Spirit is saying you will make the right decision. You will make the right choice. And it's something out of the blue, like you're not expecting to have to make this choice, which is why I think it's a love offer, sorry, which is why I think it is maybe one of you getting a job offer that requires relocation, or maybe they have to move to take care of a sick parent, or, I mean, for some of you, this could talk about getting unexpectedly pregnant. It's something unexpected, and something like we have to make a decision. We have to make a choice, like very quickly, like what are we going to do about this? And it's something that affects the romantic partnership here. Okay, we got review and contemplation. Yeah, like you want to sit and think about it, but I don't think you're given that time. Like time is of the essence here. And you're trying to think about like, how is this going to affect my future? Nine of thought. Yeah, like you're losing sleep over this. You're really anxious about this. The helper of action. Yeah, it would be great if you could take the time to make a plan first, but you probably don't have the time. So get busy and follow your instincts. I mean, seriously. Like that just sums up everything I've been saying so well. It would be great if you had the time, but you don't. With the Tower, you don't. And then we have a new beginning. So there's some sort of major change, and it's going to affect probably your work, but it's definitely going to affect your day-to-day routine. Your life, your day-to-day life is not going to be the same, which makes sense for a relocation or getting pregnant. Like your life is changing. So what are you going to do about it? How do you feel about it? The Ace of Thought. The Ace of Swords. Like you just have to make a quick decision here. And you're going to have to go with your gut. You're going to have to go with your instinct here. But you are going to make the right choice to get to that Ten of Pentacles. How is your partner feeling about all this? How is your partner feeling about all this? Creativity and abundance. They're not worried. They're not worried because they see you as this Empress. They see you as their forever person. They see you as the one that they want to have a family with, that they want to build a life with, build a home with. So even if you don't want children, building a home, building a life together. And they see you as their perfect match. They are the Emperor and you are the Empress. We picked that up earlier in your reading, right? So they're not as worried as you are. Because they have confidence in the connection. They're like, we're going to get through this. We're going to handle this. We're going to do whatever it takes to make sure we stay together and we stay strong. Yeah, I feel like they're helping you through this. And with the Eight of Emotion here, the Eight of Cups, you might have to leave behind something that you cared about, but that ultimately was not going to fulfill you. It wasn't the Ten of Cups. So you may have to leave behind like where you currently live, or you may have to leave behind a job that was just so-so. You may, and again, like preparing for a baby, if you're resonating with that, like getting pregnant, that's a big change. That's a big adjustment. Yeah. The two of Pentacles here, like you're indecisive about it. You're trying to weigh your options, but there's no time. There's no time for that. But you will make the right choice. That will be in, the most alignment with that Ten of Pentacles. Your long-term fulfillment, both emotionally and in terms of your financial resources as well. Yeah, so this person does feel like this person does have future spouse energy. They do. Because this is really talking about some sort of decision that will affect your long-term future and your long-term stability. We've got hope here and healing. Yeah, like it feels like your heart has been stitched up. You're in a good place emotionally. I feel like this stirs up again. I feel like Spirit keeps testing you throughout 2023. Like Spirit has brought you this great person, and yet they kind of want to just push you a bit to show you that this connection is strong enough to withstand the storm, because the Tower can be like a storm, right? They want to teach you to have faith in this connection, and to have faith in yourself, and to continue to have hope for the future. Yeah, they kind of want to test you and show you just how strong your heart is. They want to show you that you have healed, that you have moved on, that your heart can feel free and open. It is safe for you to just be in love with your life, and it is safe for you to have hope for the future. You don't have to be so afraid. You may be the type of person where when things are going really well in your life, you're so afraid of like, when is the other shoe gonna drop? When is the Wheel of Fortune gonna turn again? When am I gonna go through another challenging period? And Spirit just wants you to be grateful when times are good, and just enjoy it, and not be so afraid that something bad is going to happen because things are too good. Any final messages here for October, November, and December for Pile 3 singles? Yeah, I mean, this is it. The final message. The final message. Like, if we were going to describe your year, this is it. Like, making peace with the past, focusing on your self-love, moving forward, trusting that your love life is divinely guided, and the new love, your Emperor, coming in and just showing you that you can have this. You can have a long-term commitment. And the karmic connections of your past, they are just that. They are the past. And it could be for some of you that this person proposes to you at the end of the year. That's not for all of you, but that could throw you off a bit. You're like, this is too soon, this is too fast. That's a very specific message. That's not for everybody, but it did come through, so I wanted to share it. And I could see that happening too. Like if there is an unexpected pregnancy here, them then proposing to you, and you're like, are you proposing to me because I'm pregnant, or are you proposing to me because you genuinely like want to marry me? And so that could be causing that anxiety as well. Okay. All right, so this was a wild one. Pile 3, this was your 2023 love prediction. Thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you all. If you are drawn to another group, feel free to watch another group as well. Please consider liking, commenting, sharing, and subscribing. Hit the notification bell if you haven't already, and that will notify you when I upload another video. You can support the channel by watching the ads. You can also support the channel using SuperThanks, which is like a virtual tip jar. I would like to say a huge thank you to everyone who's been supporting the channel thus far. I appreciate it so much. I love reading your comments, so keep them coming. And yeah, I'm very excited for you all, and I hope you have the very best December. All right, pile three, if you are already in a romantic partnership going into 2023, this is your love prediction for the new year. We're gonna start off with your astro dice here. I just went ahead and rolled them so that you don't have to deal with the noise. We have Taurus, we have the 11th house, and we have the energy of Uranus. And so this is gonna be the overall energy for the entire year. So interesting here with Taurus and the 11th house. It's kind of an odd pairing because Taurus is such a grounded energy, and you know, Aquarius is an air sign, and so you know, it's not quite as fixed as Taurus, because Taurus is fixed earth, so it is a very stubborn energy. And so I think there's an interesting bit of tension in your love life in 2023, but not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. I do think this is going to be a year where you and your partner really push each other to grow in a very beautiful way. Like, it feels like this is going to be a year where your connection is really strengthened. And if you were kind of rocky going into 2023, I don't see that continuing. Like, I feel like you two may be like opposites attract, or you just have very different energy, or different, maybe your goals are just different from each other going into 2023, or you have different temperaments. But it feels like this is going to be the year where you two kind of see your differences as areas for growth and areas for you two to learn from each other. Like, there's an energy of you guys growing together rather than growing apart. So this is, instead of this being a year that breaks you down, it's going to be a year that builds you up together as a couple. So yeah, it feels like you're both like very strong individuals, you know, with very distinct, unique personalities. You're both still individuals, even in the connection, which is very positive. But this is the year where you really come together and learn from each other. And where you see a lot of your dreams that you have for the connection come to fulfillment. There's a lot of radical changes coming, so there's definitely going to be, you know, periods of time during the year where you have to find your footing together. I'm not going to say it's always going to be sunshine and roses, but if you have some really big wishes, some big things you're wanting to do in 2023 that relates to your partner, I say that coming true, because especially too with the 11th house in Taurus, there's an energy of teamwork here, because I do feel like there is a strong foundation of friendship in your connection as well, and this idea of being partners, of being true partners, like a power couple, like let's build something tangible together. With Taurus here, this could be like you two buying your dream home in 2023. This could be, you know, starting a business together, starting a side hustle together. Could be something in relation, anything in relation to money or career, status. Even starting, even as simple as like we both want to get fit, so we're going to make all of these lifestyle changes together. Because Taurus can talk about the body as well. Yeah, but there's a lot of radical changes going on, but you're changing together, you're evolving together. This is a way more positive reading than the other groups have been. I'm kind of relieved because I was rocky in the other groups. Okay, so these cards here are just talking about your January, February, March. We have the High Priestess, we have the Emperor, we have the Hanged Unicorn, and the Ace of Cups. So at the start of the year, one of you is this high priestess and the other of you is the emperor. And no wonder you're coming from two different perspectives, because, and the hanged unicorn talks about perspective, but the high priestess, like divine feminine, very intuitive, very spiritual, doesn't have to see something to believe it, you know? She is very in tune with her own inner guidance, but she's also very in tune with spirit. And she carries a lot of wisdom. She carries a lot of wisdom, and she's definitely someone who... she's someone who is not easily persuaded, because she builds from her own intuition and what her heart and her gut are telling her, and she follows signs and synchronicities from the universe. And so she's not really influenced by external chatter, whether it's from friends, family, popular culture, societal expectations, what's even like what science says. You know, like she doesn't have to see something to believe it. And so, yeah, very spiritual energy. So this could definitely be you watching this, just given that you're watching a tarot reading. And then the Emperor here, this is Aries energy. And this is someone who is also like a very strong personality, but in the sense of like, I take action. I am my own boss. I am the one who likes to call the shots. I am a leader, right? And this is someone who is a lot more grounded than the High Priestess. Like, this person would be in tune with their lower chakras. This person would be in tune with their higher chakras. And, you know, one isn't better than the other, right? But that's kind of the energy here of like you're stronger together because you have very different strengths. But if that Emperor tries to tell the High Priestess something like, well, you know, based upon the evidence, or it would be more practical to do this, she's not about practicality. Like, that's not her deal. And so there is a very different perspective here where, you know, you may have some disagreements from time to time because you're just coming at things from such a different approach. And so there's a need here for you both to listen to each other, though, because sometimes you're right and sometimes they're right. And sometimes it's not about who is right and who is wrong, but about how can we both like kind of try on the other person's perspective for a minute and see what we can learn from it, because somewhere in the middle is the truth of the matter and the solution to the matter. Okay? But with the Ace of Cups here, like it's all love. Like at the end of the day, like we may have so like different approaches and life perspectives, and you know, we may both want to be the boss in different ways, but we have so much love and respect for each other. It's all love at the end of the day. Like the love, the fire between you, it's still flowing, it's still burning. Don't have any fears about that. Yeah, this definitely feels like, you know, you're a couple that's in it for the long haul. Let's get some more. What's going on? January, February, March. What's going on here? Anything more you can tell us, Spirit? The Ace of Action, the Ace of Wands. So there's something that you're wanting to start. You've got two aces now. There's something that you're wanting to start in the beginning of the year. And again, it feels like a joint project. It feels like you're both sitting down together and saying, we want to do something. And so that may be like, you may have different ideas about how to go about it. Like, for example, if you're wanting to move from an apartment to a house, and so it's going to be your first time buying a house, you know, the High Priestess, she may want her forever home, whereas the Emperor is saying like, no, let's save up for a starter home. That makes more practical sense. And so, yeah, you see, you're having to take some time to contemplate the other person's perspective and agree on how to move forward together. But you both recognize there is a need here for you both to be on the same page before you actually take any steps. So that's a really good sign. Like, no one is going behind the other person's back and making like unilateral decisions here. Like, you guys are both on the same page. Yeah, and the fire is still going strong between you. I feel like you two don't let arguments or don't let disagreements or a difference in perspective affect the romantic part of the connection. Like, I feel like you two almost compartmentalize different aspects of your relationship. Bottom of the deck, we have mutual support here. So what I mean by that is that you may take the business side of your connection, like the financial side of it, like how do we want to spend our money together? How do we want to plan for the future together? How do we want to, like move forward on big goals like buying a house together or planning a wedding together, stuff like that. How do we want to do that? Or even if it's as simple, again, as like getting fit together or getting your first pet together, how do we want to go about doing that? You separate that from the friendship part of the relationship. You separate that from the romantic part of the connection, from the emotional part, from the physical intimacy. Like, I don't feel like you two are a couple where you fight and then that means there's no physical intimacy for weeks. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like that's your vibe. I feel like you just separate it. You're like, okay, we disagree. We'll talk about this later. And then you kind of just carry on with your lives. And then when you're both ready to address it, you come back and you address it and you find that common ground. So I don't feel like disagreements or a difference in perspective derails your whole relationship. I feel like you two are too strong for that. You're both kind of too mature for that. You don't let, especially money, I'm hearing, especially money, like you don't let that overly influence, the connection. Or even outside influences, like if their family is getting on your nerves or their friends are getting on their nerves, or like you feel like your partner's been really grumpy when they're coming home from work, like y'all don't let that influence every aspect of the connection. Like, you don't let one rough patch like poison the whole relationship, which is why I think you two have lasting power together. Some of you may already be married to this person because it just feels like you're both so invested. Yeah, like you know how to say sorry to each other. You know how to admit when you're wrong. And so, yeah, you may be having some disagreements here, a difference in perspective. Yeah, there may be some conflict about whatever it is that you guys are wanting to start planning for. But I feel like you two resolve it so easily. Yeah, because you're both on the same page. Like y'all both are just so optimistic about the future together. For some of you, you're planning to start a family. For some of you, not for all of you, but for some of you. Yeah, but you don't let, I feel like Spirit is saying, like, don't worry. Like, y'all are strong. Y'all are good. You may have a difference in perspective that creates a rough patch in the beginning of the year, but it's just because you two are making some really big decisions together, and you're two people who have very different perspectives and very different approaches. But I think this year, again, it's a year of growth, and sometimes growth is uncomfortable, but at the end of the year, I think you two are going to be even stronger than you are now as a couple. Okay, so now we're going to move on to April, May, and June. All right, so for April, May, and June, we have the Hanged Man, so that energy continues. We have the Eight of Swords. We have Justice. We have the Seven of Swords. We have the Priestess again. And we have the Ace of Wands again. Okay, so definitely there's something new that you two are starting together, some sort of new adventure together, a new chapter, something that requires you to take action. You could be like trying to decide like where you want to move together, or deciding to travel or go on vacation somewhere, but it's going to be like an extended stay. It's definitely going to vary because it's a general reading, but it's definitely something requiring action, okay, and movement. So this is actually kind of funny the way they're telling me this story. They're saying, okay, during the first 3 months, you just have a different perspective about this. Coming into this second quarter, you still have a different perspective on this. but you have reached a compromise with the Justice card here. You have reached a compromise, but the scale isn't perfectly balanced in this compromise. The High Priestess is kind of getting her way a bit, and I think that's you. Like, I really feel like this High Priestess is your energy if you're the Divine Feminine. She's getting more so her way about this. Like, the way she's pointing to this book, she's like stated her case. The Seven of Swords is typically kind of an icky energy that talks about like lies and betrayal. And this deck, though, I actually really love the Seven of Swords. And the way this energy is coming through in your reading is like, y'all are being, both of you are being very brutally honest and very like, just, this is how I feel, you know, like this is what I think, you know, you're not holding back. Neither one of you is holding back like how you feel. And it may be that like maybe in the first quarter you just agree to disagree and you kind of table it for a little while, but then it comes back up again in the second quarter and a decision has to be made. And so you're both like finally hashing it out. And with the Eight of Swords, it could be that your partner is just a little bit scared, because to me the High Priestess is more willing to roll the dice. You know, she's more willing to bet that, you know, if we just follow our heart, Spirit will catch us. If we just take a leap of faith, the universe has our back. And the Emperor just doesn't come from that perspective, like, whatsoever. The Emperor is like, no, like, I go by cold, hard facts. No, I'm going to do what's practical. I'm going to do what makes, like, I'm going to make the financially responsible decision, you know. And the High Priestess is, like, being led by faith, you know. And you can't argue with faith. Like, that's the thing. Like, you can't apply logic to it. It's like trying to argue with someone's feelings. Like, you can't apply logic to it, to something that's inherently illogical. Like, that's not, it's a gut feeling. Like, that's the whole point with faith, is that you just have trust. You know, there are no guarantees, but you have trust. That's the whole deal, right? With being someone who practices a sense of faith and belief in spirit. And so, yeah, I feel like, you know, because you can't argue with faith, the High Priestess is winning. And so, like, yeah, there is, like, a bit of a compromise here with Justice, but I think ultimately it's more so to the High Priestesses. It's more to her liking how this is going to go. And remember, when I talk about the High Priestess, I'm talking about divine feminine energy, not gender. So you could be a man watching this and still be the High Priestess. So yeah. And I feel like it's actually for the best that she's kind of winning here, because the Emperor being in the Eight of Swords, that's not him standing in his power. He's not supposed to be someone who's limited by fear. And so I actually feel like her influence here is very positive. And it's encouraging the Emperor to step into his Emperor energy. And to have the confidence to take a risk. And fortune favors the brave, right? And we've got the Lion here twice, Braveheart. It's time to be brave. It's time to follow your heart. Yeah. So let's get some more information on this. Your love life during April, May, and June. April, May, and June. Pile 3. I really feel like because you chose the Star, this is some really big wish that you two have had together. Yeah, the Two of Cups. Emotionally, you two are so much stronger because of this. Like, you're definitely meant, again, to grow together during this year, but I also feel like it's this mutual respect that just grounds this connection. And I kind of feel like this is also the year where if your partner's never been into spirituality like whatsoever, they are being more open to it this year. And they are seeing value in it where they didn't see value before, and that is deepening your bond. Yeah, there's so much here about just look at how like lovingly they're looking into each other's eyes. Yeah, I also feel like you two may be the type of couple where you argue just for the makeup sometimes, you know what I mean? Yeah, the messenger of emotion. I feel like the Emperor is growing in their capacity to speak from their heart and to connect with their heart, and that is deepening the emotional bond between you two. I feel like they're finally opening up I feel like if you have felt like they hold themselves back a little bit, or they're just not emotionally open as you would like them to be, I feel like this quarter, this time of 2023 is when they really open up their heart to you. And I think it may come in like the heat of an argument maybe. And it's such a relief to you though, to finally know what is in their heart. And to, yeah, because some of this may go back to their childhood. This may be a fear that they have. You may be wanting to do something that is financially risky, and maybe they came from a background where they didn't have a lot growing up. And so they have a real fear of financial scarcity. They have a real fear of, you know, being poor and struggling, and they don't want to ever do that. And so, you know, they may open up to you about their childhood, and you may say like, wow, like we've been together this long and I never knew that about you. And so you just feel, even though like it starts off as an argument or, you know, a disagreement, and a quite serious one, because it's a big decision, right? And there's a lot of pressure around it. But then it's like, I'm so glad that we had this disagreement, because otherwise you may have never opened up to me in this way. Because it's something about their childhood. This goes back kind of deep. Or pretty far back, I meant to say. Yeah, they're opening up to you. They're finally opening up a door where they were closed off. And I think it kind of like turns you on a little bit that they're opening up to you emotionally in this way and sharing so much with you, because it's like this side to them that you were kind of longing for, and I feel like you didn't realize just how much you were wanting them to open up until they actually do. And you just feel so much closer to them. And like, you know, when you have that depth of emotional intimacy, that can also improve the physical intimacy, right? And so I feel like that's what's happening here. Yeah. I mean, this is literally like what I just said. Like you're just feeling so much more connected to them. And it's kind of turning you on that they're emotionally opening up to you. And so intimacy is improving. It says real sensuality and sexuality aren't based on physical looks only. Your energy is what makes you attractive and sexy. Allow yourself to become spiritually, emotionally, and physically intimate with one another. So I feel like them becoming more interested in spirituality and then them also emotionally opening up to you is just turning you on, like, you know, from like 0 to 100. I feel like it's doing a lot for you, pile 3. All right, so let's move on to July, August, and September. All right, so for July, August, and September, we have the 5 of Pentacles, the 8 of Cups, the 2 of Wands, the Emperor, and the 10 of Wands. So I feel like Spirit is just really confirming what I was picking up in that previous quarter. This idea that your current partner has a fear around money, and you are encouraging and helping them let go of a mentality of scarcity, a lack mentality, of helping them resolve some wounds from childhood around money, stability, security. And yeah, with this 2 of Wands here, like you see how they're being pulled in 2 different directions. You know, you guys just come from different backgrounds and different perspectives, and this is really about helping you to come together. And so I feel like we're getting an idea of how you're helping them grow in 2023, because you're helping them see that they don't have to work themselves to the bone with this Ten of Wands, and they don't also have to carry this weight on their own as well. So you may be with someone who is in a masculine energy of feeling like they have to be the provider, and if they aren't making a certain amount of money or providing a certain amount of money to the household, to the partnership, that they are somehow unworthy or somehow not really a man, or they're not really in their masculine energy. And so you're helping them see like what a true emperor is, and not just being defined by how much money they can provide to a connection. And so yeah, I feel like you're helping them release themselves from this fear, but also helping them see that you love them regardless of how much money that they're making, but also that you can share in some of this responsibility. Like if they have a lot of fears or worries about a financial decision that you two are making, like help them see that they don't have to carry that burden on their own. Like you're meant to support each other. And again, encouraging them to emotionally open up to you so that you can support them. If they close themselves off, how can you support them? So I feel like this is where you're really helping them grow. And with the Emperor being naked here, like again, like your partner is shedding those layers, you know, they're starting to open up and letting you see them in their like naked, vulnerable state emotionally. How are they helping you grow? Pile 3. How are they helping you grow? Now, if you don't resonate with the divine feminine energy, you can flip everything that I'm saying. But I feel like most of you, I'm just picking up that you're the high priestess. You're that divine feminine. How are they helping you grow? Pile 3. Organization. It says your plans are on target and everything will flow more smoothly if you add a little organization and discipline to your methods. Does that not sound like what the Emperor would say to the High Priestess? Like, you're doing good, but you need a little bit more organization and discipline. I'm sorry, it's just so on point. It's hysterical. It says, the key to success is to allow your creativity to be gently guided by logic. Be open to asking for help from someone very intellectual or seek out a mentor. This is literally the Emperor card in this deck. So how insane is that? That's so cool that that just happened. So yeah, that's how they're helping you grow, is that they're bringing a sense of organization, logic, and discipline to your methods. They're not trying to repress your creativity, but they're saying, you just need to be a bit more organized in your approach and a little bit more disciplined with it. Yeah, and they're recognizing how hard you have worked. They're with the Nine of Wands here, they're recognizing that you are a hard worker, but you just need a little bit of method to your madness, they're telling me. A little bit of method to your madness. So maybe you're a highly creative person who's not super organized, you know. It says healer of abundance here. Yeah, and they want to help you see that your creativity can be a vehicle for you to make more money. You may have a project or something that you're working on that they really believe in, that they're really supportive about. So if you are questioning, you know, does my partner really believe in me? Or are they just saying that? They do genuinely believe in you and your creative abilities. And because they don't come from that perspective themselves, they really admire that about you. I feel like you two see where the other person has strengths, where you have areas of growth. And I feel like you have a lot of mutual respect and admiration, and kind of like you're in awe of each other, which is beautiful. Okay, let's get some more information about what is happening in your relationship during July, August, and September, this third quarter, please, Spirit, for my pile 3s. Hope, yeah, like you guys are both just believing that you two can succeed together. Yeah, this is so, you two are just so supportive. Even when you disagree, even when you fight, even when you argue, like, that foundation of friendship doesn't go away. That physical attraction for each other doesn't go away. That heat, that passion doesn't go away. Your bottom of the deck is passion. You know, it's like you're able to separate these different aspects to your life, which is so good. Like, if you're not married to this person yet, I feel like you'll have a marriage where finances don't break you two. You know, like, there are so many couples where their relationship doesn't last because of money. You know, it's not because of a lack of love or a lack of respect or a lack of passion. It's just money. And I feel like you two won't have that problem. As different as you are, you won't have that problem because of your ability to separate out these different aspects of your connection. Yeah, like you're able to ride out any storm together. Like Spirit is saying, like there's resiliency here. Yeah, like you just, when things are difficult, you two are like, we're moving on together. You know, we're saying goodbye together, and you don't hold grudges. You don't hold grudges. Yeah, you have a strong boundary about that. You do. You respect each other's boundaries. You don't hold grudges. This isn't a connection where you're going to bring up something that happened 2 years ago, 6 months ago. Like, no. Yeah. And it's because you're both strong as individuals. You're both very mature. Okay, now we're going to move into October, November, and December. I also want to say, for some of you, we were picking up before with that Ace of Wands following you in your reading that there was some decision about movement. I think that if you know what that is, and you know it involves saying goodbye to something, especially with that Eight of Cups, that could be actually happening during July, August, and September. So like if you are planning a move, planning a relocation, planning on changing jobs, starting a business together, buying a home together, this could signify it happens during that third quarter. Okay, so October, November, and December. All right, so October, November, December, we have the Six of Wands, the Knight of Cups, the Four of Pentacles, the Ace of Wands again, and the Seven of Pentacles. Okay, so whatever that Ace of Wands was that you were handed in the beginning, that new start, that new adventure, that new chapter, that thing that required movement and action, you are not only finding success in the decision that you made about it as a couple together, but it is also something that is going to bring you a lot of emotional fulfillment, something that's going to increase your financial standing with the Four of Pentacles and give you a solid foundation to build even more financial growth with the Seven of Pentacles. And with the Ace of Wands showing up in your final quarter, that signifies that as you get some success in this, more opportunities open up for you as a couple to, again, like increase your stability, your financial standing, because you have this Taurus energy, right? And so I feel like you two feel like you're high-fiving each other in this last quarter. Like, we did it. We took a risk and it paid off, and now there are even more opportunities. You know, like I'm hearing the sky is the limit here. And so this could look like, you know, we were successful in like buying our first house, and, you know, maybe you move to a new location, and when you buy your home together, one of you gets a new job opportunity in this new area and you end up making more money. Or you decide to start a business together and it's a bit of a financial risk, but you're starting to see success, you know, at the end of the year. And then, you know, maybe like your online business grows and you decide to open up a brick and mortar store. I'm just throwing out examples here, but I think you guys get what I'm saying. And that, you know, one success opens the door for even greater success. And it's not success that isn't coming without, you know, hard work and patience. I'm not saying it's gonna come super easy, but together you feel very confident that you can handle it. And so, yeah, I feel like emotionally you two are stronger together. You feel more connected to your partner. The spark, the passion between you is still there with the Ace of Wands. You know, physical intimacy is doing great in the last quarter as well. And yeah, I feel like financially you guys feel like you're in a good place, which is as a couple, which is awesome. Let's get some more information about this final quarter. Also, I will say, so far, every group, like each subgroup has had something that has made like pile 1, pile 1, pile 2, pile 2. For you all, pile 3 singles were attracting an emperor, and for you all, you're already in a relationship with an emperor. So I just think that's super cute. Okay. We have the guardian of emotion. Yeah, like there's so much more emotional maturity here. Like you two feel so much more emotionally connected to each other. And with the 6 of Wands again, like so much success together. So much success. And you guys feel stronger together as a team. Yeah, I mean, you got the 6 of Wands twice. Beautiful. You guys are feeling like winners. You're feeling like a power couple together. Yeah, be open to success. There's so much success coming for you too. Whatever it is that you were trying to make a decision on, it's paying off. Like you did make the right choice together. A win-win solution. Both of you are happy with this outcome. Both of you are very happy with this outcome. Yeah, and that card that flew out was just the healer of action, which is the healer of wands here, which says, you know, you can do whatever you set your mind to as long as your heart is open. So, you know, I feel like at least one of you, the high priestess, was open, you know, her heart was open to this success and this idea that it could happen if you just had faith. And so I feel like the high priestess was right to convince the emperor to take this risk, and it's paying off big time, and both of you are happy with the outcome. And again, emotionally, you feel so much stronger together. You feel like a team, you know, you feel like you're partners in crime here. Partners in success. Partners in success. Anything more about your love life? Any final thoughts, please, Spirit? Yeah, and I feel like, you know, you're definitely forgiving your partner for being hesitant about this. Yeah. You're like, nah, you know, like, that's what I'm meant to do. I'm meant to hold your hand when you're scared. It's okay for you to admit. Yeah, and I feel like your partner here, the emperor, learned how to let go of some control issues too. You know, learn to have more faith, learn to have some more trust, and learned how to open up more emotionally, and that there's strength in vulnerability. Yeah, and I feel like you're so understanding. Like you're so patient with each other. Yeah, like you're really building a nest. You're building a long-term future together. You're building long-term stability, security together. Your future is bright. I'm hearing that. Yeah, because you balance each other out. The divine feminine and the divine masculine. Like you both see the role that you play in the connection, and you both respect each other's lanes, and you learn from each other. And there's no one's trying to exert influence over the other person in a negative way. No one's trying to oppress the other person's energy or trying to, you know, act as if they are in a higher position or trying to control the other person. Everything feels so, you know, supportive, you know, like you just, not only do you respect each other, but you really admire each other. And that's the deal. Like you're trying to build this long-term stability here. Yeah, and you're patient with it. Like, you know, these things take time. I don't feel like you're a couple that rushes into anything. Like, I feel like you do genuinely, like, talk it out, which is what is making you two so much stronger together. Yep. You guys are, and like, if there are setbacks or challenges along the way, like you learn how to roll with the punches together. You feel like you can handle any challenge because you have the other person there to hold your hand. And For many of you, it is talking about a relocation, possibly starting a family together or a change in your living situation. Bottom of the deck, we have true love. So I love that for you, pile 3. So pile 3 singles also got the true love card a lot. So I love to see that for my pile 3s of both of you. Okay, so pile 3, this was your reading for 2023. Thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you all. Please consider liking, commenting, sharing, and subscribing. Hit the notification bell if you haven't already, and then you will always know when I upload. The easiest way to support the channel is to watch the ads. You can also do like a super thanks tip, which is like a virtual tip jar. That button is somewhere in the little toolbox below the video. And, you know, it's not expected, but always appreciated. I would like to say a huge thank you to everyone who's been supporting the channel thus far. Thank you so much. I especially love to read your comments, so keep them coming. And I hope you all have the very best December. Take care, pile 3. Hey pile 4, so if you are single going into 2023 and you chose the classic gingerbread man, you are in the right place. So I actually want to go ahead and start with your Astro Dice. I pre-rolled these so you wouldn't have to deal with the noise, but this is going to reflect the overall energies for your entire 2023 in your love life. So you have the 12th house, and you also have Pisces. So you basically got Pisces twice because Pisces rules the 12th house. And then you also got Venus, which is the planet of love and romance and beauty and Aphrodite energy. So that's very exciting here. Definitely your love life is a big focus in 2023 with you getting Venus coming through. You're going to feel quite attractive. There's also this energy of you being someone's dream girl or someone's dream guy with the 12th house, because the 12th house can talk about things feeling not quite real, a little bit surreal, a little bit dreamy, a little bit kind of psychic, right? And so I definitely feel like you could be doing some online dating, because I always pick up that with the 12th house too. Like the internet's kind of a bizarre place, right? So you could be doing some online dating. I also feel like with Pisces though, you could be pulled in different directions. You know, there could be multiple people wanting your attention, wanting to date you, wanting to make you a romantic love offer. You could also be attracting Pisces energy in 2023, or you yourself are a Pisces. So definitely just take that if it resonates, but you definitely could be attracting a Pisces. And if you are a Pisces, let this be confirmation that you chose the right group. I will also say here, Pisces represents two fish swimming in the opposite direction. So you could be attracting people who are different than your usual type. You could also be trying new things, like maybe if you've never done casual dating before, or maybe the opposite, if you've never been in a long-term relationship before. You're just trying new things in your love life and putting yourself out there more as well. I also feel like you're attracting spiritually mature people. Even if they don't have an interest in spirituality in particular, you're attracting people who are evolved, and in the sense of like, they're well balanced, because Pisces is at the very end of the zodiac, and the Pisces basically borrows a little piece from every previous sign, and so Pisces is a very integrated energy in that regard. And so I feel like you're going to be attracting people who are dynamic, people who have a lot to offer, and people who are multifaceted. You know, there's more than meets the eye to these people. A lot of depth to your connections in 2023 overall. Okay, So let's continue onward here. So these cards are just talking about January, February, March. So we have the Fool, we have Judgment, we have the Five of Wands, we have the Knight of Swords, and the Knight of Wands. Okay, I definitely feel like in the first 3 months of the year, you are having a lot of fated meetings with the Judgment card here. There's a lot of people that you are meant to connect with, 2 people in particular here. So for some of you, you have 2 people who are romantically interested in you, and that makes a lot of sense with the Five of Wands because this is a card of competition. So, that makes sense. Like if you're doing online dating and, you're talking to 2 people at the same time, or, 2 people have messaged you and you're trying to decide who you want to respond to or who do you want to go out on a date with. So Swords cards correspond to air sign energy. So this could be talking about a Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius person. Wands energy corresponds to fire sign energy, so this could be talking about a Leo, Aries, or Sagittarius person. The Swords person would be like an intellectual, someone who, does a lot of verbal banter with you, someone who's clever, witty, and also someone who wants to take things pretty fast with the Swords card. I mean, Wands energy also moves fast, but the Knight of Swords is like the fastest. Knights in general are quite impulsive. Definitely these 2 people are pursuing you, but the Swords person is like really rushing in. You can even tell just by like the body language of the unicorns here. The Wands person is also quite passionate, adventurous, charming, someone who's quite comedic. And yeah, both of them are kind of rushing forward, and they may know about each other with the Five of Wands, or they may suspect that you're seeing someone else, talking to someone else. Yes, for sure. You definitely also could be meeting either one of these people in a social setting with the Judgment card. There could also be people gossiping about this, like, oh, did you hear that pile 4 is talking to 2 different people at the same time? They're dating 2 people at the same time. Sometimes there is an energy of gossip with the Judgment card, like everyone's watching you, all eyes are on you kind of thing. Some people could be jealous that you have 2 people interested in you at this time. With the Fool card though, I feel like your heart is just open. You're just open to whatever. You're just here to have a good time, see where it goes, see what happens, best foot forward. Let's just see where this takes us kind of energy. You're feeling very free during this first quarter here. Let's see if we can get some more information about your love life. January, February, March, pile 4. It's real juicy here. You're the first group that's had like 2 distinct love interests come forward, so that's interesting. And even with the way the deck is behaving, it's a fast-moving energy. These people may come out of nowhere. Yeah, we have the Helper of Action. You're blessed with many wonderful things to do. I feel like with this Helper of Action here, like you're staying very busy. Like your dating life is very active. So you could be like messaging back and forth a lot, talking a lot on the phone, video chatting, texting a lot. You could be checking out their social media, they're checking out yours, going out on a lot of dates, meeting their friends. It just feels like your social life is quite active. And then we also have the 3 of Cups here. So sometimes this can talk about, juggling multiple people. So I definitely feel like you're dating multiple people in the first 3 months. At least 2 people have come forward so far. Yeah, I feel like you're just having a lot of fun. Yeah, like the 2 of Pentacles, like it looks like you're juggling 2 different people here and you're trying to like balance out both. Maybe you're not sure like who you like better, and so, or who you connect with more. And so you're trying to decide and you're a little bit indecisive, and you're just like, maybe I'll just keep talking to both. Maybe I'll just keep dating both and see where it goes. I don't feel like you're hiding it though. I feel like they're aware of each other. With the Five of Wands, like they're aware that you're at least seeing other people. Yeah, the Eight of Wands. These people come in very suddenly. It's like nothing is happening in your love life, and then everything is happening in your love life. Yeah. And yeah, I just feel like your social calendar is very active during this time. Like you're super busy. And even the Six of Cups here, like you're balancing out two connections. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're trying to divide your time evenly, because I think you genuinely don't know like who you're more drawn to at this point. Let's see if we can get any more information with the Oracle cards. Y'all are just super attractive during this time. Yeah, so much chemistry, and that may be why you have a hard time choosing between these two people, is that you click with both of them. You know, each person has their merits. Yeah, like you're not wanting to be tied down at this time. You're just having fun. You're just trusting spirit to like lead you to the right person. You're just going with the flow. Yep. Like you can handle two opposing energies at one time, like with that Pisces energy. Like you can juggle two people at the same time. And that's not to say that they're not dating other people too. Yeah, and here's why. Because in the past, you've been in karmic connections, and so you're really hyper vigilant to red flags, and so you're being really cautious now. Like this go around, this dating cycle, you're being really cautious, you know, like you are the one slowing it down and just taking your time, getting to know your options. You're keeping a dating roster, you know, and you got a little rotation going on in the first quarter here. All right, let's move into April, May, and June. All right, so for April, May, and June, the second quarter, we have the Five of Swords, we have the Emperor, we have the Temperance card, we have 10 of Cups, we have the Lovers, and we have the Four of Pentacles. I'm happy to see this spread because I honestly feel like the Knight of Wands and the Knight of Swords, you have your fun with them, but I don't think that they are the focus of your attention in this second quarter. I feel like they're still trying to get your attention. I feel like a lot of people are coming at you with this Five of Swords. And like these are kind of like messages in your inbox. Like these are text messages that have gone unresponded to. These are like DMs on social media. You left them on read. Like this is a juicy energy here. It's spicy. Like you're just not responding. You know, if you're on a dating app, you've got tons of, you know, messages that you haven't responded to, lots of potential suitors, but it's like you've gone into hiding. It's like you're not focused on any of them, and instead you are really into whoever this Emperor is. Now for some of you, you may be this Emperor yourself, but honestly, I'm picking up more of the energy that you're attracting this person, and this person is pursuing you like nobody's business, and you are extremely physically attracted to this person. This person has strong Aries energy as well, but I mean, when it comes to the tarot and like dating, you don't really want a knight, you want a king. Well, the Emperor is the king of all kings. Like this is like, you know, very empowered, very mature energy, and you know, you want someone who's gonna step up for you. And so this person is quite serious about you with the Emperor card, and the Emperor is very bold, very blunt, very straightforward. He knows what he wants, and this is divine masculine energy. I'm just saying he because the divine masculine, but I'm not really referring to gender when I say he. But for simplicity's sake, he knows what he wants and he goes after it full throttle. Like he makes his intentions very well known. You won't have to guess about what this person wants from you. Like they are very clear that they have they see you as like a long-term partner with this 10 of Cups. Like they see you as wifey or husband material. Like they want a home, they want a life with you, they want potentially a family with you. And so this person is looking to lock you down. You know, they're looking to secure you. And with the Lovers here, like this could be a soulmate connection. But there's also the energy here of you choosing this person. You know, like it's your choice. They want you 110%. But the Lovers talks about a decision. So you get to obviously choose whether you want to be with this person. And with the Four of Pentacles here, like they could be definitely trying to win you over with like gifts and, you know, kind of like a traditional courtship. But also I feel like this person already has a solid foundation in terms of their success and their stability. And they have a lot to offer in terms of financial resources. And so I definitely feel like this person has, you know, plans for their future. They have their ducks in a row. You know, Knights are kind of more of like player energy, or, you know, like a fun fling, a fun romance, but not necessarily someone that you build a long-term future with. The Emperor is all about building something that's lasting. And with the Temperance here, I feel like you're just still weighing your options, you know? Like you're not responding to all of those other suitors, but you're also not making it super easy for the Emperor either. And I feel like you're kind of just having your fun with being chased a bit. And it could be because it's something new for you that someone would so actively pursue you. But yeah, I don't feel like you are misleading this person, because you definitely are very physically attracted to them. But you also are not going to put yourself in a position where you just feel like a conquest and a prize to be won and then discarded. And so you're making it very clear to this Emperor what your standards and what your expectations are. But with the rainbow here on the Temperance card and the Ten of Cups here, I feel like you both are wanting a long-term future, home, family, building a life with someone. I feel like you guys are both on the same page in that regard. Okay, let's get some more information about this Emperor. Who is he? What do we need to know about this Emperor? Again, talking about divine masculine energy. Who is this Emperor? What do we need to know? I feel like with all of these eyes, also, like he is very wise to the fact that you have options. And that's part of why he's pursuing you so strongly here. The Helper of Action, again, you're so, yeah, like not only are you so busy, but this Emperor is also someone who is very busy. So I could definitely see this person being very successful in their career, probably someone who owns their own business or someone who is in a leadership or management position at their work. This is someone who doesn't have a lot of time, but they make time for you. Yeah, Messenger of Action. Like they're very eager and enthusiastic about your connection, and they're also someone who, I'm hearing everything they touch turns to gold. Like they have a Midas touch to them. Like they're just an overachiever. They're a winner. This person's very competitive. They may love sports. I could see them also being someone who has like a very strict like diet and fitness regimen. Like they're really into maintaining a certain physique. Yeah, a certain physical appearance is what I was gonna say, but physique is is a better term for it. And they do like to be in charge. Like they do like to be the boss. You may challenge that a little bit and they may like it. The Four of Wands, yeah, they're so serious and very sincere in their desire to see you as that life, like they see you as a life partner. Like I feel like this person falls in love with you at first sight, but they would call it love at first sight. You would probably call it soul recognition. Yeah, the Five of Abundance. This person is self-made, and you're going to really respect their work ethic and how strong and resilient they are, both mentally and physically. Like this person just doesn't give up. Yeah, this person puts 110% effort into everything that they do, including pursuing you. And you're going to see how this person treats you and compare it to the half-hearted efforts of the knights, you know? And you're going to be like, man, there's no comparison. The guardian of emotion. Yeah, I definitely feel like you're coming into each other's life at the right time, because before this person, this emperor, may have been emotionally immature, but I feel like they have grown up a lot and they have let go of the past and they've learned so much, and it's like it's time. It's time for you two to meet. This does feel divinely guided. I will say that. Let's see if we can get some more clarity with the oracle cards, like how you're feeling about this emperor. We know you're not making things too easy for them. There's a little bit of a cat and mouse game being played here. Yeah, true love. I mean, beautiful. Love to see it. Self-love. Yeah. I feel like this is it. Like, this person came into your life at the right time, when you are living your best life, feeling yourself, being so romantically attractive because you respect yourself and see your value, and you're demanding that the people that are romantically pursuing you step up because you know your worth. And so I feel like the emperor has a lot of respect for your boundaries. They have a lot of respect for your standards and your expectations, and they know they have to come correct, and so they are. Whereas that Knight of Wands and that Knight of Swords, I think they were just playing around, looking for a good time, not a long time. You feel what I'm saying? But this is true love. This is it. I'm hearing Beyonce's Countdown song. Like, I'm trying to make a 3 from the 2, you're still the 1. So this person does want to start a family with you someday. Like, they just see, like, this person, like, that's the thing with the emperor. Like, they're so decisive. When they make up their mind about something, there's no changing it. And I feel like they just fall in love with you at first sight. And you may not take that seriously. You know, you may not see this for a soulmate connection initially. But yeah, I mean, they just immediately think that you're the one that they want to marry. And you're the one that they want a home and family with. And there's an energy of like I waited for the right time to start, looking for a spouse, and then here you are. Because I think in the past, maybe this emperor was a player. You know, maybe they were a knight energy. And if you're a bit older and you're like, why haven't I met my future spouse yet? Like, what the hell? You know, it may be because, you know, that emperor had to grow up. And so, you know, the emperor is like very attractive, right? Like very physically attractive. And yeah, I'm just picking up this energy like they've had their fun and now they feel like it's time to settle down. And you had to come to a place where you were like really strong in your self-love journey, and Spirit was like, okay, they're both ready. Like you both had to grow up in different ways, and now you both have reached a point of maturity where energetically you are a match. And it's true love. It's true love. And don't be so hard on the emperor. Don't be so hard on this person, because we all have our past, right? And I'm sure that you've done some things probably in your love life that you regret or that you wish you had done differently. So, you know, go easy on them in that regard. But they're going to have to earn your trust, and I feel like they're really willing to put the work in here. All right, let's move on to July, August, and September. All right, pile 4, July, August, and September. We have the Temperance card, so that energy is continuing. We have the 5 of Swords, the 2 of Wands, we have the Death card, we have 6 of Wands, and then your bottom of the deck is the 3 of Cups. Okay, things are still fiery in your love life, pile 4. Your reading is so different than any other group, and I'm living for it. So, with the Temperance card here, this Emperor sees you as so angelic. So angelic. I mean, they really see you as everything and more they ever could have asked for in a partner. And they want you so bad. And with the Five of Swords, like they are willing to go toe-to-toe with anybody else who wants your affections. Like they are working overtime to impress you, to get you to commit to them. Like it's driving them kind of crazy because this person isn't used to anybody saying, let me think about it. They're not used to that. Like I think this person is used to getting what they want. And they're used to being a winner at everything that they do, whether it's in business or whether it's in their personal life. They're used to being a winner. And for you to like put them off, for you to be dating other people, talking to other people, or just being like, I think I want to be single still for a minute, is going to drive them up the wall, especially because they see you as the one. And you're like, let me think about it. And I don't know if it's because you genuinely need to think about it and you're just that kind of person, or if it's because of your past and you've been hurt a lot, or if you're just playing a game with this person and you're like, let me put them in their place, let me knock them down a couple pegs because this person's too spoiled. And, you know, maybe you suspect their player history in the past, something like that, or you're holding it against them. You just are a bit suspicious, you got trust issues, something like that. Yeah, because there's an energy of them trying to get to you and you're still looking out on the horizon like what else is out there. I feel like it's just because I'm going to pull more tarot. I'm not going to speak on that part of it yet. I'm going to pull more tarot. But with this Death card here, I feel like part of it also is that you're not letting them physically touch you yet. Like, I feel like you are holding back physical intimacy from this person and it's driving them crazy. I feel like you're not sleeping with them when they expected you to. And I think it's because I don't think it's because you don't feel that way, because you're very physically attracted to this person. Very physically attracted. But I feel like there's this energy of maybe not wanting to let this game go, or not wanting them to lose interest. I think there's a fear here that, you know, they're chasing you. Well, when I finally give in, are they going to get bored and lose interest in me? I think that's the fear. And so you're holding back. And so with this Three of Cups here, you could still be talking to other people, still going out with your friends, still having fun, still partying, still having your girls' nights out, whatever, guys' nights out, and this person's jealous. They just want you for themselves. And not to say they don't want you to hang out with your friends, but they don't want you hanging out with your friends and dancing with other people, you know? Like, they don't want you going out and having too good of a time, you know what I mean? So, yeah, with the Six of Wands here, they're looking to win you over still. You haven't given in yet. Yeah, they're still looking to win you over. Let's see if we can get some more information on this. I mean, we got the True Love card. So it has to be that you're afraid that they're going to lose interest, or you're having kind of a lot of fun just with this part of it. You know, maybe you like this. You like being chased. You like having the upper hand. Maybe that's it. Let's see. Spirit, can you like clarify a little bit of this for me? July, August, September. What's going on between celebration? You could be distracted by other things happening in your life too. Like, there could be a lot of good things happening in your life in other areas, and you're just not super focused on this connection. Seven of Emotions, Seven of Cups. Yeah, I feel like you like the idea that you have options, and maybe you're not used to having options in love, and you're afraid to commit because, again, you're afraid that if you say yes to this person, they're gonna lose interest. You see them as a chaser, but not someone who's serious. Yes, and then this Guardian of Abundance, I feel like you're really focused on your money at this time. You're really focused on career endeavors. So what's the outcome here, Spirit? What's the outcome? Can you tell us the outcome to this? Like, by September, what's the deal? Eight of Wands. Eight of Wands. So a sudden change, a sudden positive change. Can you tell us more, Spirit? This is the Emperor card in this deck. Okay, by September, you commit. By September, you stop playing. You stop playing around. You get focused. Whatever was distracting your attention away, you redirect, and you give this Emperor the time of day. You let go of that fear that they're just playing you. You let go of those other options. You let this person be your boyfriend or your girlfriend. Yep. And I think you finally let this person be a support system to you. You finally let them in, because I think you were holding back before. And you guys start making memories together. You start having fun together. Yeah, and I feel like you start to see that this person isn't out to take away your freedom. Because there is a possessiveness to the Emperor that could maybe be off-putting. But I think you're going to be surprised to find that they do see you as an equal and they're not trying to control you. Yeah, this is your divine counterpart. So you would be the divine feminine to their divine masculine. It says this person is your divine counterpart. You are connected with each other on an astral level. This connection helps to raise the vibration on earth. You will create positive things together. This could be talking about that Eight of Wands too. You two starting something together that ends up being very positive. And then we also have true love again. So this is the second time you've gotten true love. So yeah, I feel like you don't have to be... Your worries and fears about this are either a reflection of your past or you holding their past over their head. Or both. I mean, honestly, it could be both. Okay, let's move on to October, November, and December. All right, so pile 4 singles, October, November, and December. We have the Nine of Wands, we have the Star card, the Nine of Cups, we have the King of Cups, and then these 3 cards really, they didn't come out together. These two did, and this was your bottom of the deck, but to me, these are telling a separate little side story. So I want to keep these together. It's the Eight of Pentacles, the Six of Pentacles, and the Empress. I want to keep these together, and I'm going to address them separately because it's kind of a subplot, if you will. With the Nine of Wands, this is the energy of your person, this Emperor. I mean, they feel like they fought hard for you. They won. They feel like, again, like you are their wish come true. You are everything they prayed and hoped for. And I feel like it's funny, the minute you give in to them, you know, sometime at the end of September, going into October, you two are finally in a committed relationship. That's when they show a side to you. They show their cards. They show their cards. They finally put their cards on the table, and it's a side to them that you've been wanting to see this whole time, and it reassures you that they are emotionally invested. They're not just in this for your body or to say that they won you over or something like that. Like you're, you know, again, that energy of being a conquest. It reminds me of the Taylor Swift song Cornelia Street. You know, I think she has a part in that songs where she's like, you finally showed your cards, you know, like she was driving away, she was leaving for good, and then finally, like, she got that phone call and they showed their hand. And I believe that song is about her current partner, Joe. But yeah, like, and she's like, that kind of heartbreak would never mend. And I think that was your underlying fear in all of this, is that your attraction to this person was so intense that you were like, I don't want to give myself to this, and they're just playing around. You know, they're just looking to, you know, again, like, be a conqueror here. And so, yeah, I feel like when they finally show their emotional, vulnerable side to you, and not this, like, emperor, tough guy, you know, masculine persona, I feel like you're into it. And so, yeah, that's them feeling like, okay, yes, like, finally. So that's all in well. And then the subplot over here, the 8 of Pentacles, 6 of Pentacles, and the Empress, this is you, I feel like, feeling comfortable in sort of like the power dynamics here. Like, you feel like you're on this person's level. And I think that in the beginning of the year, there may have been a difference in your financial standing. I feel like the Emperor has more money than you. And remember, I think it was in your third quarter, in your previous quarter, we said maybe you were really busy with work and you weren't giving this person a lot of time. I think that was part of it, is that you wanted to feel like financially equal to this person. You're really someone who doesn't want someone else to have power over you. And this person wasn't trying to have power over you, but there is an innate power indifference when one person makes so much more money than someone else, right? Like, it's inevitable. And so I feel like that's part of it, is that you wanted to focus on your goals so you would have something equal to bring to the table, and you could feel like an empress, an equal match to this emperor. I feel like you see money as a vehicle for freedom, and you want to feel comfortable in your connection. You don't want to financially, you know, be dependent upon anybody. You want to be able to leave if you feel like you're not being treated right, and you see money as, you know, the avenue to leave a partnership if it is unhealthy, right? Or just not right for you. So I feel like this is a subplot saying that financially, you know, by the end of the year, you're going to be feeling really awesome, and you're going to feel like you are on par. Maybe not making the exact same amount of money, but you're on par with this emperor person in terms of your financial standing. Okay. And that's not to say that the only value you can add to the connection is money. That's not to say that at all. But I do feel like for many of you, that was a point of insecurity, and just wanting to feel like, you know, you had something to bring to the table that would match, you know, what the emperor was bringing financially to the table. Okay. All right. Let's get some more information. Anything, final thoughts, Spirit? October, November, December, final thoughts? Celebration. Yeah, I feel like things are very easy between you. I think surprisingly easy between you. I feel like you two get into a nice flow. I also feel like it's going to be quite sweet how much this person supports you in your career goals. I think that's going to be a surprise to you, actually, how much this person encourages your independence. Yeah, you're letting go. These two cards came out together, 9 of Swords and letting go. So you're letting go of anxiety about this connection. You're opening your heart up to it fully. And we have the spiritual teacher. So yeah, you were definitely meant to... This person's supposed to help you on your spiritual path, and you're meant to help them as well. I think just grow together. But also, I feel like a big part of this was that you were alone and on your own for so long. It was pretty scary, like, deciding to commit to a partnership, especially one where the person was so adamant that they fell in love with you at first sight and they want to marry you someday, you know, like maybe that was just overwhelming for you. The Five of Swords. Yeah, like this person just fought for you and will continue to fight for you. You know, they're willing to put the work into this connection. They're not just all talk. You know, the Emperor is someone who honestly doesn't respect that. You know, like they are a person of their word, but they don't expect you to take them at their word. They like believe in showing you and showing up for you. That's how they express love to you, by being there, by, you know, doing what they say that they're gonna do, fulfilling their promises to you. The Ten of Cups is their promise to you. They are someone who is going to work to provide a comfortable lifestyle. They are someone who wants to be a good parent if you guys are wanting children. They are someone who wants to be a true partner to you in every sense of the word. They want to be a source of emotional fulfillment for you, and they want to give you the promise of a happy home and family. What is the dynamic like by October, November, December? What is the dynamic like between, now you're the Empress, the Emperor and the Empress? Pile 4. All right, y'all are booed up. Full on romance. Yeah, candlelit evenings spent together, romantic getaways, beautiful surprise gifts, open communication, open expression, leaving behind control issues for both of you, honestly, because you both have tried to control the situation just in different ways, to be honest. But yeah, like moving forward, beautiful communication between you two, openness and honesty between you two, faith and loyalty between you two, or faithfulness, I should say. Very romantic, very passionate. Physical touch is definitely a love language for this partner as well. Gift giving and physical touch. Yeah, you guys share a past life together. That's why it feels so intense. And remember how I said they would say it's love at first sight, but you would say it's soul recognition. This says there is an instant attraction and recognition on a soul level. Yeah, some walls had to come down. Both of you were guarded just in different ways. Yep, and remember how I said there may have been a difference in financial status that was affecting this? And then we have influencing factors, and it says career, and we see money there. Yep. 100%. This could also talk about, you know, like maybe you're in school when you meet this person, or maybe there is a difference in cultural backgrounds, or you guys are at a distance from each other. Yep. Okay. So pile 4, this was your love prediction for 2023. It was a cool story. Thank you for letting me do this reading for you. I'm excited for you. I think it all ends very well. There's a little bit of a journey there, but it all ends well. Please consider liking, commenting, subscribing, hit the notification bell so you always know when I upload. The easiest way to support the channel is to watch the ads. You can also tip now with a virtual tip jar called SuperThanks. I would like to also express so much gratitude towards everyone who's been supporting the channel thus far. Wouldn't be here without you. And, you know, keep the comments going. That's definitely my favorite part of our interaction with one another, and I love reading your comments. So thank you so much to everyone who's been commenting on the videos. I appreciate it. And yeah, I will see you all in my next one. Take care, pile 4. Best of luck to you, and I hope you have the very best December. Hi, pile 4. If you are already in a relationship going into 2023 and you chose the classic gingerbread man, you are in the right place. So we're actually going to start here with your astro dice. I pre-rolled these so that you wouldn't have to hear the noise. So we have Cancer, we have the Sun, and we have the first house. Now these are talking about the overall energies that are present in your love life for the entire year. Now with Cancer and the Sun and the first house, there's kind of this energy of you still trying to find yourself, find your place in this world, assert your own identity, and sometimes kind of like losing yourself in your connections with others and defining yourself in relationship to others. So this can mean a lot of self-comparison. This could mean sort of defining yourself by how close you are to your partner, how your partner views you, and maybe putting too much emphasis on who you are in the connection as opposed to who you are as an individual. Now, I think in 2023, you are course correcting that. You are resolving that tendency. I feel like this is a year where you really come into your own, and I feel like your love life benefits from that. I feel like your love life is going to be so much better because you feel so much more secure within yourself, and therefore you're less anxious in your partnership. You're less dependent upon your partner to make you happy. You're just filling up your own cup, you know? I feel like you're not, you're not so, you start to see your own worth, you know, beyond just this connection and even just in general, your relationship with other people. You're seeing yourself clearly rather than viewing yourself through the lens of others or how you perceive others view you. The opinions of other people start to matter a lot less to you, and you start to care more about how you feel about you. So, I think also a lot of positive changes within your home with the sun. The sun illuminates everything. So I feel like you're going to have more self-confidence. You're going to feel more attractive, but also you're going to have a lot of happy changes in your home life as well. So you're just going to feel so much more secure within yourself. Now, these tarot cards here are talking about your first quarter, January, February, March specifically. So we have the Judgment card here, we have the Devil, we have the Queen of Pentacles, the Nine of Swords, and we have the Strength. For some of you, this insecurity or this lack of a defined self comes from feeling like you're not where you want to be in terms of your career, your financial stability, your, financial status, or just kind of like your self-development goals, like your day-to-day routine. Like you wish that you ate healthier, you wish that you worked out more, you wish that you meditated. Like there's certain things that you've always wanted to do that you just keep procrastinating on, or you can't find the time for it. And it kind of makes you feel like you're just down about yourself, like you feel like you're not living up to your full potential. So I feel like during these first 3 months, you are really finding your stride. And I feel like your partner is really supporting you during this time. With this unicorn, like looking down at this lion here, I feel like your partner sees your full potential even when you don't. And I feel like they're really encouraging you to live up to that and to unchain yourself from these self-limiting beliefs and see your full potential as this Queen of Pentacles. I feel like this is your higher self. Regardless of your gender, I feel like this divine feminine energy, this Queen of Pentacles, you're meant to be in like this lush garden that you paid for and that you nurtured and you grew on your own. Like you're meant to be in a really good place financially, but also in a really good place in terms of your day-to-day life and your happiness and your satisfaction with how you spend your time. And like you're due for a win with this Judgment card. You're due for a win. And so sometimes, you may feel like you work yourself into the ground to get nowhere. You're like, how much longer do I have to be so strong? And you have a lot of anxiety and a lot of fears and things that keep you up at night because you know, for some of you, you do so much, but you just don't recognize it. You just don't see your potential the way other people see your potential. So there's this energy of feeling like a failure, even while you're kind of a workaholic. You know what I mean? Like, you feel like you can't rest. You feel like you can't let go. You feel like you always have to be so strong, but you're not seeing your true inner strength. Yeah, and I feel like your partner is trying to be supportive of you during this time. I do feel that. Let's get some more information on this. So it's kind of like, you know, these first 3 months you're wrestling with your own inner demons, and your partner's just either trying to support you or trying to give you space. Pile 4's love life during this first quarter, please, Spirit. I wonder if some of you want to start a family, if there's some fears around that, like some fears of becoming a parent, of not being good enough. The 8 of Swords and the Ace of Action, which is the Ace of Wands. There's something that you want to try, or something that you want to do, something you want to start, but the 8 of Swords, like, you're too afraid. It's those self-limiting beliefs. You're too afraid to go after it. How does your partner factor into this, please, Spirit? How does Pile 4's partner factor into this? The Helper. That's beautiful. That is so beautiful. They're trying to help you take action. They're trying to help you feel confident enough to go after your dreams and what you want to do, what you want to achieve. They're trying to encourage you. Yeah. And I don't feel like they're pushing you too hard. I feel like they just love you, and they just want you to be happy, and they don't want you to be so hard on yourself. Yeah, I feel a very gentle energy from your partner. Very gentle. And they're not, I don't feel like they're invalidating your feelings here. Like, I feel like they are recognizing that, like, what you want to do may be scary, may be a big deal, but they want you to see how capable you are. Yeah, some of you, like, you're afraid of going out on your own. You're afraid of trying something and doing something on your own. And, you know, for some of you, maybe you're afraid that if you focus on another area of your life and you don't give everything to your partner will stray. And I feel like there's no need to be afraid of that. And there's no need to be afraid of being a little bit more independent. Yeah, like, your partner's attraction for you is not going to go away. Like, they are so attracted to you. Yeah, and they're here to support you. They're here to be your partner. Like, they don't just view you as a romantic partner. They're your friend too. Yeah, it's like they're being your best friend during those first 3 months and just trying to support you, gently encourage you. Yeah, I feel like they're just giving you a lot of pep talks, honestly, during this time. And what you're wanting to do is definitely going to vary. I mean, it's a general reading, but know that you have your partner's support here, and know that they see your full potential and that they believe in you. And they're not just saying that to make you feel better. They genuinely do believe in you. I feel like you apologize so much. Like, you're the type of person that says sorry for everything, even things that aren't your fault. I feel like your partner wants you to stop apologizing for who you are and what you want. Yeah, this is true love. This is true love. This person has your back. Like, they are such a rock for you. Yeah, like, they genuinely believe in you. I feel like there's an energy here where you think that they just tell you what you want to hear, so you'll stop crying or stop being upset or stop, you know, being anxious, but they genuinely believe in you and mean what they say. And they don't want you to be so sorry. There's also, maybe in the past you tried things and it didn't work out, and you carry like that shame of failure around, and your partner is saying, like, be proud of yourself for being brave enough to try. Okay, let's move on to April, May, and June and see what's going on. All right, so for April, May, and June, we have the Six of Cups and then the Seven of Cups. It's really kind of spooky that these two cards came out next to each other. I mean, you're the very last group, so this deck has been shuffled a million times like this past week, and wow. That's pretty cool. We also have the Empress here. We have the Knight of Wands. We have the Nine of Pentacles. And we also have the Page of Pentacles. I put these two cards kind of together because they came out together, and they definitely tell me a little story. So, with the Six of Cups going to the Seven of Cups, I feel like there's this energy of realizing what you have to offer the world. And look at you, like you're hatching, you're transforming. And I feel like you're seeing the value that you add to relationships. I don't know if some of you have had really cruel, like, romantic partners in the past. Like you've had exes who were just hateful to you, or if you have a parent who's criticizing you a lot, or if you have sibling rivalry, or, you know, a toxic friend who's just putting you down a lot. I don't know where this, like, not seeing yourself clearly, this insecurity, I don't know where it comes from. And it may be different, you know, for each of you watching here, but there's this energy of transformation and of seeing the value that you add to connections. And that is really in and of itself improving your romantic partnership. And I also feel like some of you, like, this really is also about getting pregnant, because with the Empress card here and then this Six of Cups and this egg hatching, some of you have some real fears around pregnancy and becoming a mother, and feeling like, you know, there's a lot of rotten apples in the family tree, and what if I make the same mistakes that my parents made? What if I'm just as bad? You know, like, what if I'm not cut out for this? What if I'm not good enough? Or maybe you have a parent who was like perfect and you're afraid that you won't live up to that standard. You know, there's just, or maybe you have a sister who's like the best mother ever and you're like, I can't ever be like that. You know, there's just this insecurity around, can I do this? For others of you, this is like a creative project or like a business endeavor with the Empress. There's something that you're wanting to start, something that you're wanting to create here, but you're afraid. And even with this Page of Wands here, I'm sorry, not the Page of Wands, this Knight of Wands, you don't see that the key to the treasure is within you. Like, the key to the castle is within you. You can do this. And your partner sees that you can do this. And you have so many choices available to you. You are so talented. You are so capable. But you just don't see yourself in that way. And with the Nine of Pentacles, like, what you're wishing for, what you're hoping for, is, again, already within you. You can create it yourself. You see all of this fire here? You can create it within yourself. You can birth this abundance, whether it's a child, a business, a career endeavor, a creative project. You can birth this. You can create this. It doesn't matter what your gender is. We're just talking about the feminine energy of fertility. You can create this. And again, like, your partner sees it, but for some reason you don't. But I feel like this is reassuring you. Like, in that second quarter, scared or not, you're doing it. Like, you are transforming. You are doing this. That's why I said, like, this is a year of you leveling up and it improving your love life as a result. Yeah, the Ten of Cups. Some of you really are starting a family. The Two of Wands, it's a new chapter. You're not just planning it anymore. You're really doing it. Nine of Wands, you're putting your whole heart and soul and effort into this. And with the Emperor energy here, your partner is standing by your side. They're supporting you through this process 110%. So, like, yes, this is a year about you. And even the bottom of the deck says out with the old and with the new. Yeah, this is a year about you and you gaining your footing, but your partner is supporting you during the entire process. They are there by your side, cheering you on, rooting you on, giving you emotional support, giving you words of advice, words of encouragement, just giving you a hug when you need a hug, reassuring you. Yeah, and for some of you, this has to do with the past, you know, with an old wound, and it could go as deep as childhood, you know, of just like feeling like you're not good enough. Yeah, like your partner wants you to feel like you can stand on your own 2 feet. And I feel like this energy of codependency in the past has really hurt your connection, but you're healing from it because this is your bottom of the deck. So you're healing from this feeling of, I have to have control. I have to, you know, put in so much effort. I have to win my partner's love. I have to compensate for my like self-perceived deficiencies. You're not deficient in any way, and your partner loves you, and there's no need for you to compensate for anything. Pile 4. Yeah, like you're building a stronger relationship as you build this other thing. Again, whether it's deciding to start a family or something career or, you know, a creative project, building that and putting effort into that is actually making your romantic partnership more solid. And again, this energy of being sorry. You don't have to apologize for your wounds or your past, you know? Like, you don't have to say sorry for that, but you do have to decide to move forward and to heal from it and to work through it and to recognize when certain things are triggering that fear and that codependent side to you. And it could be in the past, maybe your partner did let you down and you had to forgive them, and that's why maybe some old wounds get triggered. That's a more specific message. It's not for everyone. But that would make a lot of sense too. Okay, I want to move onward now to, what was this? Oh, move on to July, August, and September. Okay. All right, so for this next quarter, we have the Hermit, we have Justice, we have the Three of Cups, we have the Ace of Swords, we have Judgment, and then your bottom of the deck is the Lovers. So I love to see this Hermit card because this is telling me by the third quarter, you have done a really great job of resolving that tendency towards codependency, and you're comfortable spending time alone now, and you're comfortable balancing your time. So you're giving time to your relationship, you're giving time to your friendships with the Three of Cups and having fun just with your friends and your family and your other loved ones. And then you're also comfortable spending time alone. So you're balancing out your time between, you know, other people in your life, your romantic partner, and also yourself. And so it's looking a lot healthier. I feel like with Judgment here too, you're starting to see your value. You're starting to see your good heart and the value in having a good heart. And you're also getting clarity with this Ace of Swords about who you are. And again, about your innate value. Like, I feel like you're finally seeing yourself clearly, and that is creating this deepening of your romantic connection. You know, it's just making things so much healthier, really. Anything more here? Yeah, and I also feel like you're seeing how not trying to control the outcome so tightly to certain things is making you feel a lot more comfortable with the direction of your connection here. For some of you, like maybe there was anxiety in the past about when are they gonna say I love you? When are they gonna say let's move in together? When are they gonna say let's start a family? When are they gonna say let's get married? You know, like there may have been a little bit of a control issue in terms of like how fast things were progressing, and now it just feels like you're taking a more relaxed approach. Yeah, with the Three of Swords, yeah, there was some heartbreak around that. Like you and your partner had different ideas about how quickly certain things should progress or how much time you should be spending together. Yeah, the Two of Swords. Like you just weren't seeing eye to eye on that. And now I feel like you have such a healthier attitude towards it. You're not trying to control. Yeah. With the Wheel of Fortune and the Hierophant, for many of you, it was about marriage. It was about marriage. And like this idea of certain timing of things. You know, society tells us like a certain timetable of like, this is when this should happen. And when you apply that to your personal relationship, sometimes it doesn't always resonate. You know, you have to go at your own pace and at the pace of your partner. And so, you know, you'll see it all the time in like movies or even within your own family maybe, or your friend group, where people have been together for 5, 6, 7 years and everyone's like, why don't you just get married? Why don't you just get married? Why don't you just get married? It's like, why don't you mind your own business? You know? Or, you know, maybe you have been married for a couple years and everyone's saying like, when are you going to have a baby? When are you going to give me a grandbaby? Again, like, mind your own business. So there may be something about that as well. For some of you, you could have had some fertility issues. I'm just picking this up. For some of you, there could have been fertility issues, and that created some pain, and maybe you felt like, I know sometimes when women have miscarriages, especially if they have multiple miscarriages, they can start to feel like they're not really a woman, which is really unfortunate, right? And then that can make it even harder to conceive because, you know, you're so anxious and stressed. And then it's disheartening, right? And it can be hard on your body. It can be hard on your mental and your emotional health. And then it can affect, you know, your connection to spirit if you are spiritual, because you can feel like God is punishing you, or does God or the universe, whatever terminology you use, not think I'll be a good parent. And so like the anxiety can just spiral out of control, right? And then it can happen for men too, where they feel like they're not a man if there's something wrong, you know, in terms of like, you know, their ability to impregnate their wife or whatever. So that could be a possibility for some of you now that I'm looking at this. Just like this acceptance of fate. This acceptance that some things are just outside of our control. We can't necessarily control when we're going to conceive. We can create the best possible conditions for it, you know, make sure you're ovulating and stuff like that, but we can't control when we get pregnant, right? So yeah. Sorry, that just occurred to me. We have Guardian of Emotion. Yeah, you're reaching a whole new level of emotional maturity. And I feel like, you know, that's mirrored with your partner too. I feel like they're starting to understand how to support you better. Maybe in the past they tried, but it just wasn't what you needed. And successful completion here, whatever it is that you were trying to do, you are achieving that by July, August, and September. You are achieving that. Whatever you were trying to grow with the Empress energy, with successful completion, it looks like you've done it. You've achieved it by the 3rd quarter here. But I do think it creates more work for you. You know, with the 10 of Wands, it creates more work for you. So yeah, if you were trying to get, I'm not a doctor or anything, but if you were trying to get pregnant and you were resonating with that message, if you think about it, like preparing for a baby is a lot of work. So it's like, yay, we did it. Oh man, now we got to get ready for it, right? You got to prepare for it. Or, you know, maybe you're starting your own business and then you get this huge influx of like orders and you're like, oh my gosh, I have to fulfill all these orders, you know, so it can create even more work for you. But with this helper of abundance, again, like your partner is there supporting you throughout all of this. So if you weren't able to rely upon them in the past, I feel like this year they're showing you that you can count on them. Any more information about their relationship dynamic with their partner? Yeah, they're being your rock. They're being your rock throughout the whole year. And I think that they're helping you on your self-love journey because they really want you, they really, really want you to see the value in you. It's like, I want you to see yourself the way that I see you. I want you to love yourself the way that I love you. And so, yeah, I feel like emotionally there's an up-leveling here. There's some emotional maturity here that's happening. And you feel so at home with this person, you know? Like, I feel like that's still... And they want you to feel safe with them. They do. Self-love, again, like they just want you to unconditionally love yourself the way that they try to give you that energy back. Yeah. Like codependency just keeps coming up over and over and over again. Like not feeling the need to control your partner, not feeling the need to... Maybe some of you have trust issues from the past where you feel like you need to ask your partner 20 questions when they come home, you know, where you've been, who you've been with. Maybe you look through their phone or you look through their internet history. And it may have nothing to do with your partner. It may have to do with maybe an ex or something that created some trust issues. But I feel like your partner is very patient with you. Or it could be that your partner messed up in the past and you forgave them, but you know, the trust hasn't been fully rebuilt yet. That could be a message for some of you. But I think as you continue to work on your self-love, this issue is alleviated. Okay, let's move into October, November, and December. All right, so for your final quarter here, we have the 10 of Cups, we have the 8 of Swords, we have the 7 of Pentacles, we have the Moon, and we have the Ace of Wands. So this is a beautiful way to end your reading because I feel like you're a lot more patient with yourself. You're a lot more patient with your partner. And if they have hurt you in the past, you're a lot more patient about this idea of there's a journey, there's a road to rebuilding. And if it's, you know, pain from your past that's influencing your sense of self and your sense of connection to your partner, you're more patient with your journey of self-love and healing. And also I feel like you're more comfortable with the uncertainty. You know, you're not clinging so tightly to your partner and so afraid of them leaving you or, you know, like wanting this like repeated commitment from them. You know, like I feel like you're taking them more at their word and believing them when they say like, I'll always be here for you. You know, like I feel like you guys are just in a really good place with the 10 of Cups, you know, like you're just on the same page. You are, yeah, I think just walking side by side, you know, in this journey and just trusting that, you know, the road may get tough sometimes, but they are going to be by my side and they are going to be supporting me. And you're not letting those fears resurface with this 8 of Swords. Like you're finally freeing yourself and accepting that there are external forces that you can't always control. And I think you're becoming more okay with that. Some of you, like you may have had a real fear around your partner like getting hurt or like having a health issue or dying even. Like some of you have a real fear of like abandonment, even like not even cheating, like of them just getting sick and like passing. You know, and that could come from like maybe you had a close family member who passed away unexpectedly and now you're just afraid of that's going to happen to your partner or something. Yeah. Sorry, that's dark, but I mean, it did come out. And I feel like with the Ace of Wands here, you being in this better place emotionally and feeling safer within the connection is really, really, really helping reignite the passion and the physical intimacy between you two. Like, you feel so much more safer to express that side of yourself and fully give that side of yourself to your partner. And I feel like you're not holding back as much as you were before because you feel more secure. Let's get some more tarot. October, November, and December. October. Let's see. Messenger of action. Yeah. Like, the way that she's like covering the candle here, like, you know how fragile life is. And you know sort of this idea of like having to continuously nurture the spark of your romantic connection. And you understand that it's like that for everybody. That's just the nature of it, right? And you're finally at peace with that. You're okay with that. Because you know your love is true. Ace of Cups, you know your love is true. Guardian of emotion, yes. And you don't see yourself alone in this anymore. You see, yeah, you're letting go of the past. You are seeing now that it's not just up to you to maintain this connection. It's up to your partner too. And even in terms of like starting a family, if you are resonating with that message, you understand that you're not alone in that. Like, your partner's going to be by your side too. They're going to be equally responsible for the child care too. And even if you are resonating with a business or creative project, you know that your partner will be there to support you. And then bottom of the deck, we have manifest your dreams. Yeah, like I feel like you have more. It's funny. It's like the more you let go, the more in control you feel. Like, because you don't feel so anxious. It's like there's like freedom in just trusting. Freedom in trusting spirit, freedom in trusting your partner, freedom in trusting in your own capabilities, freedom in trusting your future self to handle future problems. It's this weird paradox, but it's like you're finally in that energy and this understanding of being a co-creator with spirit, being a co-creator with your partner in terms of, you know, deciding the direction of your relationship and your life together. Let's see here. Pile 4. Yeah, effort. And you see that things take time. Like, you're not trying to rush or force certain aspects of the connection. You're very hopeful about the future of this connection, and you have mutual support with each other. And the spark, the physical passion is coming back in, stronger than ever. Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful journey in 2023 for you, Pile 4. A beautiful journey. One more try. I still love you. Give your relationship another chance. This card is a sign that the connection is not over and that both parties still have a path to go together. It is worth fighting for this love. Yeah, for some of you, there's things from the past that have to be released and some things that have to be forgiven. Maybe on both sides, maybe just, you know, you needing to forgive them. Yeah, and some of you really are trying to get pregnant. It says this card signifies innocence and your inner child. Being playful and curious is important for you now. This card also says that children play a part in your love life. There is a possibility of getting pregnant or a new beginning is on the horizon. And we have acceptance and optimism. This is what is making you feel so free. It says staying optimistic and accepting your current situation helps you to attract more joy and happiness into your life in general. The right person will come to you when you are ready. You're with the right person, but it's sort of this acceptance of what has happened between you two and this optimism for the future. Yeah. There's definitely an energy here of accepting one another completely and wholly. You know, like understanding that everyone has flaws and everyone's made mistakes, you know? And it's up to you. Like, if this person has hurt you in the past and you decide to leave them, you know, that's completely your decision. But I feel like the guidance here is saying, throughout all of 2023, if they have hurt you in the past, that's not for everybody, but if they have, I think throughout the whole year, they're showing you that they've changed, they've grown, and they're here for you. And I feel like it's gonna mean the world to you. And even you see the sparkler here, like the spark is coming back. The physical intimacy, that aspect of your connection is better than ever in this last quarter in 2023. Okay, so pile 4. This is a long reading. I finally made it. Thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you all. Please consider liking, commenting, sharing, and subscribing. Hit the notification bell so you always know when I upload. The easiest way to support the channel is to watch the ads. You can also donate with the virtual tip jar called SuperThanks. Not expected, but always appreciated. I would like to say a huge thank you to everyone who's been supporting the channel thus far. I love reading your comments, so keep them coming, and I hope you all have the best December ever. I'm wishing you the very best in love. Be gentle, be easy with yourself, pile 4. You deserve the very best, and yeah, take care. I'll see you in my next one.